Nurturing humanity. If you enjoy the content on this channel, join me on Patreon to get faster updates and suggest novels you'd like to see. Chapter 1261. Spore Evolution. The so-called spore was the name for the most primitive life structure. This sentence was actually the evolution of life. Would the future structure of the universe be the evolution of life? Ruhi chuckled and felt that this might not be the case. Many existences were guessing what the future would be like, but who could guess correctly? However, he could still listen to it. After all, it was indeed impossible to guess from scratch. However, there were already some signs in front of him. The prodigies of this era were born due to fate, so they had the opportunity to guess the general trend of the future. I don't understand, she said curiously. Why is the future of the universe about the evolution of spores? Have you seen the evolutionary history of life on the planet? The venerable sovereign asked. Of course I've seen it before. The first birth and evolution of life is in the ocean. Pheasant Eye smiled warmly. She had a unique temperament and a fatal attraction. How could she not have seen it before? She had seen the most ancient times. She had even seen the oldest primordial saint who had established a parallel universe and witnessed the birth of an era. She had lived in the universe bridge era more than 10 billion years ago and was the most familiar with this history. Then, since you know the law of life, that life is born in the ocean, what about the evolution process of life? The venerable sovereign asked again. Pheasant Eye laughed and directly said arrogantly, the 9 UN universe seems to have different customs and practices. There are many types of living planets. But it seemed to be the law of fate. In the 9 parallel universes, more than 99% of life was carbon-based, and carbon-based flesh and blood life was almost born in the ocean. At first, they existed as plankton, algae, and insects. After that, amphibians, which were born in the ocean and on the earth, would be born. After that, terrestrial creatures would be born, and they would experience countless changes in life eras. What she said was the most normal thing. Just like Earth, the Jurassic period and the Jurassic period. Each era had its own dominant species that stood at the top of the food chain. However, they were gradually eliminated by stronger species. That's right. There's a certain inevitability to the law of biological evolution in the universe. At this moment, a saint beside him said hurriedly, that's right. It seemed like the 9 universes were extremely far away, but it was as if the laws of the universe had determined that their life structures were similar. There was even an archaeologist from an ancient multi-dimensional saint who had once traveled on the berg for 50 million years. After making a large number of observations and collecting the flora and fauna as well as the geology of the 9 multiverse, he was surprised to find the 9 universes might have been a single piece of land a long time ago. A great cosmos. It was the golden age when the universe was first unified. The surrounding descendants of the saints were all dumbfounded. If this was in the past, they definitely wouldn't have the right to hear such secret news. However, in order to show off their knowledge, these saints didn't care about hiding it. So that's how it is. Perhaps the universe was a whole many years ago. The venerable sovereign's eyes were filled with longing as he looked at the sky above the deck like a pilgrim. It's hard to imagine what kind of legendary and vast scenes were there in the long years of the universe. I walked on the land of the universe and wanted to see the legendary golden age that stood in this universe hundreds of millions of years ago. I wanted to drink and sing with the saints from hundreds of millions of years ago. That must have been the most intoxicating scene. As soon as the venerable sovereign said this, the surrounding saints all expressed their agreement. Talking to the ancient people? Aren't you guys talking to me right now? Pheasant G shook her head and sighed. In her eyes, the mortals of this era were nothing more than laughable ants in a well, limited by the limitations of their era. However, the person in front of him was rather pious. Such pure Deo seekers who pursued the great Deo could often have different opinions in this era. When she looked at the venerable sovereign, she no longer looked indifferent and flirtatious like before. Instead, she showed a look of cherishing talent and said gently, I know what you mean. The evolution of spores, you mean that in the current universe, it is as inevitable as the evolution of life? Is it possible for all kinds of life forms to appear? Even she found it unbelievable. The venerable sovereign looked into the distance and said, it's natural that you find it hard to imagine the scene I described. The universe is like a living creature that is everywhere. It's like flowers, insects, and fish. They are all over the chaos heavens. They evolve at will and form a food chain. In the future, the saints that live in the universe will be like the beneficial bacteria in the bodies of living beings, allowing these flowers, plants, insects, and fish to grow continuously. As soon as he finished speaking, an unprecedented, vast scene appeared before the eyes of all the saints. Outside the chaos heavens, it was no longer a desolate Dao field or a vast and endless wasteland. Instead, it was filled with verdant flowers, birds, insects, and fish. It was a brand new world that was full of vitality. Valleys, hidden forests, basins, rivers, vegetation, and all sorts of plants and animals filled with life were, in fact, terrifying universes. And they would become the living beings of the 129,000 universes and become the living bacteria in the bodies of the living beings of this huge universe. This is impossible. This is impossible. If it's really as you say, the future chaos heavens will be a world of giants. We are all living bacteria or other bacteria in the bodies of the giants. These words were too shocking, and it was simply shocking to hear. These saints didn't believe him, but these words did cause Pheasant G to sink into deep thought. There were indeed some possibilities that fit the laws of the universe. It's not impossible to be a life form in the universe. One must know that self-awareness is a necessary condition for life forms to achieve a high level of evolution. The universe is a dead thing, but it's a living thing in front of us. It's not impossible for it to evolve when it has a consciousness in the future. And NBSP, Pheasant G seemed to have caught on to something. And the evolution of life is essentially changing the genetic sequence. Then, the bloodline sequence of this life. It would be the atlases of the great Dao of the universe. Ruhi Xin's eyes widened. Could it be that the universe is really like a living creature and has entered an era of evolution? Although she had heard the racer of Mount Harana's nonsensical prediction and had bragged about it, it had no practical significance. She had just come out of the world and had only realized it now. This was indeed a terrifying trend. Although he didn't get to see the full outline or the specific information, the tip of the iceberg was enough to shock him. The structure of 120,000,600, and 10,000 worlds had shocked her. It had broken the limits of her worldview, and it was no less shocking than the old era's saber that cut her life and the universe. According to what you said, it is indeed a new era. Rujog smiled and said, in the future, when the saints ascend to this chaos heavens, what they see is not a desolate, endless, and dull chaos. Instead, they will see a vast emerald world full of vitality. It is complete and rich. It is a happy paradise for saints. They will definitely be very surprised and happy. It just so happens to be in line with the dream of the most ancient saint who created the world to build a paradise for living beings. She suddenly stopped talking. What do you think the new chaos heavens should be called? Ruhi suddenly asked. Name? If it's not easy to name it, what do I have to do? The venerable sovereign thought for a while and said, I have very little information now. Am similar to you. I've only heard about the ancient prophecies and legends of Buddhism. The illusions of the murals in flying heavens. It was predicted that the cosmic rain would fall from the sky, and it had indeed fallen. A new era of the universe had been born. In my opinion, the analysis of the prophecy is very accurate. The surrounding saints were completely convinced. According to the analysis of the current situation was indeed in line with the ancient prophecy. 129,600 is one yuan, which can be called an era. There are rise and fall and destruction in an era. The thousands of saints were puzzled before, but now they suddenly realized that it was true. The universe was a food chain, and it naturally had ups and downs. Then, when the stars return to their positions, our lie will rise from the bottom of the chaos, and the grateful who will awaken. The universe would be destroyed. What do you think of this prophecy? The surrounding people started discussing again. The venerable sovereign couldn't help but think and frowned. This is an even further prophecy. No matter how I think about it, I can't find any clues. I wonder what the pheasant period, as a universe, thinks? A mysterious apocalypse that rose from the bottom of the sea. Pheasant Eye was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, the rising of the chaotic sea may be some strange prophecy. I don't understand it either. By the way, what do you think the new era should be called? I don't need to believe it. I need the Buddhist civilization that prophesied it to believe it. The venerable sovereign shook his head. According to the prophecy, they probably saw meteors falling from some super small universe in the ancient times. They picked them up to calculate the possibility of a real meteor shower in the universe in the future, as well as the specific time and year of their fall. Pheasant G was completely stunned. Could it be that the bug race and the dimensional race had picked up a few meteor universes in the old era and dropped them outside the chaos heavens? They were bound to lose back then, so they had schemed and left behind the current situation? They had calculated the time when the meteor shower would truly fall, and only schemed against them at the beginning of the era? It was possible. We couldn't see it, and they shouldn't have been able to see the future era, but someone was plotting against us. I'm afraid that someone had obtained a few meteor showers and calculated the specific time of the future. She furrowed her brows and felt that this was a good idea. Just as she was still thinking, the venerable sovereign said, "I've carefully studied the description of the ancient history of Buddhism. It's very mysterious. The immortal deity's residence, the deist family that lived as long as the heavens. That existence seems to be living in a place in the immortal world." The surrounding saints nodded their heads. They had heard of it before. Now that he thought about it, it was reasonable for him to exaggerate and be so treacherous. It was true that one could survive longer in this universe. The venerable sovereign continued, "In the old days, this mysterious ancient civilization obtained a small number of universes and temporarily opened up the great era of the immortal world. Now, it has completely opened up the immortal world. Let's just name it according to the vocabulary of the Buddhist civilization. It's also called the immortal world. After all, they once said that one flower is one world. Isn't this the case right now? That's indeed the description. It is. It's a perfect description." The surrounding saints were no longer hostile, and they sat down to discuss. They sat in the distance, with thousands of them sitting cross-legged in an orderly manner on the deck. They listened to the analysis of this great era and future of the universe, and they were fascinated. "Everyone, this is only my speculation. There is too little information at the moment." The venerable sovereign shook his head. "However, the immortal realm might really be established. If that's the case, the saints in the universe will ascend to a lush green world outside the chaos heavens, the immortal realm." Pheasant G's entire body trembled when she heard this. Fate. At this moment, it was as if she could feel her destiny and the current of the times. Every era was perfecting the universe. Open the chaos. The lifespan of a god-slayer. The creation of the multiverse. As the eras went by, the fate of this era seemed to have cut open the multiverse and opened up a new territory outside the chaotic sea. The immortal world? The land of chaos is turbid and chaotic, like a huge garbage dump that has buried the past and the present. What's in front of us is to complete the universe. Regulate the heavens. Her entire body trembled, and her mouth was half open. The old me saw the creation of the 9-Yuan universe. Today, we'll see the opening of the chaotic immortal realm. And in the immortal world, who will be the protagonist of this era and vindicate Deo for the universe of this era? Chapter 1262. In the immortal world. Rujeoji's face was solemn as her mind spun rapidly. She carefully pondered over the future pattern described in this description. In the future, the saints who ascended outside the chaos heavens would directly step into the immortal world, a vast world filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. However, every flower, grass, and beast here was actually a universe. There were a total of 129,600 of them, and they could also be called in the universe. Once upon a time, our civilization spent countless years trying to figure out what the next universe era would be. However, there has been no result. At first, they thought that we were decadent and that our thinking was rigid. They secretly traveled to various new eras to see the new views of the geniuses in the past hundreds of millions of years, but they couldn't see the future either. That's because the universe is too perfect. When the parallel universes were created and Deo was corroborated during the era of our lifelong realm, the laws of the universe were almost perfect. There was no place for Deo integration and there wouldn't be any major changes. They had been deducing for many years, but in the end, they couldn't find the possibility of the future, so they stopped deducing. However, His Highness once had an idea. The universe may seem complete, but the chaos sea still has flaws. The world outside the chaos heavens is dry and barren. Perhaps there is a way to improve on the Deo integration and complete it. After all, the chaos ocean was a part of the universe. Just like an entire planet, the ocean was also a part of it. However, no matter how hard they thought about it, they couldn't figure it out. They could vaguely sense the variables and opportunities in the next universe era, but they couldn't think of anything specific in the chaos ocean. Yet, such an anomaly had appeared before his eyes. And NBSP, gradually, Pheasant Eye seemed to have understood her old doubts, and a thought suddenly appeared in her mind. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. She mumbled. It's not that we can't see what the next era will be. It was limited by the era. At that time, it was destined that there would not be a next era, just like the opening of level 11, which was destined to be in the future. I was born at the wrong time. Only when a certain opportunity is met will that era begin. And this chaotic meteor shower before us is an opportunity. Only in this era could he vindicate the chaos ocean. Reconstruct the structure outside the chaos heavens. Her pupils dilated, and the more she thought about it, the more excited she became. In the past, the mysterious race, whether it was the insect race, the dimensional race, or other mysterious hidden civilizations, had all obtained a few falling meteors. That was how they saw the future. The opportunity to vindicate Deo was at this moment. However, they could not live forever. They could only turn this distant future opportunity into a relic and pass it on to a lucky descendant after they turned into dust. At this time, she felt that she had gradually figured it out. She couldn't help but look at the venerable sovereign, who was still preaching and discussing the future of the universe. They were the only ones who knew the history of the ancient times. This person didn't know the ancient history, but he could predict the future from the beginning. He was indeed a great talent. At this moment, the venerable sovereign was still talking to the saints. Everyone, although we know little about the ancient history of the Buddhist civilization, I feel that the future great era will open up a new world outside the chaos heavens. How about the immortal world? Just as I meant. They answered with a smile. At this moment, the giant octopus was hiding on the deck in the dark and was still broadcasting. The people in the broadcast room were completely excited. The Buddhist civilizations. The immortal world. What a good fellow. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. As expected of the existence behind the scenes who ruled over the ages, he was awesome. In the blink of an eye, the immortal realm was created, and the next era of the universe was called the immortal realm. This was a great sense of accomplishment. Regardless of whether he could dominate the situation and become the overlord in the future, he had already gained the upper hand. He had to get his own naming rights first. I'm convinced. This smooth and natural set of operations, directly took it down. Wait, the venerable sovereign is still telling these saints that the Buddhist civilization is very mysterious and very little details have been revealed. We still need to observe and study. Hey? We're not friends. If the venerable sovereign wants to talk about history, we'll get the racer of Mount Harana to make up another story for you. Doghead. I'm going to make these country bumpkins wet their pants. Brothers, did you see that? Those descendants of the saints are now completely convinced. They've changed from that woman's lackey to the venerable sovereign's lackey. Everyone was filled with emotions. As expected of the man who caused the secluded mountain prefecture lord, the scientist of strange phenomena, to become autistic. Crushing. Now, he was completely crushed. The players felt like they were on their knees. He was too strong. This was the power of knowledge. By analyzing the structure of the universe and using one's own talents, it was enough to convince all those who were unconvinced. This was because in the world of saints, knowledge almost represented power. Showing off one's powerful knowledge and profound foundation was equivalent to showing off one's muscles. At this moment, after this simple Deo discussion ended, these saints were indeed completely humble to seek advice. They were still able to distinguish the importance of priority. The general trend of the times had changed, and the vast waves were coming. No one wanted to become a saint that was killed by the waves. It was a disaster, but it was also an opportunity. If you have any questions, we can discuss them together, but I might not know. I only have more information than you, and I've studied this seaweed universe. The venerable sovereign smiled humbly and looked at the human-shaped universe. When the time comes, I'll study the human-shaped body a little more. I'll get more information. All the saints froze. Ruhi was also dumbfounded. Since it's a crisis, why do you say that 99% of the saints present may not survive? A saint's heir asked hurriedly. Almost all of us will die and become the old and rotten saints? A 99% chance of death was too much. It meant that almost everyone present would die. The venerable sovereign looked at him and then at the surrounding saints, saying, the seaweed and trilobites universe is only in its most primitive budding stage. They are the overlords of this era, but what about the next era of cosmic life forms? The next era of cosmic life forms? When Pheasant G heard this, she smiled and said, according to the deduction of biological evolution, the next biological era will be the chaos oceans world of the cephalopod and even spinulosa fish. Seaweed and trilobites would definitely be eliminated. This is the theory of biological evolution. The other saints nodded in agreement. The spinulosa fish were the true overlords of the ocean. Then, trilobites and seaweed are the overlords now. After a while, they will be at the bottom of the food chain. The venerable sovereign put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. As the food of the lowest level, the reptiles and seaweed are eaten by higher creatures. Do you really think that you'll be eternal just because you've obtained this universe? The other saints were shocked. You mean? The trilobites universe you have now is powerful, but what will happen in the future? You'll inevitably fall to the bottom of the food chain and be devoured by other powerful universe life forms. If your universe is eaten, what will happen to you? All the saints trembled in fear. When the universe collapsed, the saints of their universe would naturally be destroyed. This was a vast trend. As saints, they had lost the main universe that they had obtained in the beginning and could only start all over again. However, how could it be easy to think of a way to occupy another universe? The competition was probably frighteningly intense. Even if he succeeded and entered a new universe, becoming an important core saint, it would be too late to start all over again. He would probably be eliminated by the times. Don't tell me we really know how to. Impossible. We have outstanding talents and were born divine. They didn't look calm, but they weren't stupid. They also knew that saints who couldn't keep up with the times would only be eliminated in the dust of history. So that's how it is. No wonder you said from the start that this was a cosmic revolution. Then what do you think, Pheasant Eye laughed. To let these saints transcend. I don't have much data right now, but I can only make a guess based on the current situation. The venerable sovereign smiled and said, in this situation, according to the law of biological evolution, if we compare these universes to living creatures, I'm afraid there are two ways to solve this. Which two? Ruhi seemed to have thought of the same thing, but she still looked at the venerable sovereign. The first is to continuously evolve their own cosmic life forms and perfect the great Deo Atlases. Even though the level is very low, it is still possible for the weak to defeat the strong. Low-level insects may not necessarily be unable to defeat the high-level universes in the future food chain. The second is to enter the food chain yourself. I'm also in the food chain? Pheasant G's eyes flickered. Enter the food chain by yourself? The venerable sovereign smiled. That's right. The universe has a food chain. We just have to follow the food chain and climb up to a higher level universe life form. For example, we control the seaweed universe and challenge higher level universe life forms. Then, we can vindicate our Deo in it. Instead, you'll climb up layer by layer and eventually reach the top of the food chain. I see. Pheasant G benefited greatly from this sparring session. She felt as if she was sparring with the other saints in the longevity Holy Ji Palace. The other party was not just a poor person, but was extremely knowledgeable. But in reality, Su Ji's knowledge had long since surpassed that of countless saints. Not to mention Su Ji, even people like Dichi and Carolyn were not comparable to ordinary saints. Each of them had knowledge and combat power comparable to ancient saints. After all, the other sages had cultivated a mature system from the start. They cultivated for the sake of cultivation and didn't even understand the principles, the origin of the universe, or the intricacies of it. They just advanced step by step. But what about Su Ji? From the very beginning, his method was to analyze the essence of the universe. He had deduced from the beginning, understood the principles, and used each realm to gradually understand the endless laws of the universe. His sandbox transcendent cultivation system was the most perfect transcendent cultivation path. Now, do you understand what I mean? The venerable sovereign suddenly said. Ah! Ruhi was stunned. The venerable sovereign said, I'm going to take the first path. I'm going to focus on cultivating a low-level universe until I'm old. You're my choice. This is a great opportunity for you. If you don't want to be eliminated by the food chain and be eaten away by low-level creatures, you'll be married to me. This is our best chance. We'll be one step ahead, and we'll be one step ahead. Pheasant G was stunned. After one round and another, the relationship was laid out from the beginning? A nobody in this era, a laughable mortal. That's not right. Although he has some talent and I do have some thoughts of cherishing talent, is he still having ideas about me? Don't worry, the venerable sovereign looked at the seaweed universe in the distance and said in a domineering manner, I'll let you eat this entire universe of algae alone and let you grow quickly. Eat? Pheasant G slowly raised her head and looked at the vast seaweed universe. She couldn't help but look at the saints beside her. These bootlickers actually stopped speaking up for her and didn't try to snatch it. Instead, they looked at her with envy and blessings. Pheasant G? What's with this sincere look? Don't worry, you must be worried that I'll break my promise. The venerable sovereign patted her shoulder and said, I know that you've just gained sentience, and as a human-shaped universe, you're very wary of the outside world. You're wary of me harboring evil intentions, so I'll let you have a few bites of this universe first and let you eat until you're full to show my feelings for you. Ruhi suddenly felt a little touched. This mortal was obviously sincere and trusted her so much. An ordinary person would not let her eat their own universe first. It could be seen that she was really good to this lowly mortal. He was not willing to reveal his identity. However, she really couldn't eat it. Chapter 1263. The players in the live stream exploded with excitement as their eyes lit up. Awesome! As expected of a venerable sovereign, the leader of the players. This move was too ruthless. Ha 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 ha. Although he was still smiling gently without any change in his expression, he was actually very confused, indicating that his teeth weren't that good and he couldn't eat. Back then, the secluded mountain prefecture lord did not lose in vain. It was normal for the occult science expert to be killed. This is too tragic. They're forcing the other party to reveal his identity. Let's see how long he can endure. Only we know that she's a fake. If she didn't want to be exposed back then, it's fine if they get angry and kill us. At most, this seaweed universe will die. It's just the self of that universe. The venerable sovereign's body is still here. Don't be afraid. Everyone kept analyzing and discussing enthusiastically. At this moment, Pheasant Eye's expression calmed down for a while before she suddenly said, You're indeed very attractive. I'm willing to try to get along with you and become your Deo partner. However, the present in front of me is too expensive and I'm not used to it. I feel that we should spend some time together. If it's really good, I'll eat it. Su Ji was stunned for a moment. He had thought that the other party was going to explode and kill him, but he was so patient. Ninja Turtle? Seems like to be able to live for such a long period of time in the lifelong realm, he was truly capable of enduring. However, such ancient existences were very mysterious and powerful. Since the other party had said so, Su Ji intended to take the opportunity to get some information from him. Pheasant Eye looked at the saints beside her and laughed. Thank you for your time. I'll be leaving now. I'll be carrying this sage on his seaweed universe journey. These sages were unwilling to leave, but they knew that the difference in their cultivation was too great. They couldn't keep him, so they might as well form a good relationship with this mysterious sage. After all, the other party's universe was so huge. If it was eaten by a universe life form with offensive power, it would probably become the overlord of this sea area. I wish you happiness. Some saints said. Su Ji was stunned for a moment when he heard that. He suddenly felt speechless. This scene was somewhat similar to the last blessing of those jealous mortals with spare tires. However, these descendants of the saints did not have enough wool to begin with. Even if they became saints here, they still needed to slowly polish themselves. In that case, let's go. Su Ji called Pheasant Age and returned to the seaweed universe. My lord, can I enter your universe? At this time, the big octopus came out at the right time. Su Ji cast a glance. Even though it had been changed by the laws of the universe and turned into a fungus, the octopus still smelled terrible. However, he still nodded and let the giant octopus follow him. After all, its bloodline was very powerful. It had just entered the world, and if it grew up, it could cause a natural disaster. Soon, he left the Trilobites universe and started his return journey. On the surface of the seaweed universe, Pheasant G's eyes flashed. She found it interesting to live in a new place. I think what you said just now was very impressive, but I still feel that there are some things you didn't make clear. You want to continue the Deo discussion? Su Ji looked at her and watched quietly. He wanted to see what this person was thinking and what she wanted to do. Her actions revealed a lot of information. Yes, I still want to take the wheel. Pheasant Eye nodded. This was her goal, to sit down and discuss Deo. She wanted to continue what she had just said. She could also clearly sense that the other party was holding back. After all, he couldn't tell everything to a saint he'd just met. Thus, he pretended to be preparing a Dao companion and followed her to see what other opinions he had. Su Ji thought for a moment, then set up a tea table outside the chaos heavens on the deck of this universe. He sat down and discussed the Dao, then continued, of course, there are still some things that I haven't told them, and they are very important. You didn't tell them anything. Ruhi smiled. I didn't tell them about the beginning. The knowledge of spore evolution, this is the key to survival and adapting to the universe. Spore evolution. She didn't understand. It's knowledge, evolutionary knowledge. Su Ji said, the universe's structure in the future may be completely different. Outside the chaos heavens, one had to learn an unprecedented cultivation system that was different from any transcendent system before. If those saints can't learn this new system, they'll be eliminated. Pheasant Ji's pupils dilated. Su Ji narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, what exactly is this guy's original form? It's very difficult to change the habits of living things. Once there's a change in emotion, their eyes will become bigger and smaller. Is that cross-eyed? Although Su Ji was whispering to himself, he put on an overbearing and doting look and patiently explained, this extraordinary system is the evolutionary knowledge of living creatures. His voice was gentle and elegant. I've said before that it's the evolution of cosmic life forms. To evolve, you have to learn enough evolutionary knowledge to become a powerful high-level creature on the food chain, the overlord at the top of the food chain. I see. It turns out that in the immortal world, not only is the previous knowledge needed, but also the knowledge of life evolution. Pheasant Age said seriously. After all, it was a living universe. It was an improvement of the evolutionary atlas and the DNA of this creature, but it was also a law in itself. Thus, not only does it require the sage's own rule knowledge to be combined with the new evolutionary knowledge. You're very smart. The venerable sovereign said with a smile. Just as the two of them were talking, the live broadcast room exploded again. Evolutionary knowledge. Then, do we have a unique advantage? I'm afraid that the entire universe has really become a sandbox for spores to evolve. And we have experience, don't we? This was all prepared for us from the start, the spore evolution sandbag, was it all for this moment in front of us, to seize the first opportunity? A super ancient god, is this also your plan? The forums on the internet had already exploded. They had begun to discuss rapidly and even stopped paying too much attention to the conversation between the venerable sovereigns and Pheasant Age. They could just watch the recording later. Brothers, let me analyze this wave. The racer of Mount Heranis said. It was bustling here. The venerable sovereign's Dao discussion continued. The two of them gradually began to talk about some of their views, and they became more and more serious. They talked about the big picture of the multiverse, the small picture of the future land changes of a single universe, and even the birth of amphibious universes in the future. Was it possible for a terrestrial universe, or even a bird universe? It had to be said that Su Ji had benefited greatly. As he spoke, Su Ji also got straight to the point and asked, I've told you about my understanding of the universe, and as a human-shaped universe, you must have your own unique views. Ruhi chuckled and arrogantly said, in that case, let me share my opinion. First of all, as you said, this is the general trend of the universe. It's almost an inevitable fate and is difficult to change. It's inevitable. Necessity. Su Ji frowned. Pheasant Age shook her head. Naturally, this was inevitable. This was because making the universe more complete was an inevitable trend. It was the same for all the previous great universe eras and universe nodes of each era. However, she was unwilling to reveal the ancient times. This ancient history was taboo to mortals who could only live for tens of millions of years. You just need to know that it's inevitable. Ruhi said. Where is it? Su Ji asked. Firstly, the laws of the Chaos Sea are incomplete. After the universe split, this aspect has always been empty. The surface of the Chaos Sea is lifeless and lonely. There naturally has to be a sage who has to merge with the laws of the Dao and complete the universe. And the barrenness outside the Chaos Heavens is only one of the inevitable aspects, Pheasant Age said. What about the other aspect? Another inevitable reason is the matter and energy floating in the Chaos Sea. Pheasant Age's voice was solemn as she looked towards the Chaos Sea. Fishing. Did you notice? You should know that with the deposition of the Chaos Sea, there will be more and more materials and antiques. The deposition of these materials in the Chaos Sea will cause a huge loss of cosmic matter. Su Ji suddenly felt it as well. Are you saying that the appearance of this universe era is inevitable? It should be so. And NBSP, Pheasant Age said, the condensed matter of the 129,600 universes did not come from plundering the 9 universes. It came from the Chaos Sea. They are like animals that clean up the waste in the universe and recycle the matter completely. You should know that the current universe is flawed. It is indeed lacking. Su Ji answered seriously. After the universe's 9 Yuan universe has been destroyed and shattered, it's no longer a large entity. Energy and matter do not have a perfect self-circulation and will be damaged. They settle in the Chaos Sea. Those saints always like to throw rubbish into the sea. But now, it's equivalent to completing the universe and turning the energy into real recovery. Ruhi said. Su Ji came to a sudden realization. These big shots were indeed powerful. Their words saved him a lot of deduction. Their understanding of the Chaos Sea was too deep. Immediately, after Su Ji heard this, he had new ideas about his plan and a perfect idea. I'm really grateful. Su Ji said. I should be the one thanking you. And NBSP, Pheasant Age shook her head. You let me see the inevitable era of this universe, the path of the main character of the future era. What is a main character? Su Ji said. Pheasant Eye smiled. This is a path of transcendence. It corroborates the Dao for the universe and makes up for its flaws. In my rough opinion, there should be a saint who wants to vindicate the laws of the universe and vindicate 120,000 to 1,600 universes. Of course, you can't vindicate it directly. You can vindicate the Dao laws and let them fuse with this universe. This will reduce the rejection force of these cosmic life forms and allow them to adapt to the environment of the great universe. She planned to contact the ancient existences of the Longevity Dao Palace and find some geniuses to verify the rule. The protagonists of this era had to be under their command to be at ease. As a universe, I also want people to vindicate these universes. I want these special 120,000 or so universes to live better in the multiverse and become a part of the multiverse's laws. Ruhi said. Su Ji's eyes lit up. I'm really grateful for that. Ah! Ruhi was stunned. Why was he suddenly thanking her? This is a blessing for the entire universe. We naturally have to thank him. All living beings must be blessed. Su Ji said seriously. Chapter 1264. It is indeed a blessing to the common people. Ruhi nodded. That's exactly why. This is the inevitability of history. The laws of the universe in this aspect must be proven by someone. Someone must supplement the laws of the universe. Su Ji nodded, knowing that this was the case. The other party had indeed seen deeper than him. Indeed, he had not expected that the creation of parallel universes had its own drawbacks. The universe was originally a perfect entity of the primordial chaos, forming its own cycle. However, after splitting them into 9 pieces, the perfect conservation of energy and matter could no longer be formed. Outside the 9 pieces, the matter floating in the Chaos Sea had accumulated too much. In fact, after more than 10 billion years, the 9 parallel universes had shrunk by a small portion. The matter floating in the Chaos Sea of the universe, when piled up, was probably half the volume of a parallel universe. This substance was leaking out seriously. It was indeed a loophole in the laws of the parallel universe. It's all because of those saints, littering the ocean and polluting the environment. This is the importance of garbage classification, garbage recycling, and the importance of sustainable development. The giant octopus snorted at the side, its saliva flying everywhere. They even stole the materials from their own universe to build the Chaos Ship and cross other parallel universes. In the end, the ship sank, and their bodies sank. They also gave the vast materials of their saints to the Chaos Ocean. Su Ji cast a glance at him and thought, the environmental ambassador, the big octopus? The giant octopus immediately shut up. And NBSP, Pheasant Age continued, in the previous era of the universe, without these cosmic meteors, it would be impossible to vindicate Dao even if one wanted to. Now that they have appeared, it's possible to vindicate the rules of Dao and complete this aspect. Just like how there is no water in the universe, there is no way to vindicate the rules of water. Only the appearance of matter in this aspect can vindicate the natural scene in this aspect and its matter environment. This was indeed an opportunity of the times. With Pheasant Age's understanding of the god of destruction's catastrophe, Su Ji's thoughts became clearer and clearer. He sighed with emotion that this was indeed a great universe giant comparable to the ancient Zerg Queen Mother. This was equivalent to Su Ji creating water himself. However, water was a new substance that did not belong to this universe and came from beyond the heavens. It was rejected by the multiverse and needed someone to vindicate the Dao for water so that water would no longer be rejected in this universe. If one could vindicate the laws of this aspect, they would definitely receive earth-shaking universal merit. He had become the main character of this era in the universe, comparable to the saints of Yumang and Yi. You must know that the more important and core the rules of Dao vindication are, the more exaggerated the status of the sage. And NBSP, that's right. Pheasant G muttered softly, I thought that the important laws of the universe had been completed, but I didn't expect that there was still a blank space in this area. This is an unprecedented opportunity. That's right. Su Ji secretly cast a glance at Pheasant G and said, I wonder who was able to vindicate the laws in this aspect. It was a blade that split the heavens and earth apart outside the chaos heavens, forming the circulation of matter and opening up the immortal world to benefit the saints. This was a great era. When one's power reached its peak, it was no less than the merit of the past. Rujeoji did not choose to hide the truth. Since they were just sitting down and discussing Dao, she was a little addicted to it. She smiled and said, who has a chance? There was probably an undercurrent. There was a hidden force that knew about the birth of this era. The other party must have planned for this era for a long time and wanted to vindicate Dao in this universe. What Pheasant Age was talking about was the civilization that they had speculated was hiding in the dark and plotting against them. The other party would probably also have to find a way to vindicate Dao. As for the longevity Dao Palace, they would definitely not fall behind others and would also vindicate the rules of the universe in this aspect. They were afraid that they would become enemies with the other party and compete for the power of the universe. And NBSP, but Pheasant G didn't think that the other party would be able to win against them. After all, they were too ancient and had monopolized 90% of the powerful lore resources in the universe. There was no one who could fight them head-on in terms of combat strength. And NBSP, suddenly, Pheasant Eye smiled and looked at the mortal who was discussing Dao. What? You don't want to vindicate Dao? If you can vindicate Dao and start a new era, you'll be the main character. You'll be comparable to the most ancient saints and become one of them. And there have been less than 10 such existences who have become nodes of the universe. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye was still talking about what had just happened. Her eyes flashed. I'm already your temporary Dao partner, so I'm considered one of you. There's no need to hide your ambitions. In fact, it's only worth yearning if you have a big goal. I'm willing to follow you to pursue the Dao, to support each other and to pursue our dreams together. We seek the Dao together and pursue our dreams together? It was simply a load of nonsense. The others did not know this and thought that she was a real universe, so she would definitely have to fulfill her great ambitions. However, Su Ji had no such intention at all. Naturally not. Su Ji shook his head. He was indeed very frank and straightforward with his words. What right do I have? With a great sage vindicating his Dao, he would complete the rules of the universe and benefit all generations. It was already a blessing to all generations that those universes could become a part of the great universe. How could I think that I was the one who shook the heavens and earth? You're quite interesting. Ruhi's opinion of him rose once more. This person was pure and devout. He knew the importance of completing the universe. He was not like those selfish saints who always wanted to fight for Dao. He had to become the protagonist of the universe era. As long as someone can vindicate Dao and complete the rules, everyone will wish them well. Su Ji's words moved Pheasant Ji. She felt that she was too rotten, but this young man was full of vitality, big heart, and great ambitions. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. However, Su Ji thought to himself, they vindicate the rules of the Dao for those small universes, and they're allowed to control the universe? Wouldn't that be too good for me, the god of creation? Why would I want to snatch this opportunity? He might not be able to snatch it. They wanted to vindicate their Dao and become the main characters of this universe era. After all, if he wanted to become a universe, the two wouldn't conflict. Moreover, how could they compete for the opportunities in the next universe era? She could kill all the Zerg empresses in the past with a single slap, so I won't join in the fun. In this regard, Su Ji was very lazy. However, the people in the live broadcast room were slightly excited. They said, "Ha ha ha, Venerable Sovereign, you're good at acting, but how can he not compete?" That's right. The arrival of this catastrophe also represents the arrival of an opportunity. Whoever can master this new era of the universe will have mastered everything. Our Chinese civilization of Buddhism is here for this. It seems that the other party has already noticed our existence. We are the masterminds behind the scenes. As expected. We are secretly testing them. However, we do not fear them. The battle between the god of destruction and the god of creation is very brutal, and we mortals are also fighting for this opportunity. We actually have the greatest chance. No matter what the other party is hiding, we are not afraid. Venerable Sovereign, don't panic. Even if the entire universe wants to be your enemy, we'll stand by your side. All the players were very excited and waved their fists. They thought that the Venerable Sovereign was just being humble and putting on an act. This kind of opportunity was comparable to the beginning of a new era when the second Lady Mang was born. How could they not fight for it? Su Ji was speechless. If I'm really a Venerable Sovereign or an ancient god, I'll definitely fight for it. However, I am the god of destruction, an existence of a higher dimension. No matter which one of you vindicate your Deo, you will be setting the pattern for me, the god of destruction. Snatch my ass, don't you guys want to harm me? Su Ji's face darkened. It was as if he had seen the deaths of the past Zerg empresses. They were still vivid in his mind. Chapter 1265. You really don't have any thoughts? Ji Ji's eyes suddenly shrank. She stared at the Venerable Sovereign with curiosity. I don't have any thoughts. The Venerable Sovereign shook his head and tried to clear his name to avoid any misunderstandings. I wish whoever vindicate Deo will be able to complete the rules of this universe. Pheasant Ji was completely stunned. Her bloodline talent was related to the soul, and her eyes could see through a person's lies. However, at this time, she secretly used her bloodline perception, but she couldn't find out that the other party was lying. Instead, he felt that the other party had a pure heart and few desires. He had a very lazy attitude and was very calm. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This is a salted fish saint who has no desires. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye felt that this was too bizarre and exclaimed, he clearly has great knowledge and talent, but he doesn't fight or fight for it. She suddenly hated that she didn't fight for it. This person's vision and talent could be said to be at the top of the world. He was already somewhat comparable to his younger self in the old days. At that time, he had also seen some of the universe's future patterns. He had been appreciated by ancient existences like now, which was why he had reached the peak and glory of today. The person in front of him might be possible. She had originally thought of promoting this person and making him the trendsetter of this era. At the very least, she would support him. After all, there had to be a spokesperson in this era. After all, they didn't come out in person. They even had to find some saints, rising trend of the times, monstrous geniuses, and the rules of Deo vindication, just like Nuyi and Yumang back then. They changed the rules of a universe, and not one person could vindicate Deo. They took in a group of disciples from their era and let them vindicate a part of their Deo. That was how he changed an era. The man in front of him was not simple. Perhaps he could become one of the spokesmen. With their help, he could master some rules and open up a new path. But the other party? However, he didn't have this thought at all. What a piece of rotten wood! And NBSP, Pheasant Fate suddenly became angry. You clearly saw through the future, but you only thought about self-preservation and then focused on pursuing Deo. All his talents are useless. She narrowed her eyes, and her pupils flickered with a strange light. She stared at Su Ji and said, you really don't have any thoughts of conquering the universe era? I didn't. The Venerable Sovereign was calm. He was not lying. Ruhi was shocked. This person was really so bizarre. What kind of personality was this? In the beginning, she had thought that the other party might be the civilization behind the scenes who wanted to seize the opportunity to dominate the entire universe and the great forces of heaven and earth. They had come to test her in secret. But now, this thought had completely disappeared. She could sense the other party's emotions and mentality. This person was really a dead salted fish, flowing with the waves, elegant and quiet. How could a person with such a carefree attitude return to fight for hegemony in the dark, calculate everything, and even plan? It was impossible for the other party to have such strong ambitions and schemes. These sophisticated plans were targeted at them. From the clues, the other party should have obtained the inheritance of the ancient ruins and wanted to target them in this era. And this kind of method couldn't have come from the kind of heart that was in front of him. She didn't doubt that the other party was hiding something from her because no one in the entire universe could deceive her innate divine ability and lie to her. This bloodline was very suitable for carrying out missions, which was why she had always been the first choice to go out. What's your purpose in coming to me? Pheasant Ji suddenly stared at Su Ji. Just in case, she seriously asked the most important question. Su Ji was stunned for a moment. Could this big shot have the ability to detect if it was true? However, he did not panic at all and still answered honestly. After all, he really did not intend to fight for anything, and the goal of this trip was not very complicated. I'm here to study you. After all, I've heard that you are very curious and want to see if you have any secrets or special abilities. I'm mainly here to take a look at the Chaos Ocean universe outside and see what kind of drastic changes are happening. I want to know what kind of situation the world is facing and what kind of changes the world is about to usher in. Then I plan to quietly watch the food chain situation outside, the opening of the immortal world, and become a witness to a vast era. He wasn't lying. Ruhi stared at him. However, he was instantly speechless. So studying me was just a small matter on the way? Furthermore, he had to continue to study the situation, the changes, and quietly watch the general trend. The opening of the immortal realm? Pheasant Ji was completely dumbfounded. She cursed in her heart, most saints don't think like Cai Shuet, they just know their place. But you've already seen the future and have great talent, yet you're not fighting for it. This was the general trend of an era. The possibility of being on par with the authority of the Lord. She hated iron for not becoming steel and was mad with anger. She didn't even fight for this. The opportunity to transcend the past and present was here. Her eyes continued to stare fixedly at Su Ji. So, you told those saints outside so many secrets just so they could fight for the opportunity? Su Ji said seriously and honestly, that's right. I'll spread those secrets. After all, times have changed drastically. Only by developing can they make greater contributions to the universe. A greater golden age will appear, and they will also be able to survive. These people are the elites of the times. They should not die. They should make greater contributions to the universe. Pheasant Ji was completely stunned, angry, and also a little guilty. Once upon a time, I was also this hot-blooded and impassioned, but in the end, I've also rotted and become cold. I no longer have the thought of seeking blessings for the common people of the universe, and I regard them as ants. Vindicating the Dao for the universe and completing the rules seemed to be a glorious act that benefited the common people, but it was just a pursuit of benefits and becoming a powerful saint in a certain aspect. And how broad-minded must this person be to be able to do this? Tell this secret to others and let them vindicate Dao, study, and push forward the era? She had her doubts before. Wasn't it too great of a price to give so much terrifying knowledge to the saints and make them worship him? Wasn't it too great to use it to poach her and gain her worship? Who knew that the other party didn't care about him at all? Regardless of whether he was there or not, he would still tell the other saints the truth that he had discovered. Should he tell them about his discoveries so that they could develop and the era would become prosperous? This person is a dead salted fish. Rujaoji exclaimed in her heart and looked at the saint who was calmly eating fruits and drinking tea in the seaweed universe. How important is it to occupy the first opportunity of another era? One step ahead, and finally suppressing an era, but the other party is telling this opportunity to others. Rujaoji felt that she was in a bad mood. Chapter 1266. At this point, she looked at this young man who had a carefree expression. She no longer had any doubts. This was an idle person who had transcended the mortal world. Whoosh! The color in her eyes also gradually dimmed. He was also too lazy to use his bloodline talent to ask further, because this state could not be used often. Su Ji watched as her eyes gradually dimmed, and he knew that she would probably not use that strange divine power on him. He was speechless. What's the use of asking me? I never intended to interfere with the development of the times. I didn't want to fight for anything. I didn't want to fight for hegemony. I was only responsible for farming. Isn't it bad to fight and kill? Hiding and farming was the best. It was obvious that he wasn't talking on the same channel as this person who loved to fight and kill. Hwalala. As the two of them spoke, a vast land of a parallel universe gradually appeared before their eyes. This was also a universe in the shape of an inverted iceberg. Most of the cone's volume was submerged in the Chaos Sea, and only its surface appeared on the Chaos Sea. From a distance, it looked like an irregular vast continent. There was also no vitality. As far as the eye could see, it was a desert-like chaotic beach. Occasionally, he saw a few Dao halls along the coast. It was clear that the parallel universe that Su Ji had come from was just as barren as the one he had come from. And this was only because the saints lived by the sea, and they could only see life in between. If one were to walk further in, the inner land of the chaotic world was a vast and boundless wasteland that was almost uninhabited. The land utilization rate is extremely low, and there are pitifully few people. This made Su Ji feel the harsh environment of the green universe and the planting of a prairie. It was indeed necessary to mend the universe and improve this deformed chaos heavens beyond to become a habitable place. It's a parallel universe. Su Ji looked into the distance and suddenly laughed. We've finally arrived. Naturally. And NBSP, Pheasant Age was not surprised by this. She put on an expression that she had not seen for a long time. It's different from the measuring universe before. This parallel universe is a variable universe. Variable universe, what the hell is this? Su Ji was puzzled. But he was too embarrassed to call himself a country bumpkin. But in this universe, ever since the parallel universes split up, although the subsequent eras were different, Su Ji felt that they were more or less the same, and the difference would not be too big. Whoosh! Su Ji stopped the boat by the shore. He chose an uninhabited coastline as a true self's soul slowly split apart and entered the parallel universe. The moment it entered, it crossed the chaos heavens and entered the universe. He had successfully sneaked into this universe. Kakat. Mengpo and the giant octopus also had a soul clone that descended into this universe. Su Ji quickly understood what Ruhi meant. A variable universe, so that's how it is. None of the parameters in the universe here were constant. For example, the speed of light isn't a constant number here. The speed changes according to the distance of transmission. The further the distance to you, the faster the speed of light transmission. The closer the distance, the slower the speed of light transmission. It's far faster and near smaller. Su Ji marveled at the uniqueness of this. For example, when light is extremely far away from me, it will travel at a speed far beyond the speed of light. When the light is only 1 centimeter away from you, the speed of light will actually be reduced to 1/10,000th of its original speed. It will take 300 kilometers per second to reach this 1 centimeter and transmit the scene in front of me to my eyes. It's not just light. Sound, raindrops falling. All of them were like this. It was far fast and close to small. The further you are from me, the faster you will be. The closer you are, the slower you will be. What did this lead to? The further the distance between planets, the faster the transmission speed, which led to the difficulty of communication between planets. In fact, the distance between the nebulas that were originally hundreds of trillions of years was also exchanged. The further the distance, the faster the transmission speed. As a result, the price of spreading the news was very low. This was a universe village. In fact, this is a universe that is close to idealism. The speed of light varies according to the distance. The same beam of light is very far to you, but very close to me. This reminds me of a certain theory of relativity that our universe has about light. Su Ji took a deep breath, feeling that he still needed to explore the mystery behind it. The benefits of such a universe were indeed obvious. This caused the distance of the universe to indirectly become shorter. A universe like this is probably even more prosperous than our universe. It was likely that the communication ability of the universe was extremely strong, and they were connected into an iron plate. The civilizations in the most distant nebulas on both ends of the universe could even communicate. This place was not like the universe that Su Ji had seen himself. There was a huge regional barrier and a closed off because of the lack of information. However, the flaw was also very obvious. For mortals, the speed of light and sound were not constant. The things they saw and the sounds they heard could not be determined by the specific distance between them and an object. He had to do variable formulas and mental calculations. It will affect the lives of mortals, but for the strong, such a universe is very convenient because they can calculate the actual distance according to formulas. This is not a problem at all. Su Ji praised in his heart, just by changing the measurement into a variable, it has changed the structure of the entire universe. And NBSP, at this moment, only Pheasant Ji had not entered, and her soul had not been born. Deo friend, is this your first time in this universe? Pheasant Ji looked at the new souls before her. Yes, I am. Su Ji also knew that he could not hide the scene of him sneaking in. I've never dared to sneak in before. I've only proven my Deo a few times in other universes. Ruhi shook her head. It turned out that he was a two-dimensional sage at the second or third primordial level. It was his first time coming to this universe. However, this person's talent was not low, and there was obviously a reason for his low realm. He was a little too lazy. This universe has a speed variable formula. According to the length of the distance, it will move up and down at a uniform speed. Rujoji casually explained the specific formula. Suji noted this down in his heart. You've come to this universe, so you'll have to get used to it. The rules are different. As a saint, you'll have to start from the beginning and learn from the beginning. This variable universe is highly developed, Pheasant Age said. It's a product of an ancient, prosperous universe era. I think it's probably from that mysterious civilization. The era of the universe bridge. Suji nodded and did not expose her. He echoed, that's right. It's said that we saw the huge fragments of the universe bridge floating in the sea of chaos in the universe. This proves the existence of this era. It must be incomparably glorious. All 9 universes have been connected. It's a golden age for geniuses to appear. Yes. Pheasant Eye nodded, and a hint of emotion appeared in her eyes. It was as if she was reminiscing about the ancient times. Back then, the 9 universes split, and the atlases of the Great Dao were different. The saints of the 9 universes began to reform the universe according to their ambitions. The 9 universes were competing for beauty. They would pass through the universe bridge and invite other saints to visit, thinking that their own universe was more powerful. The scene in front of us should be the product of that time. Is such a universe not good? Suji asked. If it was good, the other 8 universes would have become variables long ago. What was the point of making the universe so huge and vast? Not good. Pheasant Eye chuckled. This person was extremely talented, but he was still limited by the era and could not see the huge hidden danger. She could not help but explain, the cost of communication in the universe has become extremely small. The universe has become a small village of high communication, which also means an extremely terrifying thing. Chapter 1267. What is it? Suji could not help but ask. Ruhi cast a glance at Suji. Do you know the truth in certain areas? When a place was highly unified, there would be a high level of solidification. In the vast and desolate universe, most of the civilizations were life-preserving planets. They hid in a corner of the vast universe and grew up in secret. It won't happen here, but it's different here. Suji suddenly realized something. Is it because they're so highly developed that the universe has become a universe village? No matter where a new civilization appears, they'll be discovered? Pheasant G laughed. To measure the universe, because the speed of light is constant, and all kinds of speeds are constant, the area of the universe is too vast. It is difficult for the level 9 civilization to discover what the endless starry sky outside is. But here, the universe is equivalent to a smaller universe. There are no obstacles in communication. The new civilizations are quickly observed, controlled, and gradually monopolized by a group of mediocre people. The class solidification is serious, and the new planetary civilizations have to be registered, monitored, and controlled. You have to be careful to vindicate Dao in such a universe. Suji was dumbfounded. A universe like this was too cruel. There was no hope at all. The hierarchy was fixed and inflexible. Suji had always felt that the hierarchy in their universe was already very rigid, but here, it was simply too free. It was a vast and endless sea of stars, and most of the life planets were not connected. You could develop your own, and I would develop mine. Even the inheritance was incomplete and broken, and could only be found in ancient ruins. However, it also gave them hope. I understand. I have to be careful. Suji said seriously. More than careful. Pheasant Age shook her head. This is known as the most difficult universe to successfully sneak in. This is because every civilization is highly advanced and has a recorded level. It is known as the land of nightmares by the saints. At the same time, do you think that the number of saints will increase because of the high development and the connection of the universe? You're thinking too much. The number of saints here was roughly the same as the number of saints in other universes. It seemed to be highly developed, but the class solidification was serious. It was monopolized by various civilizations, and geniuses were suppressed. It's highly developed, but it has serious internal friction. Suji came to a complete realization and said with a sigh, it seems that a universe that is vast and full of wilderness is the hope for the birth of a civilization. And NBSP, Pheasant Age suddenly laughed. Let me tell you a secret. I also saw a record of the saint who proved the variable universe on an ancient stone slab. It was said that he was a man who liked to marry women everywhere. He was the overlord of the small nodes of this universe, but he wanted to marry a woman from another universe who should not be touched and was extremely fertile. In the end, he was beaten to death. Su Ji was stunned. You actually know about this kind of gossip? He asked. Pheasant Eye smiled and thought to herself, later on, that extremely fertile Zerg Empress was also defeated by my lord. As for that man's bloodline, the rapid change had also indirectly fallen into their hands. It was now in the bloodline bank and was at the top. This bloodline was one of the core laws of this universe. She had taken it out many times and became the overlord of this universe, killing many enemies. In the Longevity Deo Palace, every universe held many core rules. As long as one took them out and integrated them, they would become an invincible saint in a universe. They could match their bloodlines endlessly and counter each other. They were invincible. It could be said that the 9 universes were already in their pockets. They were their back gardens. Su Ji nodded. You can't enter this parallel universe? I am a cosmos. Naturally, I won't create a body within a great cosmos. Pheasant Eye laughed heartily. Naturally, she would not say that the reason she could not form another self was because she had long since stood at the peak of this parallel universe. As a 9 Yuan saint of a parallel universe, this parallel universe naturally had one of her powerful main bodies, which was enough to dominate an entire universe. This was a true multi-dimensional saint. There were even many generations of Zerg Empresses that were multi-dimensional saints. She had personally taken action from various universes to completely defeat and obliterate them. It was just that she didn't show herself now. Due to her gifted bloodline, she was good at tracking, hunting, and soul detection. She was the main person in charge of external affairs in the Longevity Deist Palace. However, you're really bold to release it so casually. Aren't you afraid of being killed? If an accident happens, you'll be completely dead. Ruhi kindly reminded. Every parallel universe could only have one self. If he died, it meant that he was really dead in this parallel universe. His soul was destroyed. Even if he sneaked in again, he would not be able to create another version of himself in this universe. Because he had already appeared once. Therefore, as long as a perfection stage saint from 9 universes could be killed 9 times, once in each universe, he would die. It was also because of this that Pheasant Ji was a little surprised. If the new life of this universe died, it meant that he was completely lacking Deo vindication of this universe and could not reach perfection. This was a huge matter that concerned his future. How can I not be afraid? Su Ji shook his head. When he saw that she was no longer using that kind of divine power, he began to feel at ease and continued, but you have to overcome your fears. This is what you seek for in danger. It's a time of chaos right now, and it's a good time to sneak into this great cosmos. If he dies, he dies. There's no other way. I see. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye nodded. She couldn't help but sigh and pity the pitiful struggles of these mortals. It was too sad, especially for this salted fish. If he died, then so be it. Ruhi felt that this person was very special. However, you trust me quite a bit. If I have any ill intentions and kill this reincarnation of a saint, your future will be completely ruined. Ruhi was a little surprised. I trust you very much, the venerable sovereign said with a smile. You are the universe that will become my cultivation partner. Pheasant Eye also nodded, feeling that this mortal truly trusted her. Otherwise, he would not have revealed such an important matter to her. Unfortunately, there's a difference between immortals and mortals. It's useless even if you love me. Pheasant Ji shook her head. The other party could only live for a short period of time. To her, he was no different from a mortal. Unless she entered the Longevity Deo Palace, she could not enter as she wished. From ancient times until now, there had been no precedent. But that was not the case. Su Ji had no intention of vindicating his Deo in the 9 Yuan universe at all. He no longer intended to take the orthodox path. So what if his own path in the 9 Yuan universe was crippled and incomplete? And NBSP, however, Pheasant Fate did not know this. As she sighed, she decided to secretly act and protect this person's reincarnation in this universe. However, what happened next shocked her. Since this universe is so dangerous, and the risk of being discovered is very high, I can't cultivate according to the plan. I have to find some local saints to help. Su Ji thought about it for a moment and directly controlled the vast seaweed universe to circle around the coastal area. There was a notice hanging on it. I'm selling this seaweed universe saint position. Anyone interested, please contact me. Instantly, countless saints' deist right temples along the sea started to shake. Rujeoji was speechless. This person was really a salted fish. He actually cupped his hands and shared such a great opportunity with others. The opportunity in front of him was very obvious. It was more valuable than the sage position in this great universe because the sages of this universe could sneak in and verify their Dao at any time. However, the opportunity in front of him. It was his only chance to seize the initiative. Chapter 1268. You, what are you doing? Ruhi was startled. Sharing opportunities with all living beings, mutually beneficial. The venerable sovereign sat on the seaweed universe, enjoying the sea breeze. He chuckled and said, "Didn't you say that this is the most difficult universe to sneak into?" This was a win-win situation. A native saint with a solidified social class, who was protecting him in this universe, would be here to vindicate Dao and obtain a saint's seat. He will also get a saint's seat in this seaweed universe. This is an exchange. Even though Su Ji said that, he looked at the universe with a burning gaze. He thought to himself, these saints are a huge fortune. I wonder how many of them can pull in and invest in my plan of the universe? Only by tying everyone to his boat of interest would they accompany him to plant a green grassland for the entire universe. It's important to give them benefits. Su Ji thought to himself, this is a revolution of the times. In order to overthrow the old landlord class and gentry clan's ancient rule, we have to give these existences the ticket to the new era and take the initiative to overthrow our own era. Otherwise, they would be the diehards who blocked the reform. However, at this moment, Pheasant Ji was speechless. She was dumbfounded when she saw the venerable sovereign's actions. This was a huge loss. Everyone knew that the 9 Yuan universe would be connected to each other when the universe arrived in the future. No matter how difficult it was to sneak into this universe, it would be difficult to guard against visitors from other universes in the future. The seat of the great Dao would become less and less valuable. This was a matter of course. Everyone can sneak into each other's territory, how can you stop them? There was no need to pay any price now. After a while, he could obtain it at will. On the other hand, this seaweed universe was the first one Pheasant Ji had seen. It could take the initiative and was extremely important. At that moment, Pheasant Ji wanted to slap this salted fish to death. This seaweed universe is very important to our longevity Dao Palace. If worse comes to worst, I'll make a deal with my main body and obtain the seat of the great Dao of this seaweed universe. Hwalala. The sea breeze blew. And NBSP, Pheasant I couldn't help but say, the 9 Yuan universe has 9 great continents. In the future, it will definitely be accessible in all directions. You don't have to let them have it. Our views of the world are different. My heart is not with me, but my heart is connected to the entire universe. Su Ji drove around the coastlines outside the chaos heavens as he looked at the saints with a burning gaze. Pheasant Ji's mind trembled. His heart wasn't with him, but the entire universe? What kind of great heart was this? She looked at this young man with clear eyes and suddenly had a complicated expression. What saint? Perhaps this was the true ancient sage. Su Ji, however, looked at the coastline in the distance, unperturbed. The discovery came faster than expected. The laws outside the chaos heavens of this universe were also variables in the universe. News spread extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, countless saints were slowly approaching the coastline. It's a squirming life form in the universe. He actually wants to exchange seats in the great Dao with us. These saints stood on the shore and became excited. They were not surprised to see a living universe. Naturally, it was because they had seen some living universes that had returned and docked at the port. Originally, some of the sages wanted to trade for the sage positions in the Trilobites universe and were even willing to pay a huge price. However, these sages in the universe didn't pay them any attention. Everyone knew that one step ahead meant one step ahead. The times were changing. No matter how precious resources were in the past, they could depreciate and become completely worthless. This was a disaster, but it was also an opportunity. If one couldn't obtain a ticket to the new era, no matter how powerful a saint was, they would only face the possibility of being eliminated. However, why would they give their precious seats to you and increase their competition? But now, a precious seaweed universe had appeared in front of them, opening the door to a new world for them. At the thought of this, they all approached this universe and bowed slowly. May I ask, Your Excellency, are you willing to come to our universe to exchange for the position of saint? That's right. I would like to exchange for a seat of sainthood in this universe, Su Ji said with a smile. The minds of these saints wavered. If it was before, they would never have accepted it. However, they also knew in their hearts that when this era came, the saint position in the 9 universes would be completely lost. It would no longer be valuable, and they would use the last glory of the era to exchange for a new era. Sure. A saint immediately replied, I can guarantee that you'll become a saint in my universe. We'll have an endless supply of resources, and with the wall demon family, it's only a matter of time before you reach the top of the universe. I can not only guarantee that you will become a saint, but I can also give you the bloodline of the great path of my race. Another saint offered even better conditions. Not only will you become a saint, but you can also have the bloodline of my race. It will be extremely powerful. The bloodline of the clan was the core, which showed how willing the other party was. Yet another beautiful saint walked out. This saint, I am willing to become your Deo companion. This was a better condition. I already have a Deo companion. Su Ji looked at the human-shaped universe next to him. It's extremely normal for a powerful multi-dimensional sage to have countless Deo companions. The elegant and dignified female saint didn't mind. If several saints were to use this method to connect closely, they would seek the Deo together and discuss knowledge with each other. It would only be half the result with twice the effort. You can go and get married. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye did not mind. After all, from her point of view, although this man loved her deeply, it was impossible for them to be together. He was just a wave in her long life. How could the lowly mortals of this era fall in love with the mighty gods who had eternal life? Su Ji did not know what the mysterious big shot was thinking. He looked at the saints and scanned the area seriously. The saints of this universe were proud and self-satisfied, but they also had a lifeless aura. It was truly the highest aristocratic family that had been in power for a long time, passed down from generation to generation, and controlled the great Deo. Their faces were filled with majesty, power, and holiness, but their eyes gave people a feeling of turbid, old, and desolate. This universe has really solidified and decayed. It's like a pool of still water, and the breeze can't cause it to sink at all. Su Ji could not help but shake his head. As expected, every piece of land had its own spirit. Su Ji looked at them. You want the position of a saint? Sure, I won't refuse anyone. However many saints there are, they will be able to obtain as many seats of the great Deo. But what happens after you get the position? What are you guys doing? The saints were stunned. Su Ji sat on the seaweed universe and looked at them. Are you all just trying to maintain your status? Can you guarantee that you won't die? Isn't it? A saint stood out. He had an imposing appearance and was shrouded in purple-green divine light. If that's the case, you will be eliminated and spurned by the new era. Su Ji shook his head and said calmly, My fellow deists, although your status is high, you've lost the heart of youth. You've lost the heart to advance courageously in the current and the hot-blooded heart to pursue Deo. Rather than giving it to you, it would be better to give it to some young heaven's favorites who have been suppressed by you. We've lost our youthful hearts? They weren't angered. After all, an existence at this level was humiliated, so it wasn't easy for them to get angry. They just kept silent. I've said it before, this is a revolution. What is a revolution? The so-called revolution was to overthrow all the old people and let a new god take over. And you are the old gods. As soon as he said this, the saints around him moved slightly with an urgent expression. They were astonishingly calculative, and they did see such a future. That was why they were so eager to get the first chance. The seaweed universe was such a case. After all, it was extremely important to obtain a ship ticket. If they did not even have the right to go out to sea, it meant that they would not even be able to cross the threshold and would only be left far behind. A multi-dimensional sage could build a universe ship and use it as bait to search for the trilobites universe so that the trilobites could devour him and obtain it. But what about them? Ordinary saints like them would die without a doubt. That was why they were so anxious. She didn't even hesitate to get married and pay any price. Yes, we are all old gods. That's why we want to live, an ordinary saint said. He has the determination to pay the price, but he doesn't have the Lai Ji who will burn his boats. Su Ji laughed. Let me tell you a story. There was an ancient era in one of the worlds. It was known as the era of the ancestors of sorcery. There were post-celestial and Xiantian life forms. Su Ji told the story of Ren Xiaosu and Di Qi. Back then, the Golden Crow knew that the era of the innate wizard would come to an end. This was the trend of the era and could not be stopped. Once the Denshin possession technique was used, the innate ancient god could be replaced by the post-nate living beings and would no longer be the only one. I decided to descend to the mortal world and become a woodcutter of the heavens and earth. I acknowledged a new master, learned a new system, and personally killed my way to the heavenly court to overthrow my own rule. He's still high and mighty, but what about you? When this story ended, all the saints' minds fell silent. They put themselves in his shoes and thought. The Long Hong in the story, they couldn't do it. He had given up his position and descended to the mortal world as a post-celestial life form, disguised his identity, overthrew his old rule, and rebuilt the heavenly court. What kind of spirit was this? How overbearing and confident was he? What kind of absolute confidence did he have? The other party believed that even if he had to do it all over again, he would have the absolute strength to climb to the top again. He was also confident that he could dominate another era. And what about us? They asked themselves and knew that they could not do it. Their aptitudes were outstanding, and they had the potential to become saints. However, they had once crushed the talents of other generations, but they could not suppress them by much. If they were to do it again, there was a possibility that they would lose. Chapter 1269. Their social class was fixed, and generations of saints were only produced in saint families. However, the competition between saint families was still very intense. Each of them had once dominated an era and walked out into the world. They had defeated many holy sons and holy virgins and were invincible back then. However, after becoming saints, they were high and mighty. Their hearts were a little old, and their golden years had passed. Tens of millions of years had passed. He had no energy and no confidence. At the same time, he was accompanied by death and fear. He didn't dare to make a new breakthrough and compete with the mortals of this era. I'm waiting. Senior, I've learned a lot. They lowered their heads slightly. They were ordinary sages. In their eyes, the person who controlled the vast seaweed universe was definitely an extremely powerful multi-dimensional sage. The other party's reminder was undoubtedly out of good intentions. They were indeed old and lifeless, and their hot-blooded years of youth had long passed. The hero is past his prime. Do you still have your young hearts? The venerable sovereign looked at them and said. He didn't want a group of old people. If she was still a bald programmer in her 40s or 50s, Su Ji would not want her. If didn't have the determination to crush all the past, I would have descended like the dragon and become the most humble woodcutter. Would have killed my way up to the celestial heavens and overthrew my determination. They will definitely be eliminated by the new era and won't be able to compete with the new era's prodigies. Su Ji smiled and made way for them. That's all I have to say. The path is right in front of you, and you can enter. But are you all ready? I have a bright pearl that has been locked away by dust for a long time. Now the dust is all gone, and the light shines through the 10,000 flowers of the Green Mountain. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, these saints were completely shocked. They stopped in their tracks, completely shocked in the depths of their hearts. In the end, they looked at each other, and their turbid eyes flickered with vitality as they slowly entered this universe. Ruhi, on the side, was shocked by what she heard. I overthrew myself. I'll personally descend to the mortal world and become the woodcutter of the next era, climbing to the top from scratch. What's there to be afraid of? The hero is past his prime. Do you still have your young hearts? I have a pearl that has been locked away by dust for a long time. Now, the dust is all gone, and the light shines through the 10,000 flowers of green mountains. These words were deeply rooted in Pheasant Ji's heart. She seemed to be like the other saints, surrounded by a silent suffocation. He didn't know when, but he had long been like those lifeless saints, surrounded by decay. His sharpness had disappeared and he had lost his edge. He was no longer as fierce and courageous as he was when he was young. In the past, he was also a vast and mighty eagle that soared through the universe. However, she was defeated in the end. Although she had also seen a corner of the distant future of the era and had seized the opportunity with others, because of her failure, she chose to submit to another existence who had seized the opportunity and helped to open up territory. Even if she succeeded in the end, she was only a second-line assistant to the king, and had long lost her sharpness and pride. She looked at the calm and leisurely young man with a complicated look in her eyes. I'm saying if it was in the past, in the distant era, when he was as decadent as these saints, someone said these words at this moment to wake him up, to not be afraid of becoming stronger and to break through his fear, he might be able to reach the top, right? Was he the one who had dominated the longevity deist palace since ancient times? Perhaps there was a high chance of failure and being killed by his lord, but he would have no regrets in life. Why do you say that? Why are you so skilled? Good at counseling others? And NBSP, Pheasant Eye suddenly couldn't help but ask. This was the first time she had seen someone with such deep skill in opening up the Dao heart. Why was he so skilled that he could enlighten their Dao hearts? Su Ji did not say anything. This was something he was very familiar with. Medusa, Dichi, Carolyn. After all, as a spiritual mentor, he would guide them when they were mentally exhausted. As a spiritual mentor, he would comfort them, talk about their dreams, talk about their ideals, let them continue to open up an era, and write the hymn of civilization. People would get tired at some point. Gods were also humans, and there would always be times when they would doubt themselves. It was the same for the employees of big companies, who were tired and dry at work every day. They would be equipped with a counseling room for counseling, talking about their dreams and future, and asking them to continue working hard and work overtime. Su Ji did not dare to talk about other talents, but in the aspect of enlightening the Taoist heart alone, he had a 996 work system, and chicken soup was essential. He was also very familiar with it, as this was his job. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye couldn't help but ask, besides, waking up those saints won't do you any good. On the contrary, you'll only have more opponents. I only hope to see a bright future. I don't want them to forget their original intentions. Su Ji was taken aback by Pheasant Ji's words, but he still replied softly. I know clearly that every saint who can attain Dao and reach this stage must be devout in their hearts. They are the purest of Dao seekers. But in the end, they've been eroded by the wind and sand of time. I hope they can shatter their decay and return to their young hearts. I can't bear to see saints rot. The venerable sovereign said calmly, I hope they can pull themselves together. Only when geniuses come out in large numbers will it be the most stunning golden age. Only when all the geniuses of this era rise and compete with each other, competing with the most brilliant fireworks, will they live up to their lives. The players in the livestream room were instantly shocked, as if they had been struck by lightning. They were somewhat shocked by this sentence. What kind of strong belief did this sentence contain? In their eyes, the venerable sovereigns must be fighting for the power of this era, and what they said was undoubtedly a declaration of war. He didn't want them to lose their motivation to rush in. He wanted them to rise up and then suppress them all. This is the behavior of a venerable sovereign. In their days, they thought of the true meaning of a saying. Before I became a god, there were no gods in the world. Venerable sovereigns were too domineering and arrogant. They were not afraid of others competing with them at all. They even hoped that there would be a golden age and an opponent who could fight them. Right now, they were supporting and hoping that such an opponent would appear. The secluded mountain prefecture lord, the past existences, and the heroes of the present all hoped that they would bring out their strongest courage and talents to fight with him. He had once cut across many eras, allowing the common people of that era to develop as they wished. He wanted to suppress them all at their most stunning moment. This was very overbearing. But it was also the nature of venerable sovereigns. As expected of the peerless black hand that has cut through the ages. All the other existences are cowards. Only venerable sovereigns are worthy of dictating the talents of the ancient times. Venerable sovereign, we admire you completely. Even if we are enemies with the common people, we will stand on your side. We will help you defeat a major force. We will sweep through everything and be the only one who rules. The players were very excited and full of fighting spirit. And NBSP, on the other side, Pheasant Eye admitted that she had been shocked by these words. But she and the players interpreted a completely different meaning. The players thought that the venerable sovereign's words were a declaration of war, but through her previous tests, she clearly knew that the person in front of her had no ambition to compete for power. In her eyes, these words were sincere blessings for these people. They could grow up again and rise again. She hoped that there would be a golden age. This person clearly had shocking talent, but this kind of surprise and laziness was integrated into his body, giving people a strange temperament. He was a sage with a mind as transparent as glass, pure and flawless, without any ambition. He wandered the world, passing on his conjectures and knowledge to the masses, purely hoping for a prosperous era. How could there be such a pure saint in this world? To be selfless and enlighten the common people, these are the words and actions of a true sage. Rujoji was a proud person. But at this moment, she realized that perhaps following such a sage in this world, accompanying this pure and holy sage through his short life, witnessing an era, was also a journey in the world that could cleanse one's soul. Chapter 1270. Following such a pure and holy saint, living through a great era, witnessing a prosperous legend, and then witnessing his fall, it's not a bad life. Ruhi thought to herself as she looked at the handsome young man standing on the coastline, enjoying the cool breeze. If such a person was ambitious, he could see a corner of the future. They would have the opportunity to become a hero and compete for hegemony in the Golden Age, ruling a powerful family. The longevity deist palace would also support them in secret to compete for the leading role of this era. After all, vindicating a universe node in an era required several existences to vindicate the Deo rules. It was impossible for one person to vindicate everything. Just like the multiverse and the severing of one's lifespan, it supported a few saints to join forces to vindicate the rules of Deo. Each person vindicated a direction. However, how could the longevity deist palace support you out of thin air and make you the new protagonist of this era? The other party will let you saints vindicate your Deo. After that, he will kill you all and take your rules of Deo. Then, he will gather them in his body. His lord was just like that. In the olden days, when someone was vindicating the laws of the lifelong realm, they would have to vindicate a fragment. After that, they would have to kill all of them and obtain the laws of the other party. After combining all of them together, they would have complete control of the laws of the universe in this aspect. It should be the same in front of him. The saints who had proven the rules of the universe would eventually be killed and gathered on one person. This was the final protagonist of the era, and it would definitely be bloody. Perhaps, he made the right choice. Pheasant G sighed softly and said, back then, the era of the longevity world erupted after the universe bridge. It was the most important node of the era, the universe. This era means that we have a long-term monopoly, and we will be able to cut through the ages. Even if the existences of the later generations were ambitious, they would eventually fall and be killed. It's better to live like this, quietly witnessing the prosperity of an era, and live a beautiful life. Although she hated that he didn't fight for it. He had originally wanted to trick the other party into vindication and fight for the era before killing him as a chicken. However, seeing how pure, kind, and without any selfish desires the other party was, he couldn't help but give up on such thoughts. He didn't want to harm the other party's life. She thought to herself, however, by doing this, he's creating opportunities for all living beings, and it's true that there will be many talents of the era, born with the trend of the universe. As long as I follow him everywhere, I'll have a chance to find the trendsetter of the era and secretly support him to vindicate Deo, to fight against those people hiding in the dark. Anyway, I'm just wandering around aimlessly. This place is a good temporary choice. At that moment, Su Ji naturally did not know what this big shot was thinking about. But no matter what he was thinking, he didn't care. Su Ji felt that there was no longer a conflict of interest between him and the other party. He was farming and making the grasslands green, while the other party was fighting to dominate the universe. These were two different things now. Hwalala. At this moment, the saints entered the seaweed universe one by one. The seaweed universe ship that was originally uninhabited rapidly grew. This universe is extremely huge. It's much better than the trilobites universe. These saints were very excited when they entered. The opportunities they had now were much better than the cosmic ships driven by the multi-dimensional saints. Very quickly, they reached an agreement. Su Ji would support the growth of the reincarnations of the saints in their universe, while they would support the growth of Su Ji's reincarnations in that great universe. This universe had a strict hierarchy and a monopoly. But now that Su Ji had directly taken care of these upper-class classes, he had achieved it in an instant. This business deal is not bad. Su Ji narrowed his eyes. He thought that he had made a huge profit. After all, the cost of this seaweed universe was not high, and they had even been dragged into this big ship. It was a double loss. However, the other party also felt that he had profited. It was a win-win situation for both sides. Very soon, Su Ji could feel his body in this universe. He had already started cultivating and could not be bothered with it. Multi-dimensional saints have their own multi-dimensional perspective of the universe. They are indeed worthy of being the highest level of combat power in the universe. Hwalala. After leaving this great universe, Su Ji intended to continue his journey. Our journey is in the Chaos Sea. Su Ji said to the saints who had just entered, to explore the ancient ruins of the Chaos Sea, dive into the deep sea, and look for new creatures. I personally think it might not be just these two types of creatures. The surrounding saints nodded with excited expressions. Pheasant Ji looked at this scene and eventually shook her head and sighed. You're really a good person. The other multi-dimensional sages returned in their cosmic ships and didn't want these ordinary saints because they were indeed old. At the same time, they will nurture their own 10th level offspring, who are young, radical, and trustworthy. They are the best choice. These ordinary saints were basically abandoned in the new era. They had already reached their limits and dug out all their potential. They were old and rigid, so they were definitely not as good as young geniuses with unlimited potential who could create new possibilities and open up new paths. No one was willing to pay attention to them. But in the end, they are still heroes of the same era. I hope they can live a second life. The venerable sovereign looked at the saints who were slowly entering the universe. Moreover, I'm used to being carefree. I'm happy to let them rule this universe. I don't like to fight either. It's great for us to pursue Dao and ideals together. Su Ji thought about it for a moment and quickly stopped caring. Hwalala. The ship sailed quickly and fell into the deep sea, disappearing into the fog. More than 200 years had passed, and they were already on the route to another parallel universe. Over the past 200 years, almost all of the 50 or so universes that Su Ji had cast out had a master. They floated in the vast sea of chaos, and at the same time, each universe was showing signs of differentiation. The trilobites universe had turned into various insect branches, such as sea scorpions, sea centipedes. All sorts of crusty insects evolved under Dao vindication. As for the seaweed universe, there were also seaweed, kelp, and seaweed. There were all sorts of branches. However, their numbers were pitifully small in the Chaos Sea. However, Su Ji had no intention of reproducing these two types of universes. This number was more or less enough, so he decided to project them into a new universe. Su Ji was wandering around the spaceship on one side, while on the other side, he was releasing the conch universe that had been released for some time, as well as the newly released spinefish universe. The four basic species of the ocean, insects, grass, snails, and fish, formed the food chain of the Chaos Sea. These days are so leisurely. Su Ji sat on the sea, enjoying the sea breeze. All of a sudden, a huge, thick shadow floated under the coastline, and the entire ship was in a panic. What kind of creature is that? Su Ji's eyelids flickered. It was the conch universe, which had finally been discovered. Chapter 1271. Hwalala. In the vast ocean of chaos, a shadow covered the distance. An invisible storm shook the ship, and the saints on the deck were all shocked. What is this? It doesn't look like a trilobites. They lived on the deck, which was outside the chaos heavens of this universe. This was where the saints lived. Inside the seaweed universe was a vast world with complete laws. This universe is extremely vast. If it's a miniature universe like the trilobites, it'll be the most dangerous. However, we shouldn't be afraid. Quickly dive down and chase them. It's a conch. A cry of surprise could be heard, as if a biologist had discovered a new species. He was extremely excited. It's actually new species. And NBSP, Pheasant Age frowned slightly and said, they've gone to pursue it. If they can move in, they might be able to control a second small universe. By then, I won't be relying on this seaweed universe. So what? Su Ji said calmly. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye was a little speechless. He can kick you away, she reminded. He can also pilot the new universe and travel around. Su Ji, however, continued to shake his head. He sipped his tea and ate some fruit, looking very relaxed. I'm most afraid that they have no ambitions and have completely solidified their beliefs. It's pretty good now. The future era will definitely be the era of the heavens and realms. 129,600 cosmoses. Every sage can vindicate a body within them. If the 9 great cosmoses are added, the highest number is 129,609 selves. The bodies of the 9 saints in the 9 universes are important. However, the bodies of the other small heavens were also extremely important. In the future, when there are enough bodies in the universe, they will be almost undying. Su Ji put down his teacup, saw the general trend, and explained it to Rugeo. Rugeo Ji nodded, knowing that this was indeed the case. There used to be 9, but now there are so many, how are you going to kill them? They couldn't be killed. At the same time, her heart was in turmoil as she thought to herself, this way, it'll be difficult to kill some existences. The longevity Dao Palace's absolute control over the entire multiverse will be reduced to freezing point. Originally, they controlled 9 universes. No matter where the other party was, they could kill him. The so-called saints were just the waves of an era, insignificant. But now, the chaos sea was too vast. Countless heavens and universes were floating in it, like countless small islands outside the 9 great continents. It was very difficult to kill the other party. The more Pheasant Ji thought about it, the more shocked she became. He felt that the times were a little scary. This situation had caused an irreversible disaster to them. Whoosh! As they were talking, they had already approached the Conch universe. The 2 universes collided with each other. The saints passed through the membrane like 2 cell walls and entered. I'm the first one. I'm the first one. Countless sages fought for the position of God in this universe. They wanted to vindicate their Dao here and occupy a seat of the Dao. Pheasant Ji's brows furrowed even more. Soon, the Conch universe was under their control. They discovered a terrifying place. This was an omnivorous universe, and at the same time, it was an amphibian universe. Amphibian. What did this mean? As long as the rules of the great Dao of this universe were completed and this universe entered its mature stage, there would be a possibility of climbing ashore for a short time and onto the beach. The Conch means that we have the possibility of climbing ashore. This was too shocking. Time flew by, and another 100 years passed. As a power that controlled 2 universes at the same time, they were gradually becoming famous in this chaotic ocean. The saints had divided the chaotic ocean into 4 oceans. However, in this East Sea Ocean, under Su Ji's suggestion, they were given the name of Old Sage Whitebeard. They claimed to be old men from the old era, old but strong. They wanted to board the great ship of the new era and even left a taboo name for themselves. I have a bright pearl that has been locked away by dust for a long time. Now the dust is all gone, and the light shines through the 10,000 flowers of the Green Mountain. Heroic. Domineering. These saints from the old era had made a name for themselves in the Eastern Sea. At this time, the entire seaweed universe gradually gained sentience with the completion of the saints and the completion of the rules of the great Dao Atlas. You. They are my people. I am the will of the great path. Develop the universe, I fight for the fate of the great Dao, and annex other heavens and worlds. The will of the great path was finally born. All the saints were happy and complicated at the same time. They were naturally happy that the universe had been perfected and become stronger, but they were complicated because the universe had developed its own intelligence. From then on, as the saints of this universe, they had to act according to the will of the universe. Another 100 years passed. The chaos era of the 4 seas had completely erupted. The chaos sea was full of vitality and species. All kinds of unimaginable deep-sea giant beasts bobbed up and down in it. As for the major forces, Medusa, Dichi, Caroline, the 3 pillar gods. They had established their reputations on this land. They had improved their bloodline and their battle prowess was earth-shattering. They had subdued many saints and made a name for themselves. On the other side, the Calamity fleet under Zhang Yaling's control also galloped across the 9 multiverse universes, constantly invading the coastal areas. They turned into immortal burning calamities, plundering resources, and calling themselves pirates. As long as the sage doesn't die, the great Dao won't stop. I steal for the sage. That was what the pirate called himself. At this moment, in the Chaos Sea, all life is equal. Dichi stood on the deck with his hands behind his back. So what if the multi-dimensional saints are extremely powerful in the great cosmos? In this place, it was a competition of the Dao vindication ability of the small heaven universes that each of them had mastered. It was a competition of true power. Everyone has mastered the most powerful laws of the universe. It depends on how talented you are and how you use it. When 2 universe ships collided, not only did they have to compare the size of the other's universe, they also had to see their own talents and Dao vindication rules. This was a true test of wisdom. On the other side, it was a universe that was more than 10 times larger than the seaweed universe on Su Ji's side. Caroline smiled. I finally succeeded. I'm the god of creation. I'm the god of creation now. She had used a new, improved bloodline, a combination of demon cores, the whole clan, and the 9 revolutions bloodline to merge the spiritual universe in her mind with the seaweed universe. She had completely walked out of the cultivation system of the god of creation and replaced the universe as the will of birth. If word got out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. To replace the will of the universe, to completely control the universe, to become the heavenly Deo of this universe, to become the god of creation, how amazing was that? All the saints in the Chaos Sea who were still exploring would be greatly shocked. And this was just a technique. It could be said to be a technique to seize the universe. It was the path of the god of creation, replacing the wisdom of the universe. At this moment, the 3 pillar gods were in the same state as Caroline. This was because the magic nucleus race's 9 revolutions combined bloodline was an improved fusion between them and Caroline. However, the emphasis was different. Caroline focused on the entire race, while they focused on magic nuclei. We have also become the heavenly Deo of this universe. The 3 pillar gods were very calm. The rules of this universe have been completely specialized. The world lines of the past and the future, as well as fate, are all in our hands. This was the greatest opportunity for them. They came at the right time. Previously, in order to become a multi-dimensional sage, not only did they need to be shockingly talented, but they also needed to accumulate experience and planning over a long period of time before they could sneak into one cosmos after another. Every UN universe required countless years before they could succeed. But now? However, it was the greatest opportunity to become a multi-dimensional sage. As ordinary saints of the younger generation, they had just caught up to the best era. There was no need to stagnate. They had directly stepped onto the high-speed train of the era and were moving toward a multi-dimensional direction. But is that really the case? Did they just happen to be in the best era? Su Ji was still sitting in his chair. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he looked at the excited old crew members and Pheasant Ji, who was watching from the side. He sipped his tea lightly and looked at ease. It's not Dichi and the others. They just happened to be in the best era. It's just that when they just arrived at this realm, I opened up a new era for them, built a spaceship, and opened up various sea routes. It's to allow them to quickly corroborate their Deo as multi-dimensional sages, that's all. In his days, Su Ji recalled his promise to Caroline and the others in the distant past, realms were opened up by people. If he didn't fall, he would definitely open up a new future for them. After all, without them, Su Ji would not have been able to create the universe he was in today. He had developed all sorts of heaven-defying abilities. It looks like they're having lot of fun and are now multidimensional, however, they were not surprised. It was only natural. To them, the changes in the previous eras were too exaggerated. They had also opened up the previous realms with their own hands and were used to it. In their eyes, it was just another drastic change in the era. After all, they know about the god of creation, and they are used to it. Su Ji sat on the deck with his head in his hands, fishing. He looked at Pheasant H, who was looking at the Chaos Sea in deep thought with a shocked expression. On the other hand, she's really making a fuss. It seems. It's no different from the development of the other supernatural sandbox worlds. Chapter 1272. However, is this person really the ancient existence that defeated all the Zerg empresses? Su Ji was very calm as he stretched lazily. After seeing the real face, he did not feel anything special. Perhaps it was because he lacked a sense of respect in his heart. This was because he had met even more ancient and great universe saints like Yumang and Lady B, so he was more ambitious. At the very least, the other party did not start a fight. They had hidden well and had entered the world to study in secret. Even Dichi and the others might not be able to defeat him if they were to fight. Even if all 5 of these new bloodlines were to combine perfectly, it would still be insufficient to defeat him. Only Medusa, who is the strongest in the late stage, has a chance of winning. It seems that life really has infinite possibilities. It is because of Medusa, the evil god, that a creature with countless gene slots can achieve this miracle. Su Ji shook his head. Medusa, Heaven's Path Piano, Alchemy Factory. When these creatures came together, the chemical reaction they caused was too heaven-defying. Su Ji's expression remained relaxed. Rujeoji, on the other hand, was extremely busy. She was still calculating the era and studying the Deo vindication process of the saints. With her knowledge and experience, she had perfectly collected the data of their Deo vindication here and observed them in secret. What she saw was extremely terrifying. What do you think? From time to time, Pheasant Ji would even ask for Su Ji's opinion. After all, creatures of the new era were very young, and their perspectives would be different from hers. Su Ji, on the other hand, spoke his mind honestly and did not hide anything. Both sides benefited greatly from the exchange. Not only did Pheasant Ji learn a lot from Su Ji, who was the person who understood the times the most, but Su Ji had also learned a lot from her. Our longevity Dao Palace's control over the universe will probably drop to the freezing point. After a few more years, Pheasant Ji finally understood the situation. Although the 9 great cosmoses are still under our absolute control, if the other party is impudent and kills the bodies of the saints of the other party's 9 great cosmoses, the other party's body will be completely damaged and they will never be able to come ashore again. After all, they can only live once in each universe. They can only hide in the Chaos Sea and the small heaven universes in the future. They are not a threat. The other party is still alive. In the future, the 9 great continents and universes would be the center, surrounded by countless small heavens. In this case, at the end of the Great Dao, the sages are almost immortal and cannot be killed. We can only wait for them to die of old age and be assimilated by the Great Dao. In the future, saints would truly be undying and imperishable in a certain sense. This was undoubtedly a way to complete and vindicate the laws of the next universe in the future, and a strengthening of the 10th level. In the future, they could only wait for them to slowly die of old age. As long as the saints were careful, they would almost all die of old age. However, what did the longevity Daoist palace have to fear? They had attained Dao and lived long lives. How could these floating existences compare to them in terms of lifespan? So be it if they die of old age, just let them die of old age. However, it's also very troublesome. This, I'm afraid it's the scheme of that mysterious ancient civilization. They left behind the monument inscription for their descendants to obtain and use this to attack us. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye took a deep breath. She felt that it was more troublesome than she had imagined. There was a slight chance that she would be countered. A 1% chance. Even though it was very low, it was enough to make her feel the vibration. Furthermore, if the other party can really control this era, the world will change completely. We control 9 great continents of the parallel universe, Pheasant Age said in a low voice. The other party controls 129,600 heavens. Both sides each control a part of the territory, but they can actually stand up to us. She kept thinking, and at the same time, on the deck, she kept writing down these words and recording them. Whoosh! She gently flicked her finger. A light spot fell into the water and entered the depths of the Chaos Sea. In the Longevity Daoist Palace. I've already sent a letter. Several ancient existences sat cross-legged, and they slowly opened their eyes. The Pheasant period, agile and intelligent, good at communication and investigation, able to tell lies, best at investigating the era. Now that a few hours have passed, I have a basic understanding of this universe era. Several hundred years had passed in the high-dimensional space-time, but only a few hours had passed for them. For the sake of longevity, those who lived in the longevity world naturally wouldn't allow themselves to enter the higher dimension. In fact, they even had to go into deep sleep to reduce the dullness of the long years. Whoosh! A ball of paper slowly unfurled and turned into a white waterfall of paper. It hung in the air, and on it was written what he had seen and heard about this era. So this is how this era is. It might really be a meteor shower. That's strange. Wait a minute. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that we can't control the 129,600 heavens and realms outside, even though we're the foundation of the 9 multi-Yuan universes and have an invincible aura? The ancient saints from the supreme ancient immortal realms frowned more and more. In the end, they were all shocked. In the end, the entire ancient Dao Palace began to engage in heated discussions, welcoming an unprecedented level of urgency and communication. Existences analyzed one after another, discussing their views and deducing the future possibilities of the era. Soon, while the people below were conversing, the ancient and mysterious existence above opened his eyes slightly and grabbed at the void. He reached out and took out a pen and paper. During the Rujao era, you summarized what you saw and heard in this era. I'm surprised when you described it all the way. That venerable sovereign saw the general trend of the world but did not have any desire. He's a strange person. You have seen through the general trend and have already understood 70–80% of it. However, there are some things that you have not seen far enough. Even I am shocked by the general trend of the world. It is a great change that has never happened before. I've told you before that the structure of the universe is divided into 3 stages. The first was the primal chaos innate universe. This stage is when the laws are first set, the sentient life forms, and the sentient universe. Secondly, the post-celestial longevity universe. After the birth of the life forms, after the birth of the universe, during the flourishing age of the universe bridge, during the flourishing age of the longevity world, and so on, we're all at this stage. The third evolution was a perfected Great Dao universe. I have mentioned to all of you before this stage. In the post-celestial era, after a long period of accumulation, the Great Dao will finally be completed. The common people of the longevity world will sneak into the future and enter the age of Vipralopa. The 10th level gate will be sealed, and the oddity Daoist gate will be opened soon. On the deck, against the sea breeze, Su Ji sipped his tea indifferently at the side. Pheasant Ji, on the other hand, read the reply from the ancient existence and her heart trembled violently. Level 11. He only felt the world spinning around him. An emotion that had been suppressed for hundreds of millions of years suddenly burst out like a tsunami, a storm, and a rainstorm. It was the final era that he had been waiting for countless years. Was it coming? The universe would enter the era of great perfection, the twilight era of the end of Dharma? The evening of the sages? Su Ji took a sip of tea and was surprised. He said, "This person, why is he so flustered? How is this possible? Didn't they say that the seats of the Great Dao were full, and the saints still needed to be completed before they would appear? Moreover, the longevity Daoist palace has searched for countless years, but we haven't found a way to avoid the twilight of the saints in the Dharma ending age." She quickly continued reading. Chapter 1273. Why is this person becoming more and more dazed? Su Ji looked at Pheasant Ji, who was beside him, and sipped his tea with a speechless expression. Rujao Ji was extremely shocked. Even if they could live to the distant future and arrive at the age of chaos on the ship of longevity, they were also faced with a desperate and difficult problem. The dusk of the saints. Not only would the saints of the entire 9 Yuan universe have to face the twilight of the gods, but ancient existences like them would not be spared either. What was the sunset of the sages? When the last trace of incomplete nomological rules in the universe were completely filled up, it also meant that the universe was completely perfect and flawless. There was no need for saints to fill in the nomological rules. The door of a level 10 saint. It was completely shut down. Level 10 saints would also fall. The order of the Great Dao of heaven and earth would be perfected, and they would be directly reduced to level 9 Dao cultivators. At that time, the highest level of power in the universe would be level 9. However, the 9th rank was only the beginning. Level 9 would quickly fall to level 8. Because of the completion of the Great Dao, even a rank 9 Dao cultivator like you could no longer distort the rules of the universe. Only incomplete and flawed laws could be distorted. This was a simple logic. Only this perfect vase has holes and gaps. Only through these gaps can the rules of the universe be distorted. Pheasant Ji said softly, "In that case, can we deliberately leave behind the last crack so that the last saint will not vindicate his Dao?" This is impossible. If you told him not to vindicate Dao, he wouldn't vindicate Dao? Who would care about the flood that would follow? The best choice was to become a saint and live his life as a saint. The longevity Daoist palace had no way of stopping them. It was unrealistic to monitor the entire universe and not let all the rank 9 Dao achieving cultivators vindicate Dao. It was impossible to do such a level of monitoring. The universe's explosion, growth, and Dharma ending age were almost inevitable processes of the universe's growth. No one could interfere or change them. During the sad twilight era, level 8 gods were already the top giants in the universe, and they could only be the strongest on the planet. Even crossing the universe was extremely difficult. Even though the ancient existences of the longevity Daoist palace had solved the first problem of smuggling, they had not thought of any way to preserve their power during the age of chaos. If he wasn't a level 10 saint, how could he jump 2 levels and pry open the door to level 11 with his pathetic level 8 god power? Only level 10 could break through to level 11. But level 10? And it definitely did not exist. Just as Yi Mang had said all those years ago, level 11 was a paradox of the universe that was far away from nothingness. He had to overcome several impossible common sense before he could see the final door. How can they come so quickly? Right now, only 6 levels of the seats for the universe Great Dao had been filled, and there was still a large number of vacancies. Moreover, if they really come so quickly, we can only wait for death before we find a way. Pheasant Ji had goosebumps. With the arrival of the Dharma ending age, they could only fall to the level of gods, completely failing at the last step. Your Highness, what did you see? She could only continue to read the letter. The atlases of the great Dao of the 9 universes only allows 9 people to vindicate Dao. Therefore, there are only 10 seats in the final chaotic deity position. 10 was the extreme. And 11 was the transcendence. These final chaotic existences were the true essence of the universe. They returned to the singularity according to the perfect map of the great Dao and cultivated the origin of the great Dao. They could transcend the destruction and birth of the universe and live to the next era of the universe. Their power would not be destroyed, and they would become true sages and be completely immortal. I've brought the 9 of you to this point of immortality, and I've promised you a seat each. Ruhi did not say anything. This was the reason why they were so loyal. The 9 people who were loyal to each other would each have a final seat, corresponding to each cosmos. Level 10 cultivators only cultivated the fake Dao of the universe, and they would be useless if they left the universe. Level 11 was transcendence, where they cultivated the singular point of the universe, the singular point of the great Dao condensed by all the rules, and the only origin of truth. The endless laws of the universe that the singularity of the great Dao had split into were all fake. It could only be applied to this universe. The source of the oddity was the real thing. No matter how the universe exploded or collapsed, their power was still real and could be used in any cosmos epoch. The age of chaos and the twilight of the saints was also coming. This was the future. It was an unprecedented golden age in the universe. The many saints moved and gave birth to countless 10th level offspring. The seats in the 9 Yuan universe were bound to be filled up quickly. Ruhi finally came to her senses when she saw this. There were 9 parallel universes, and the number of saints was more than 10 million. After a period of nurturing, there would be 129,600 cosmoses and millions of saints. This was the terrifying and vast universe, the golden age of the endless heavens and realms. As the saying went, the golden age was the end of the world. The era of the universe ignited all the foundations of the entire universe and bloomed the most brilliant flower of this era. His great Dao was about to reach perfection. I once predicted that the opportunity for the next universe era would be in the Chaos Ocean. The rules of the 9 Yuan universe were complete, and the Chaos Ocean would be completed in the future. However, I didn't expect it to be like this. The Chaos Cosmic Rain is far beyond my expectations. Unexpectedly, the next era, the Chaotic Sea era, was also the beginning of the Dharma ending era. The two coincided. But after thinking about it carefully, it's also fate. The general trend of the future is that once the structure of the age of chaos is opened and the era comes, I will suddenly be enlightened. You must remember the following. The way we preserve our strength in the Dharma ending age is already clear in the universe. The universe. Ruhi's heart trembled. She had already vaguely grasped it. In the future era, the 9 great cosmoses would completely mature and move towards the end of the era. At that time, the cosmos could only accommodate gods, countless ordinary civilizations, and mortals. While the 9 universes were aging, the outside world was still prosperous. They could use this opportunity to hide in the heavens and realms outside the 9 great continents before thinking of a way to return and sneak in again to corroborate the final stage of the great universe. Pheasant Age mumbled, after all, without truly sensing that Vipralopa universe, how could he have thought of a way to preserve the power of a level 10 in that universe? This is just a fantasy. We haven't thought of a way, but now, we can conduct research outside of this universe and find this possibility. However, Pheasant G also had goosebumps. If that was the case, not only her, but the other saints would also have a chance. Because this is an era that we have never seen other sages also survived in the universe. If they really want to run and hide, we won't be able to completely wipe them out and kill them all. At that time, the 129,600 sages in the 9 Dharma ending universes would definitely think of ways to study it and return to the Dharma ending universe to fight for that chaotic deity position. After all, there could only be one perfect Great Dao Atlas in a parallel universe. Only level 11 was the cultivation of the chaos singularity of the Great Dao, and one could live through one universe era after another. Otherwise, one would forever be a false Dao. Once one left the universe or the universe was destroyed, one would be nothing. Other than His Highness, there were 9 other people in the Longevity Dao Palace, each corresponding to one of the 9 parallel universes. This was their inherent seat, and now, they were also facing the possibility of being snatched. Those despicable saints! And this era was too terrifying. 40% of the future era had been condensed into this day. Millions of saints, tens of thousands of worlds, and all the foundations of the universe had been ignited. It was possible for any kind of monster to appear, and there was even a possibility of defeating her. No, they don't have the code of the Great Dao Atlas. Even if they enter the Vipralopa universe, see the perfect Great Dao tree, and find a way to retain the 10th level. I can't know the order of the atlases of the Great Dao and return to the nomological laws to return to the original path. Rujeoji suddenly consoled herself. However, she was still a little afraid. This was because she knew in her heart that the times were different now. An unprecedented era of the universe had appeared. They didn't know about the atlases because they hadn't lived from ancient times to the present. However, they might be able to find the ruins of civilizations in the Chaos Ocean. Some saints with evil intentions would write down the atlases of the Great Dao of their era and the order of the saints' seats. If the fragments could be formed, it might be possible. The probability of this happening was extremely low, but it was not impossible. The more she thought about it, the more nervous she became. She could not help but continue watching. The universe ultimately has its own destiny. No existence can be eternally high and mighty. Once upon a time, we thought that we would be immortal and invincible, but we were also driven away by the times. Our destiny was destroyed, and we descended to the mortal world to face the tribulation. This is fate, fate. The 9 of you, none of you can escape. Go and defend the 9 chaotic deity positions that should have belonged to you. In this most terrifying and brilliant trend in history, defeat the endless visitors of the Dharma ending age. Rujeoji, I'll be waiting for you at the 11th step. Chapter 1274. Pheasant G's expression suddenly became dazed after she finished reading the last paragraph. He was dazed and dazed. She had been cultivating arduously until now, crossing to the distant universe in the future, living a long life, trembling with fear, all the way to this point, only to seek transcendence. When the Longevity Dao Palace was first established, all the 9 supremes who fought to the end while bathing in blood believed that they would be immortal in the future. They believed that they would become existences of the ancient universe with fixed social classes, high above and could not be overthrown. They could not see any possibility of being overthrown. Unlimited lifespan. He was invincible. With the passage of time, it would only become stronger and more solidified. At the same time, they were destined to vindicate the chaotic deity position and know the secret code of the Great Dao Atlas. After all, there was no one else other than them. All they had to do was to solve the problems that they were going to face one by one, and find an unprecedented path to reach level 11. But why? Her pupils gradually widened. Could it be that the universe is balanced and nothing can be eternal? We thought that our eternal supremacy would be cracked as the laws of the universe become more perfect. She suddenly felt a sense of horror that made every bone in her body tremble. Yes. I should have thought of this. It's precisely because the laws of the universe are becoming more and more complete that there's an invisible balance in the world, and we will eventually collapse. It was an indescribable fear. This was a premonition that he was going to be overthrown eventually, and it was getting stronger and stronger. She turned around and looked at the young man who was still drinking tea and eating fruits on the deck. Su Ji turned around and looked at Pheasant Ji with a relaxed expression. He was a little confused. What is this guy thinking? He looks like he has lost his soul. Su Ji continued eating his fruit. The mythical story of the ancestral sorcerer Celestial Heavens. She looked at the young man in front of her and suddenly remembered this story. The great emperor of the Golden Crow, Long Hong, had given up his position and descended to the mortal world as a post-celestial life form. He disguised his identity, overthrew his old rule, and rebuilt the Heaven Court. And could he do it? The heroes of their era would hide their names and reincarnate, standing at the same starting line as if they were reincarnated. They would once again dominate the world and become the victors. But she hesitated. He might be old and haggard, but she had been with him for a long time. She had decayed and lost her courage. I'm the same as those old people. In a daze, she thought of those ordinary saints back then and their conversations. It seemed like they were talking to them back then, but wasn't it also talking to her now? That sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. This is a revolution. What is a revolution? The so-called revolution was to overthrow all the old people and let a new god take over. And you are the old gods. At that time, she had only felt a little bit about this sentence, but now it was extremely profound because she had already become that old god. If she did not rise from the ashes and go through the difficult struggle to break out of the cocoon and be reborn, her heart would always be so depressed and experienced, and she would definitely not be able to escape this great calamity. Her dazed expression suddenly became firm. She bowed to the young man who was drinking tea and said, "Thank you." Su Ji was speechless. As usual, he was drinking tea on the deck and enjoying the chaotic ocean breeze. Pheasant Eye was standing on the deck and looking at the chaos ocean in the distance. Suddenly, her expression was one of joy and laughter. She seemed to be in a trance. Then, she bowed respectfully as if she owed him a huge favor. Before Su Ji could react, Pheasant Ji asked with a complicated expression, "Do you think it's just a coincidence that geniuses walk towards mediocrity, or do geniuses inevitably become decadent mediocrity in the future as their amazing talents are exhausted?" Su Ji put down his teacup and looked at Pheasant Ji, who was pursing her lips with a complicated look of longing and a dazed look on her face. He was a little stunned. This was the first time she had such an expression. Could it be that he had seen some future? Su Ji sorted out his thoughts. In the face of this question, which was similar to that of the second female lead, he could only give the same answer: only the truth is eternal. Only the truth is eternal? And NBSP, Pheasant Eye's mind was completely shaken and she fell into a daze. Indeed, no matter how amazing a genius was, he would become the dust of history with the flow of time. If he could not transcend the universe, step into the final level 11, and achieve the eternal truth, he would also become the ashes of history, just like the mortals he once despised. She suddenly looked at the young man with envy and smiled. "I may not be walking towards the true eternal truth. Then, why have I been trembling in fear? I'm quite envious of you. I'd rather live the life I want like you, happy and carefree, living a brilliant life in the world, living the life I want to live. I want to live a second life and experience a normal life." Su Ji carefully pondered the meaning behind it. "Thank you," he said. He suddenly said. Su Ji could not understand what she was reading, but he nodded. He could tell that she was in a better mood, so he could not help but smile and say, "You weren't in a good mood before, but you're much better now." Pheasant Ji stared at Su Ji and suddenly said, "When you see that I've lost my soul, won't you take the opportunity to attack my heart? This is a good opportunity. I'm an upright gentleman, I don't take advantage of others when they're down." Su Ji said seriously. "I feel like I've been abandoned by the world, but you're still so serious." Pheasant Eye's gaze became complicated. She suddenly laughed, "Didn't you say that you wanted to be my Deo partner? I'll bring you into my universe to take a look." Su Ji had yet to react. He only felt an unprecedented force suddenly pulling Su Ji, who was on the deck. At that moment, Su Ji felt a vast power that made one feel despair. He was violently pulled into her sleeve. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a fake Deo universe. The ultra-miniature alternate fake Deo universe was a turbid white ocean. "Where is this place?" Su Ji looked around. "This is the White Sea. I am not a true cosmos. I can only walk on the primal chaos sea by borrowing this bloodline to condense a special fake Deo cosmos aura." And NBSP, Pheasant Eye slowly walked over. She seemed to have put in a lot of effort to dress up. She was wearing a beautiful and alluring long dress that accentuated her graceful figure. There was a coffee table in front of them, and the two of them sat down to drink. He didn't know what kind of wine it was, but it was extremely delicious and intoxicating. Bloodline? There is actually such a heaven-defying bloodline that can form a fake Deo universe aura. Su Ji, however, was a little surprised. This bloodline is the chaos waterproof bead? The bloodline could condense a Deo field of a fake Deo universe to isolate the chaos sea? This was a portable training ground, much better than those bulky and large universe ships. It was probably the heart's blood of a certain generation of Zerg empresses? Su Ji did not believe that such a bloodline was naturally formed. This bloodline can form the most unique and simple fake Deo universe. It does not have any combat abilities and can only allow people to swim in the primal chaos sea. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye shook her head and glanced at the man before her. Her face was red and she seemed a little tipsy. "Also, with such a beauty in front of you, you're actually studying my bloodline?" Su Ji's face was filled with shock. A beauty in front of him. It was only then that Su Ji noticed the layout of the surrounding environment. It was actually decorated with lights and streamers, just like a wedding ceremony. There was even a bed tens of thousands of meters wide in the distance with a hazy wedding dress. He was completely dumbfounded. This person is definitely up to no good. Chapter 1275. Su Ji's eyes darted around, but he could not find a way out. This mortal, Pheasant Ji was embarrassed and angry. This person was really a lump. He had been pursuing her before, but now he didn't have the guts. However, she was not angry. In front of her was an unimaginably pure and holy saint. He had no selfish motives and taught the common people. These were the words and actions of a true saint. It was also because of this that she had always admired him. One had to know that it was an unimaginable opportunity for an immortal to descend to the mortal world and be willing to become Deo companions with a mortal. If it was before, it would be impossible. Over the long years, it wasn't that she hadn't been moved. She had been moved many times. She didn't know how many geniuses and heroes she had seen had also moved her heart. However, she knew in her heart that immortals and mortals were different. The other party would definitely die of old age, and she would only be adding to the pain. Now that she might not be able to live to the next era, she was easily moved. The way this young man spoke and his talents had also unraveled the knot in her heart. She was indeed moved. And it was enough for him to be a little tempted. Since he might not be able to live to the future, he might as well live this life in a grand manner. Senior, since you're not a universe, you must be an unimaginable multi-dimensional sage. Our lifespans might be slightly different, and there might be a generation gap. Su Ji took a step back and said seriously. Senior? Pheasant Ji was completely stunned. Was he looking down on her for being old? It was already an unprecedented thing for her to take the initiative, but someone actually despised her for being old? To the ancient saints, age was no longer important. What was going on with the thoughts of this saint? He was not a saint. Pheasant Ji smiled, her stiff lips twitching as she gently said, I'm only 7.62 million years old this year. To a multi-dimensional sage who has a lifespan of 90 million years, I'm just a young girl who has just come of age. You're a multi-dimensional sage and have probably vindicated your Deo in 2 or 3 universes. Your lifespan is usually at least 20 million years. 20 million years old was already one of the younger ones among the multi-dimensional sages. Rujeoji had already forgotten about the direction of youth. Most of the multi-dimensional sages were around 4,000 to 5 million years old. The lifespan of an ordinary saint was only a few million years. One could see the huge difference. You're only 7 million years old. Su Ji was stunned. This person was actually younger than the 9-headed ancient mother? You're an old monster that's more than 10 billion years old. I'm guessing that many generations of Zerg empresses were killed by you. It doesn't mean that the older you are, the stronger your combat power is. Pheasant Eye drank as she walked over and sat down. Her shoulder-length hair gave off a refreshing fragrance as she explained, my situation is special. I can vindicate the 9 Yuan universe at the same time. I was already a 9 Yuan multi-dimensional sage when I was 13,000 years old. Su Ji was dumbfounded. 13,000 years old and becoming a saint, wasn't that the age of Dichi? However, Dichi was still a little young to break through. He was only 12,000 years old. A person as fierce as Dichi. In reality, the aptitudes of Carolyn and the 3 pillar gods were a bit inferior. They weren't saints in the great cosmos yet, but they had become saints in the small cosmos in the ocean. In the great cosmos, it would take 10,000 to 20,000 years to succeed and complete the 10th level. After all, a rank 9 Deo cultivator would live for 100,000 years. It was already shocking enough for him to finish it Indiana 20000 or even 3 years. 10,000 years old was equivalent to a teenager who had broken through to become a young saint. As for Carolyn and the others, they were one level lower, equivalent to saints in their 20s or 30s. Su Ji muttered to himself, this is also an ancient young saint, on the same level as Dichi. In other words, the people in the Longevity Deo Palace were all monsters like Dichi. This Rujeoji before us, I'm afraid he also possesses some kind of heaven-defying talent similar to Dichi. Su Ji felt that he could not afford to offend him. The other party's members are all on the same level as Dichi. Then, the true master of the other party, isn't he? Su Ji could not imagine how monstrous he was. Ever since he had given birth, he had only had one Dichi. There was no one else. Almost all of them were geniuses who were one grade lower, such as Carolyn and Medusa. However, there was not an absolute gap. After all, geniuses who worked hard also had the opportunity to catch up, such as Medusa, the most ruthless person. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Ruhi shook her head. There's no need for me to lie to you. I'm really younger than you. I'm only over 7 million years old and I'm already a multi-dimensional sage. I can overturn the entire universe by myself. My legacy is very ancient. They were born to investigate the drastic changes of this era. She was a saint from the Universe Bridge era. At that time, the universe was interconnected and most saints had 9 eons to vindicate their Deo. Geniuses had all attained their Deo in about 10,000 years and branch out through to Saint Indiana 30000 years. Once he broke through, he would be the highest 9 yuan sage. And she was one of the strongest of that era. In more than 10,000 years, she was already standing at the top of the universe. For the next few million years, she was constantly in battle, establishing the lifelong realm. After that, her lifespan was fixed and she had been in a deep sleep in the lifelong realm, only waking up when there was an important matter. The lifelong realm was a place where one snuck into the distant future and didn't truly live through such a long time. Over the past 10 billion years, the total time she had been awake was only a little more than 100,000 years. She was only 6 million years old now. This was also the reason why she was arrogant and superior. The future era was too poor and backward. You aren't a cosmos. I'm going to take an entire cosmos as my Deo companion, Su Ji said seriously. Ruhi was dumbfounded. This was the first time she had seen someone so tough. I'm not the universe, I'm just an individual life form. However, I'm younger than you and I'm a 9th-dimensional saint at perfection. I should be worthy of you, right? Besides, I'm not married. There's no woman in this world who's better off than me. Pheasant Ji's eyes were like silk as she leaned into Su Ji's arms and drank. With the warm jade in his arms, Su Ji's heart also burned with anger. You're just letting your emotions affect your decisions. Su Ji suddenly said. Yes, I am very angry. I don't know what I've been doing all this time, I only have 80 million years left. I might die soon. Pheasant Eye's voice suddenly fell silent. Her voice was cold and mixed with bitterness. The others couldn't understand what she was saying. After all, this was the lifespan of an ordinary multi-dimensional sage. She was still a child and had more than 80 million years of life left. They didn't know what she was worried about. But Su Ji seemed to have sensed something. Su Ji was silent for a moment. He was not an upright gentleman. Anyway, he would not be at a disadvantage. Since there was a way to avenge the Zerg empresses of the past generations, Su Ji could not be bothered with it and just picked her up. Chapter 1276. Several years passed. Ruhi seemed to have finally come to her senses. She put on her clothes again, but the soft and smooth skin on her neck and face still had a rose-colored blush. She stood up elegantly, stretched, and chuckled. This kind of life seems pretty good. I don't have to think about the consequences. I can live my second life as brilliantly as a summer flower. The depression in my heart has completely opened up. We can become Deo companions and take a boat to travel the world. Su Ji turned his head slightly and recalled the scene just now. He still felt that it was a little bizarre. She looked at Su Ji and asked in a lazy voice, "What's wrong? Husband? We're newlyweds, it's time to get up." Pheasant Ji's gentle voice sounded like a newly wedded wife. Su Ji still had some doubts about life. Su Ji accompanied Pheasant Ji and left her White Sea bloodline in a daze. They returned to the deck of the seaweed universe and enjoyed the sea breeze. At the side, some saints were surprised. They seemed to have sensed something, but they didn't say anything. "Don't look like you're a coward. You're too weak." The two of them sat at the edge of the deck. Pheasant Ji was like a newly wedded wife, very gentle. She nudged him and smiled. "I've really suffered a great loss by marrying you. You're much weaker than I imagined." Bai Hai was the final bloodline of the 9 Yuan sage. He could project the laws of every universe. "I originally thought that you were a multi-dimensional sage. Who knew that you were just an ordinary one-dimensional sage who had only mastered the laws of a universe? I'm really at a loss." Su Ji did not say anything. He had not used any great cosmos cultivation techniques. Otherwise, you can even give birth to an entire universe. Pheasant Eye was still rambling on. "It's a good thing that I'm careful. We're only temporary projections of laws here. I didn't have a multi-dimensional sage who had descended from the 9 dimensions. Otherwise, you would have been shaken to death by me." Pheasant Eye laughed and shook her head. With a serious expression, she said, "However, although we are not the original bodies, we can be considered as Deo companions. Tell me which universe your original body is vindicating Deo in. The saint body of my universe will go to find you and our original bodies will get married again. We can't count our clones now. Our main bodies are officially. Su Ji could not help but sigh with emotion. The multi-dimensional sage was indeed special. Each of the 9 universes had a body. If he was going to look for the venerable sovereign in his universe, his body would not be able to withstand it. At the same time, he didn't dare to. Everyone in the chaos ocean of the multiverse descended with their incarnations, so they naturally couldn't tell. If they saw a venerable sovereign, they might be able to tell that it was an avatar, which would be a little troublesome. In Ruhi's eyes, she might not care about any secret I have because she's too strong. She doesn't care about any so-called big secret, however, Su Ji knew that some of his secrets could not be revealed. Su Ji could vaguely guess that to pheasant age, she might really be looking for a home, a husband, and a normal life. Regardless of whether she could survive the final battle or not, there would be no regrets left in this era. At the same time, she also wanted to use such a fresh method to wake up her rotten, dormant heart and make herself alive again. To a strong man, having someone he loves and someone he cares about would become a weakness in his Deo heart, but it would also arouse his fighting spirit. As for Su Ji, he asked himself honestly. They had not known each other for a long time, so he definitely did not have much true love for Ruhi. However, she was still considered his woman. After all, she was a peerless genius like Dichi. Regardless of the god of creation. At the very least, she was a cultivation partner of a venerable sovereign. With this identity of his, he had entered the world to undergo tribulations and walk in this prosperous world. Perhaps it was not bad for things to develop like this now. He had a companion who was an ancient saint with a mysterious identity. Oh right, Rujeo era, what does the multi-dimensional sage's personal visit mean? Su Ji pulled Pheasant Ji into his arms without hesitation and suddenly asked, multi-dimensional sage, isn't that just a concept? It refers to the 9 selves of the 9 universes. 9 versions of myself can merge to become a multi-dimensional sage. Pheasant Ji seemed to have completely forgotten her true identity and had completely fallen into the mortal world. The little girl sitting in Su Ji's arms shook her head with a smile and explained, it's only natural that you don't know. Most of the multi-dimensional sages don't know either. You know about the 9 stages of the multi-dimensional sage, right? Su Ji naturally knew that. When a universe became a saint, it would be 1 yuan. 2 element, 3 element. The final 9 elements. Above the 9 elemental sage, there is the 10th elemental, which is the final state of the multi-dimensional sage, Pheasant Ji said. Su Ji was shocked. Aren't there only 9 yuan universes among the 10 yuan sages? 10 eons is perfection, Pheasant Age explained patiently. It means the final form, the self of the 9 parallel universes. It can be projected into any universe at any time and can gather to form a multi-dimensional sage. In the end, when you fight, you can become one? Aren't they the 9 selves of the 9 universes? Su Ji asked again, how do I gather the power of the 9 universes at any time? The chaos sea is vast and boundless. The power of the 9 parallel universes can't be transmitted, right? Pheasant Eye smiled. That's right. Generally speaking, it can't be transmitted over. However, there is a transfer zone in the 9 yuan universe. Only those who have become a multi-dimensional perfection saint can sense it. Through this transfer zone, one can gather the power of the 9 parallel universes and become a true multi-dimensional 10 yuan saint. The 9 self-builds will increase in multiple folds. A multi-dimensional sage who has reached perfection will be able to transform into a single body. Its power was beyond one's imagination. It can be said that the difference between 9 mortals and 1 heavenly deity is enormous. Pheasant Eye smiled and said, that's why I said I married a mortal. Realization dawned on Su Ji. I see. A beautiful goddess marrying 9 mortal men at the same time. Pheasant Eye stiffened and glared at him. Suddenly, she laughed and said, there's only 1 of you now, even if you vindicate Deo 9 essence, 9 of you can't beat me. Su Ji only muttered to himself. The 9 of him had fused into a multi-dimensional sage. This was probably a complete saint that was comparable to the ancient universe. Otherwise, if the 9 of them didn't gather their power, they wouldn't be able to defeat a complete saint. No. The multi-dimensional saints of the multiverse were probably even stronger than the perfect saints of the ancient universe. They were bloodlines of perfected great Deo saints from 9 different universes fused together. Su Ji thought to himself, it seems like this is fate. The universe is growing, and the rules of the universe are indeed improving. When the universe became 9, it would be countless times more difficult to vindicate Dao. However, once he succeeded, he would become stronger. It was no wonder that in the multiverse, a perfect multi-dimensional sage was known as a fake rank 11. Then where are the transfer zones of these 9 universes? Su Ji could not help but ask. Pheasant Eye smiled. It's not a secret to begin with, so there's no harm in telling you. It's at the center of the 9 universes below. In a sense, there are not 9 universes, but 10. Su Ji was completely shocked. The information contained in this sentence was too huge and shocking. Are universes actually 10 universes? It suddenly occurred to Su Ji that the 10th universe was the realm of longevity. To become a perfect multi-dimensional sage, he had to go through the longevity world and gather all 9 of his powers before he could succeed? Su Ji was still trying to figure it out. So the lifelong realm was really inevitable. At the same time, it also took into account some of the necessary functions of the universe. Pheasant Ji did not suspect him and continued to smile. That universe is actually not the real universe. It is just a transit area for all the universes. It is not the 10th universe, but we usually call it the 10 Yuan Sage. I see. Su Ji suddenly felt that it might be a good idea to take the opportunity to get rid of Pheasant Ji. She knew too many secrets. Don't worry, I don't mind you. Rujeoji shook her head. Times have changed. In the past, there were very few 10 origin sages and true multi-dimensional sages. There were only few in an era. However, in the future, when the 9 universes were opened up, ordinary sages could also become multi-dimensional sages. They could even become 10 Yuan multi-dimensional sages. There would soon be a huge explosion. You're the same. On the contrary, I'm the one who has hidden in the mortal world. My strength is not rare anymore. Ruhi felt a little helpless. I'm fine. Su Ji consoled her, a new era has arrived. Everything has to start anew. Aren't you planning to completely abandon your concerns and start a new life? In the future, it will no longer be the multiverse, but the universe. We will walk the same path as the universe. Rujeoji nodded seriously and looked at the distant chaotic coastline. Yes, husband. The future is the universe, but this is an unprecedented path. We can only see a corner of it, but we can't see the future. I only know the rules of the multiverse, but I can't see how the future will develop. Chapter 1277. Hwalala. The chaotic ocean wind kept blowing, welcoming the hazy mist as the vast universe continent sailed into the distance. Indeed, the two of us can't see the distant future of the universe or what it's like. Su Ji held Pheasant Ji in his arms gently. She was soft and smooth. His nose twitched as he sniffed the fragrance of a young girl in his arms. The soft body of the most powerful saint in the 10 Yuan multidimensional universe was a little refreshing. Don't touch me. Are you doubting your life again? Ji rolled her eyes charmingly. The chaos sea in the distance rose and fell as she lay in Su Ji's arms. She laughed with emotion and said, we can only think of a way to transcend. Let's deduce the general trend together. This is a world of great conflict. It's so terrifying that I can't imagine it. I'll do my best and leave it to fate. And NBSP, after all, in Pheasant Eye's eyes, even though her Dao partner was extremely talented and her way of speaking and her view of the future were very advanced, making her a good match for her, her personality was too indifferent and idle. He still had to rely on himself to protect him, observe the general trend of the future together, work hard together, and resist the vast waves of the times. That's right. We can only do our best, listen to fate, and listen to the orders of the universe. After all, the universe is too vast, and the power of nature is too great. Su Ji, however, laughed in a carefree manner. The saints are setting rules and standards for the future structure of the universe in every era and era. They are bringing good fortune to the mortals and the common people. You seem to be high and mighty, but you're also a member of the torrent of history. It was just like on Earth. More than 20 years ago, people had to wait a long time to get on the internet. One could imagine that 20 years later, there was Wi-Fi everywhere, electronic payment, and delivery systems. And if you look at the past 20 years from the perspective of the future, you feel that it is the inevitable era of the historical internet development and that there is nothing amazing about it. Then, how about you think about the general trend of the Earth 20 years later? What would the situation be like 20 years later? Mechanical robots? An era without money? AI? Do we still need the Wi-Fi? What's the function of a phone? At that moment, Su Ji looked at the coastline. The vast torrent of history was rolling in. He closed his eyes and said, "We are like the mortals on a planet. We can't even see the next 20 years of an ordinary planet, let alone an entire universe." This was not a game. It was an extremely hard reality. As a saint, was he cultivating step by step like those in novels? Comparing cultivation speed and magic treasures? No, it was too complicated. You had to deduce everything, the extraordinary system, the future saints' structure, the current of the times. The saints of each era were all creating rules and systems that had never been seen before. You're asking Su Ji to guess the era. Before this, he had indeed stood from a god's perspective and guessed that after the era of the universe bridge, it would be the era of hegemony for the lifelong realm. However, he could not guess the details. For example, the exact location of the lifelong realm, how to vindicate his Deo. It was just like how it did not know about the multiverse at all before it saw Lady B vindicate Deo. It actually used a jet method to tear apart the plates and the formation of black holes. The longevity world was actually related to the 10 Yuan Sage. It was used as a transfer station to make up for the flaws of the multiverse, allowing the sages from the era of the universe's division to become one again. All of this, if Rujoji didn't say it now, would he be able to guess at the background of the lifelong realm? I can't guess. However, now that I think about it, the longevity world described by the Pheasant Age is a necessity in history. It must have developed in this way to complete the laws of the universe. Su Ji laughed in his heart and thought, but even if I can't guess, I can still deduce the next era. Since I can predict the text of history in the past, why can't I predict the future of the present universe? Whoever could see the general trend of the times created heroes, and whoever could control the future. Hwalala. The sea breeze was still cold. Pheasant Age looked at the saints in the distance. This is our first batch of people. Among the 10,000 worlds, we also want to build our own multiverse power. We have 129,600 universes. To compete for the era, we have to at least control the ruling authority of a few hundred universes, right? The corners of Su Ji's mouth curled up slightly. Don't worry. We'll continue to deduce the future. Perhaps we'll find a corner of the future. We'll seize the initiative and let them eat the dust behind. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye nodded and smiled. We do have to start working hard. She looked at the saints around her with a sharp gaze. Saints, leave the chaos heavens and return to the universe. We will let the seaweed universe dive to the bottom to explore some ruins. Yes. Yes. The saints nodded. In the distance, the big octopus's live broadcast room also exploded. Too ruthless. Worthy of being a venerable sovereign. He actually took it down. Looking at her cute appearance, I can't imagine that she's a mysterious existence comparable to the ancient gods. This disciple of the venerable sovereign is really good at picking up girls. He managed to get his master's old grandmother, Envy. Wow! The overbearing and domineering aura of the venerable sovereigns has infected the other party. 2333. Sister's youth is gone. My venerable sovereign husband actually found a Deo companion. Whew! The players exploded. The Supreme Emperor used to be the idol of the whole nation. He had many figurines, merchandise, and posters. He was the overbearing president that countless young girls dreamed of. But now, there was a couple, which made them heartbroken. On the contrary, some male netizens secretly gave a thumbs up. The venerable sovereign was indeed a venerable sovereign. He was domineering, confident, and heroic. He was a hero of the ages. Even this unknown ancient existence was captured and put at ease. This is a live broadcast of killing dogs. That's too ruthless. I'm so angry at this loving relationship. However, I'm really looking forward to the situation on the venerable sovereign's side and how it will develop in the future. The three pillar gods, Daiki and Caroline, are also from the lineage of the ancient gods, and they have already shown their strength. The livestream room watched the development of the universe and started discussing. The seaweed universe was about to start sailing. Normally speaking, the seaweed life universe would float along the coastline and hardly dive. This was because, just like the 9 multiverses, saints would be rapidly assimilated by the laws if they stayed in the universe. The saints in front of him would typically leave the universe and live in the Deo field outside the chaos heavens, which was the deck they were currently on. By entering the Chaos Sea, you will have to leave the deck and enter the universe. Their lifespans would rapidly decrease. Therefore, when exploring the ruins under the Chaos Sea, saints had to pay the price of their lifespans. They had to think of ways to shorten the time they spent underwater. However, most of the universe life forms, such as trilobites, conchs, and algae, they all lived in the sea and did not come ashore easily. Only the tamed universe would float on the sea and form a deck for the saints to live on. This also meant that in order to find a new cosmos, one had to dive. At the same time, he had to explore the ancient sacred ruins at the bottom of the sea in search of all kinds of ancient treasures and unimaginable rare treasures. He had to continue diving. The universe era of the universe seemed to have formed a law of checks and balances. In order to obtain power and opportunities, one had to pay the price of one's lifespan and dive into the Chaos Sea. However, we have a human-shaped universe. The saints laughed and said excitedly, "Your Highness Pheasant Eye, act as a diver and explore the area first. We'll go down to any sea region with treasures. This is enough for us to have a strong first-mover advantage in the chaotic sea." Chapter 1278. Gilu. The entire seaweed universe was quickly submerged. In the Chaos Ocean, like the transparent glass of the oceanic species hall, he could vaguely see something floating outside. "Don't be fooled by my white sea. In reality, I'm very weak in the Chaos Sea, and I rarely enter the Chaos Sea. After all, it's too vast, even larger than a universe." And NBSP, Pheasant Eye chuckled. "However, I've walked around the surrounding seas. There is an ancient ruin in front of us that might be worth investigating. We can let the seaweed universe swallow this ruin, and then we can check what we've gained." The seaweed universe could eat inanimate things. It would eat them first, then study them. If there was nothing good, it would digest them directly. Although the pheasant period was very ancient, she was still a life form of the post-celestial era. She rose in the era of Universe Bridge. Before that, there was an even more terrifying era of creation. She had never experienced those ancient chaos saints, the great war between gods and demons, and the corroborating of Deo for life. Therefore, she was also looking forward to it. In addition, there were some mysterious and powerful things hidden in the later universe eras, such as the ancient civilization that had the meteor shower. After all, they were not omniscient or omnipotent, nor did they really live for so long. Instead, they slumbered and sneaked into the distant future, so it was impossible for them to monitor each era. Therefore, if some of the mysterious things in this era were very heaven-defying, it could be a harvest. Su Ji looked at Pheasant Ji's hard work and put on the attitude of a salted fish who was willing to help a good wife. He did not intend to interfere and help her. He only asked, "Then, can we hide at the bottom of the Chaos Sea? To look for that relay?" "Impossible." Pheasant Eye shook her head and laughed. "Didn't you notice? No matter how powerful a universe life form is, it's impossible for them to hide too deeply. To put it simply, it's because the pressure of the sea is too great and will crush everything. And that place is at the core of the planet, the most terrifying region in the multiverse. This is the power of the universe's nature, and no living creature can survive." Su Ji's curiosity was piqued again. "Then how did you get out?" Ruhi cast a glance at him. As expected of her Deo companion, she was very smart and had guessed her origins. She was from the so-called 10th universe. She said, "I have the White Sea, but I didn't swim out directly. I would be crushed to death. Previously, I said that the 10th universe is a relay, which naturally connects the 9 multiverses. I came out through one of the universes, then dived into the Chaos Sea from the Chaos Coast in the sky of that universe to explore the outside world. It's good to have a mole, even though I can deduce this place very quickly." Su Ji was deep in thought, as if he had already understood the true situation of the universe. At first, the universe was a sphere, but it gradually split into 9 separate universes, like 9 inverted cone-shaped icebergs. The flat bottom of the icebergs floated on the coastline, while the tips of the 9 icebergs pointed at the deepest part of the Chaos Sea, the Earth's core. That place should be the location of the lifelong realm. From its location, it might be the connection point between the 9 universes and could act as a transit point. This way, the 9 parallel universes might seem far away, but the power cannot be transmitted. It can also transmit power. Su Ji narrowed his eyes. He has control over a strategic core. No wonder he's so high and mighty. Hualala. The Chaos Sea was hidden within. They soon approached the ruins, which were an ancient building complex. And NBSP, gulp. If it were any other miniature universe, they would definitely be stuck in a tricky situation. How could they explore these ruins? But at this time, the huge seaweed shadow quickly swallowed the entire ruin and moved it into its own universe, becoming one of its own matter. This was the advantage of the universe being huge. The style of this ruin is from the post-celestial era. There were saints all around. Looking at the wet ruins that had been dug out, Pheasant Eye thought. I'm afraid that the Chaos Sea is deliberately left behind for future generations to wash ashore in the future. There's a high chance that it's also trying to escape the eyes of the Longevity Deo Palace. But now, it's all mine. She continued to investigate and discovered that there was a hidden ruin within the ruin. Is it a chain of ruins? Rujeoji took a deep breath. After all, it was very common for two ancient ruins to collide with each other in the ocean. She continued to explore and discovered that it was actually a ruin from the era of sculpture. It was a simple and crude clay sculpture, and there were also clay jars. The era of sculpture at the beginning of chaos. Rujeoji shook her head. Not necessarily. After that, in our era of Universe Bridge, there were also many people who loved antiques and sculptures. For example, the mysterious civilization that schemed against us used the ancient sculpture civilization to make an issue, saying that it was a prophecy of the mysterious era of chaos to trick us. And NBSP, at the mention of this civilization, Pheasant Eye looked at the clay statues and her expression changed. I can actually sense the presence of the universe from them. She pushed the door of the ancient clay castle open. On both sides of the door were flaming clay basins, various statues, and light red stone bricks under her feet. It gave people a sense of pale decay and deathly silence. As they continued to move forward, they saw a stone tablet in the center of the castle that was submerged in the ocean. There were many squirming eggs of marine creatures attached to the stone tablet. This is... And NBSP, Pheasant Eye's pupils constricted, and her scalp instantly went numb. She could clearly sense the aura of the origin of the universe from it, even though it was very broken. This was a squirming embryo of the universe. The squirming eggs slowly withered and separated, gradually revealing the inscriptions on them. Could this be the ancient and mysterious Buddhist civilization? The surrounding saints were all exclaiming. There was a passage written on the tablet. All things are born to support people, but people still complain about the heavens' unkind actions. I don't know that locusts are all over the world, suffering all the lives and officials. The life and death of commoners are like dogs, while the noble lives a long life. The cloud wilderness is beyond the mortal world. Going against the heavens is the punishment of the heavens. There's suddenly a fanatic sharpening his knife at night, killing the king god with the earth's core swaying. And NBSP, Pheasant G's heart was in a mess at this sight. She was so shocked that her entire body was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly there's a fanatic sharpening his knife at night, killing the god king with the earth's core swaying. These words caused Pheasant G's mind to churn. There was a hidden meaning behind those words. Perhaps their destruction was really coming. Who was it? Which failure of the old days won't be able to die in peace? He predicted the coming of the meteor shower in the future and wanted all living beings to scheme against us. She gritted her teeth, and her widened eyes were filled with horror. Su Ji quickly took a step forward and held on to Pheasant Ji. He said seriously, perhaps, there really was an ancient civilization that had schemed to this day, but unfortunately, they were unable to live to this day, so they left some things behind. When this era began, they left the opportunities for us. That's right, perhaps so. Pheasant Ji's face turned slightly pale. Su Ji said, however, there seems to be an ancient heritage in front of us. If we continue to study it, we might be able to get some opportunities to inherit it. That might allow us to compete for the greater good. The surrounding saints were also very excited. After all, they were all in the same boat. No matter what the meaning was, if there was an opportunity, they would all be able to obtain great benefits. Ruhi's mind was in turmoil, and a shocking thought came to her mind. She grabbed Su Ji's hand and said something that would have seemed so disgraceful in the past. Husband, perhaps this really is our chance. We can take a look at what's inside. Chapter 1279. Su Ji looked at Pheasant Ji, whose expression had turned into one of shock, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He still took the bait. This was an ancient ruin that Su Ji had created using the cultivation technique of the multiverse. Not only did it allow the pheasant period to obtain some special fortuitous encounters, but it also widened the gap between her and the longevity world. The more she gained, the more she could not turn back. Don't blame Su Xian. He's playing dirty tricks and trying to drive a wedge between us to make Pheasant G completely favor me. And NBSP, after all, he was a normal person and not some saint. Pheasant G had given herself up and her Dao heart was empty. Naturally, she would take advantage of the situation. How could there be any justice? He didn't accept it. It's not like he's Liak Xiahui. Why are you pretending to be a gentleman? Aren't those sand coins? A spy from the inner circle of the lifelong realm would be of too much help to him. Moreover, Su Ji guessed that Pheasant Age was most likely the existence in charge of going out to kill and deal with the past Zerg empresses. It was the window for external information to be obtained in the lifelong realm. How could such a position not be important? At the same time, since Pheasant Age wants to obtain the opportunity of her era, I have the idea of supporting her. With the favor of the universe's heavenly Dao, one must be one of the protagonists in the great trend of the world, playing with the great trend of the era and fighting for hegemony. There was still a chance to fight. As for taking revenge for the Zerg empresses, Su Ji was not pedantic. And NBSP, there were only eternal benefits, not eternal enemies. Moreover, Pheasant G was only following orders, so it was best if he could make her defect. Moreover, he had given Pheasant Era a sufficient lesson. The past Zerg empresses had not been able to do so. The other party's battle power had left them in despair, and he had also not been able to defeat them. He had saved the country in a roundabout way and used another method to defeat Pheasant Era. Their spirits in the netherworld should also be extremely gratified. Su Ji felt that he had already won glory for the Zergs. One had to know how disappointing the Zergs were, having their leeks cut all day long. Facing the head-on toughness of iron, he didn't even think of finding another way. Su Ji looked at Pheasant G and said with a calm expression, "This stone tablet is a little strange, especially the universe embryos attached to the stone tablet. They're actually walking towards death." The surrounding saints were all shocked. These are the embryos of universe life? The opportunity that this meant was so terrifying that it was self-evident. These hundreds and thousands of universe embryos contained countless possibilities. Among them, perhaps it wasn't just the seaweed universe and trilobites, there might be even higher-level universe land life forms. If we can breed and hatch it, there might be a high-level life universe among them. Yes, I'm afraid that even in the 129,600 heavens and worlds, it's an existence as rare as phoenix feathers and Kylan horns. The saints were so excited that they couldn't imagine it. However, they soon discovered a scene that made them despair. No matter how they tried to save him, they would still die. Their eyes were wide open as they watched these universe embryos with endless potential lose their vitality and explode in the chaos sea. Ruhi frowned as well. How does he know how to do that? Naturally, Su Ji would not tell them that those who did not carry the heavenly Dao piano would inevitably die and be assimilated by the universe. He had brought out so many of them only for the sake of putting on a show. He only thought about it for a moment before saying to Ruhi, "These embryos are probably incomplete singularities of the universe that have been assimilated by the entire great universe. Because they are not born yet, their ability to resist the assimilation of the universe is extremely weak. Once they come to our universe, they will not live long. We were able to survive in the chaos sea before, but now that we've been taken into our universe, that's the last straw. Then what should we do?" Some of the saints were getting anxious. Su Ji shook his head. "We can't save them. To be honest, this meteor shower probably didn't just have infant trilobites, seaweed and other universe life forms, there were also embryos. But you've also noticed that the universes we've obtained have been captured and used to grow. They're soon to be assimilated by the great universe. However, the embryo with a weaker life force has even less of a chance of survival." As soon as he said this, all the saints fell silent. Their eyes were slightly red, and they stared at the universe embryos with eyes that looked like they were about to split open, watching them die. What kind of world was beyond the universe? This cosmic meteor shower, a large piece of the flawed universe with a damaged great Dao, fell into the chaos ocean, completely refreshing the three views of the saints. "We can't save them. They're destined to never be born." A saint came to his senses and said, "Not only that, the universe we've obtained now, although it has a strong resistance, in fact, it doesn't have long to live. Doesn't that mean that the era of the universe is just a flash in the pan and will soon pass away?" Su Ji nodded. He looked around and voiced his speculation. "Yes, Perhaps that's the case. If there are no ancient existences to vindicate their Deo and live in this world, they will eventually decay and disappear from this universe. The era of the universe was about to end. Perhaps, in ancient times, there was a small meteor shower that was detected by this ancient space civilization and left behind the stone tablet and signal. However, at that time, they realized that it was a short-lived event. Ruhi's heart shook. It seemed that the situation was more urgent than he had imagined. She thought to herself, regardless of whether it's for public or private reasons, I must inform the ancient existences in the Deo Palace and let them seize the opportunity to vindicate the existence of these universes. If we don't seize this opportunity and wait for them to all die, who knows if there will be another meteor shower in the future. That's because if we lose this opportunity, we might lose the door to level 11 in the future. We'll completely lose the primal god position and the opportunity to transcend the entire universe. Su Ji glanced at Pheasant Ji. He was using the actual situation to hint to her. This is an urgent matter, you have to travel 800 miles as fast as possible. Tell those ancient existences in the lifelong realm that they cannot wait any longer. After all, Su Ji's alchemy factory did not have that much production, so it was impossible for it to be popularized throughout the entire universe. He had to find a way for them, or rather, all the saints of the entire universe era, to vindicate their Deo and have them complete the rules in this area for Su Ji. This was equivalent to letting them act as spies and opening up a hole in the universe. This would remove the assimilation and rejection of the universe's self-protection, causing the immune system to lose its immune mechanism and allow cancer cells like Su Ji in so that it would not be able to recognize him. If they could effectively kill viruses like Su Ji, countless cancer cells would easily multiply in the universe. It would silently devour the multiverse and replace it. Su Ji took a deep breath and said, I feel that I'm not necessarily the necessity of this era, because I'm secretly eating the entire universe. How could the growth of the universe be inevitable, to grow until one was dug up by others? A dove occupying the magpie's nest? He suddenly felt that he had to deduce history. The next era of the longevity world would most likely be the Chaos Ocean era of Deo Vindication. However, the method of doing so might not necessarily be the same as Su Ji's. After all, the fake universe of the oddity of the Great Deo was indeed a huge variable. At this moment, the surrounding saints were all silent and anxious. Su Ji then said, the stone tablets left behind by this ancient civilization are obviously some kind of strange object that can attract those universes. Let's look around again. There might be other universes around us. As soon as he said this, all the sages couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly searched through the ancient ruins. Soon, they found two unbelievable items. This is a spine-type universe? It's a fish. This discovery could be said to be unprecedented. They had heard of other ships discovering fish-type universes before, but fish-type universes had one characteristic: fast. It was unbelievably fast, and it was difficult to get close and catch it. The fortuitous encounter in front of him could be said to be unimaginable. Obtaining a fish-type universe was a high-level creature of the spine type. Other things aside, just its speed alone was almost unrivaled in the ocean. Seaweed, conch, trilobites, these slow marine species were simply two different dimensions. We're rich. We must have a place in the future era. Ji looked at the venerable sovereign, but before she could be happy for long, an even bigger surprise appeared before her eyes. They saw a large universe embryo. This is an undeveloped universe. Rujeoji was dumbfounded. He quickly studied his NDA, which was the Great Deo Atlases. It's still alive. It hasn't evolved yet. In other words, as long as we have enough talent, we can complete its incomplete Great Deo Atlases and let it be born completely. We can turn it into any possible type of universe according to our talents. Rujeoji was completely excited. Su Ji smiled slightly. This was nothing more than an unevolved embryo of the universe. He had given female second a lot of work to do, and now he had just installed a heavenly path piano. As for the other embryos, they were all stillborn, and Su Ji did not intend to put in more. One was enough. Su Ji laughed and said, it seems that this ancient Buddhist civilization has left behind quite good thing for the future generations. This is obviously an ancient altar in preparation for the meteor shower. It has attracted some of the ancient universe's life forms that had fallen from the meteor shower and preserved them here. Now we've found out. It seems like we're not the only place with such a place. Pheasant Ji's eyes burned as she thought about this. Su Ji stroked her smooth hair. It looks like we're quite lucky. Yes, I am. Rujeoji became excited, thinking that if she preserved this universe embryo, it could change according to her evolution. Perhaps it would bring him an unbelievable surprise. Soon, they resurfaced on the deck and gained a lot. The more Pheasant Ji tidied up, the more excited she became. Su Ji, on the other hand, was smiling at the side as he sipped his tea lightly. Seeing how happy she was, he thought that this could perhaps be considered a betrothal gift. Although it was not worth much to Su Ji, just like white silk, the other party was very satisfied. And NBSP, at this moment, Pheasant Age had been dead and seemed to have rotted. But now, it was as if he had truly become young and had a second life. His attitude was completely different. He was young and full of energy. It seems that the ancient times have many unimaginable secrets. Pheasant Eye tidied up everything and suddenly walked over with a smile. Su Ji poured her a cup of tea and said, I just thought of something very scary. What is it? Those incomplete universes have self-awareness. Then, does the universe that we have lived in for a long time have a boundless will, too? The venerable sovereign said with a smile. And NBSP, Pheasant Age was stunned and shook her head. Impossible, impossible. Since the universe was born, it has no consciousness. Our universe's structure can't produce consciousness. As you can see, these universes can produce consciousness because their great Dao atlases are special. The environment doesn't allow it. Moreover, even if it's the will of nature that has no self-consciousness, it would have been discovered long ago if it had one. The venerable sovereign looked at the chaos sea in the distance and said, a lot of things that you don't believe in might not necessarily not exist. For example, did you believe in the universe before? Do you believe that life exists in the universe? Ruhi took a sip of tea and seemed to be hesitating. It's just a guess. Whether it exists or not is unknown. Su Ji looked at the coastline in the distance and gave her a fruit. He grabbed one for himself and ate it. He smiled and said, if such an existence exists, perhaps I can call it the God of Creation. Chapter 1280. Ah! The God of Creation. And NBSP, my husband is right, Pheasant Eye mumbled. If it really does exist, then perhaps it should be called that. After all, the title of the God of Creation was often used in the myths and legends of many ancient and primitive civilizations. However, as the level of civilization increased, the more civilized they became, the less they believed in the theory of strange powers and chaotic gods. In the eyes of the civilizations from the higher dimensions, the so-called gods were merely powerful living beings. In the eyes of some level 10 technological civilizations that did not believe in God at all, the so-called level 10 saint was just a super-individual life that they had accumulated by gathering the resources of the entire civilization's star system and river system. It symbolized the final crystallization of their own technological civilization. It could come into contact with the rules of the universe, carry out antimatter, distort the rules, and become a part of the rules of the universe. It was a scientific and technological meteorological weapon. They didn't believe in gods, so they naturally didn't believe in the God of Creation. The God of Creation. Pheasant Ji scratched her head. Since there were no outsiders, she was too lazy to maintain her image. She ate her fruit and crossed her legs, looking rather adorable. Now, I'm a little lost. After all, this incomplete seaweed universe has indeed given birth to its own will of the great path. Rujeo era, let's make an assumption. If there is one, what will happen? Su Ji said as he handed her another cup of tea. He guided her along the way and made her accept the world view of the God of Creation. After all, as a venerable sovereign, she was a descendant of the ancient gods. She naturally had to follow the customs of the place. If there is. Pheasant Ji followed Su Ji's train of thought and thought seriously for a moment. It must be an existence without self-consciousness. It was some kind of natural law. After all, we've seen that even if it does exist, it's impossible for the laws of this universe, the so-called will of the universe's heavenly Dao, to give birth to intelligence. It is so. Su Ji nodded. Pheasant Ji was indeed very knowledgeable, and what she said was the most reasonable logic. However, he did not need to let Pheasant Ji believe him immediately. It was impossible to fool a saint who knew the entire history of the universe. He could just slowly influence her. The more fake things were said, the more suspicious they became. Moreover, Su Ji was not worried. When the time came, the will of the Great Path would appear in all the 129,600 universes in the various heavens and realms. The saints of this era would also think. Since the 129,600 heavens and realms have their own will of the great path, do the 9 great continents in the center have their own will as well? The saints of the era didn't know history. They were creatures of an era that lived in the waves and were limited. They did not know the text of history from more than 10 billion years ago. They were not well informed, so it was easy to fool them with their shallow knowledge. And if the sages of this era believed it, it meant that 99% of the sages in the entire universe believed it. Then wouldn't the ancient existences in the lifelong realm also be dumbfounded when they look at the outside world? The God of creation? They were probably starting to doubt themselves. Let's continue our journey. In the days that followed, Su Ji took his time and continued to sail with pheasant season. The chaos sea was vast and boundless. It was unimaginably lonely. However, this place had long become a universe, one of the 10,000 worlds. After a few great universes had landed, a group of common people had been accepted into this universe to live. The universe, as a vast transcendent world, had completely developed. However, it appeared to be slightly decayed and solidified. Su Ji looked at the experienced hands of the saints, who were cutting leeks at the common people in various ways. They were indeed old saints. Su Ji was also slightly surprised. He felt that this way of pulling up seedlings to help them grow would not produce any geniuses, but he was too lazy to interfere. In the longevity Daoist palace, traces of chaotic energy lingered here, and the sacred rules of the great Dao drooped down. Rujeoji chose to completely enter the mortal world. He even found a Dao partner and entered the mortal world. One of the existences opened his eyes, giving off a feeling of trepidation. She has no choice but to enter the world. A man's deep voice came from the side. Only by breaking and then establishing will you have the chance to be our enemy and fight for a chance in the vast world. All existences knew that this was Ruhi's only choice. There were a total of 9 existences in the longevity Dao palace, apart from their master. Each of them had shocking talents and powers. Pheasant Ji was one of them, but she was not built on combat power. However, her bloodline was special and easy to detect. She had also made great contributions before, but her combat power was still her weakness. And NBSP, the pheasant period had always been a suitable time for people to come out into the world, so most of the time, the pheasant period was a time when people had to deal with external matters for them. However, this was not a good job. There was too much dirty and tiring work. The pheasant period seemed to have produced hundreds of thousands of people. In fact, the intensity of the concentration was extremely terrifying. Every time it was born, it would be able to suppress a generation of bug clan queen mothers, observe an era, and walk the era. These countless decades and centuries had been compressed into these hundreds of thousands of years, which far exceeded her previous 6 million years of life. How could she not be old? She had lived a wonderful life for hundreds of thousands of years. It could be said that he had crossed almost all the historical nodes of the universe for more than 10 billion years and witnessed the vicissitudes and changes of the era with his own eyes. Her heart is already old. She already has the heart to live in seclusion. You must know that there were too many geniuses in the 9 universes during that era. There were trillions of heaven's favorites who came and went from universe to universe. Our hearts were pure and flawless. We were dedicated to the Dao, didn't ask for love, didn't get married, and advanced bravely. That's how we got to where we are today. Too many trivial matters can easily affect our Dao hearts and cause us to have many distracting thoughts. The voice of an ancient divine being was very cold. What was a seeker? A pure-hearted seeker would need to give up many things if he wanted to transcend and become a supreme saint in the world. They all had a pure heart of glass like Daoist immortals, clear and free of distracting thoughts, and that was how they started the era. In fact, over the past tens of billions of years, the pheasant period has appeared time and time again, causing her mortal heart to be moved many times. She has taken a fancy to countless talents from different eras, but she has always suppressed her emotions. She knows that she can live forever, while the mortals of the era will eventually decay. When the other party dies, they will return to the longevity world to live forever. It's just that she has added more worries to her heart, which is why she suppressed it. But now, she has completely fallen into the mortal world. I've married a mortal. She knew that she didn't have long to live, so she chose to fall. A woman with a cold voice said sarcastically, a heavenly deity from the immemorial era who lived for so long actually entered the mortal world and married a pathetic ant. Whoosh! An image appeared in front of him. It was the venerable sovereign who was drinking tea and eating fruits on the deck. Chapter 1281. Looking at the image, all the ancient existences were silent for a moment. This saint did look special. He gave off a unique charm of leisure and stood aloof from worldly affairs. If his talent and wisdom were indeed powerful, it was no wonder that Pheasant G would fall for him. They didn't expect Ruhi to be so indulgent and give up on herself. They seemed to be very angry, but in fact, they were not angry. This was the other party's choice. They only felt sad and regretful that he had fallen. However, there were also people who argued for Pheasant G. Rujeoji. She once worked hard for the Deo Palace and was our benefactor. She knows that her chances of winning are extremely low. The cold and stern female voice smiled again, and the voice revealed an unimaginable ancient majesty. We are all on the same ship and should be of one mind. We owe her a lot of favors. If it was before, we would have joined forces and protected her primal chaos deity position. However, the times have changed drastically, and even we have to go through the tribulation. Other than our master, the 9 of us may even become enemies to protect our own universes or even snatch each other's universes. How can we control her? A universe and a Deo Atlas could only prove one Deo seat. 9 cosmoses, they only had 9 people. Only their master needed to be born. For example, immortality was destined. Hunyuan true sage. The universe of the longevity world was the intersection point. It contained the Deo Atlases of 9 universes and was the most unique and powerful. As the 10th cosmos, one could vindicate their Deo here and obtain the 10th primal god throne. At the same time, once they vindicated their Deo, their battle power would be unimaginably heaven-defying. The longevity world was his master's unique cosmos. It was impossible for outsiders to force their way in. No one could threaten him. He was destined to become a level 11 true saint. He would surpass all the ancients and take an unprecedented step. At that time, the universe would have entered the era of level 11. After all, they had never been born in the long years and had always been in the longevity deist palace. Most of them were the same as the Pheasant period, the final victors of their generation, around 6 million years old. It was equivalent to them freezing time and sneaking into the distant future after the last battle. It was as if the last bloody battle had happened just a second ago. It was also because of this. They still retained the hearts of their youth. They still retained their hot-blooded and brave Deo hearts. They were still in the prime of their lives. Over 6 million years? What kind of concept was this? He was so young that it was hard to imagine. As for the Pheasant period, she had already entered her twilight years. She had been born too many times and schemed against the past Bug clan empresses and the various geniuses who wanted to rebel against the lifelong realm. Her Deo heart was covered in dust by the many complicated matters of each era. It was just like the sentence she had asked Su Ji in a daze before. Is it just a coincidence that geniuses walk towards mediocrity, or are geniuses bound to become decadent mediocrity in the future as their amazing talents are exhausted? At this moment, the era of the heavens that was about to arrive was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the era of the universe bridge. The universe originally still had 40% of the seats for the great Daos, but they would all appear in this era. A large portion of the future saints of the universe era would explode here. This was indeed very shocking. In fact, it was possible that countless monstrous geniuses who surpassed their talents would appear. However, they were not afraid. Because of the battle that just happened more than 10 billion years ago, they had forged an invincible heart and were surging in even more. Even though they had sneaked into this era, they still had the overbearing heart to suppress the world and dictate the entire universe. To dominate this world. He would be able to complete his final dream, reach level 11, and break free from the shackles of the universe. Rujeoji has already been crippled. An existence spoke in a soft voice, causing the dispute between the two sides to calm down. Although they fought together and became the 9 immemorial celestial venerables who bathed in blood and one, they were not as united as one. Another existence muttered, she also knows that we can't help her. We might even become her enemies. If the heavens pride experts of this era are too terrifying and snatch away some of the 9 seats, we can only attack our own people. We might make a move on her. So, she's waiting to die, the cold female voice said. Not necessarily. An existence laughed confidently, she intends to enter the world and break into the mortal world. Marrying down was also a way for her to break down and rebuild herself. She was very smart, so she did not hesitate when she saw the person she liked. In addition, Deo companions and lovers are the greatest weakness in our Deo hearts, and also a form of motivation. With the fetters and state of mind, perhaps she can indeed be reborn, regain her youth, and have vitality. Just look at her girlish attitude and her passionate love. I can tell what she wants to do. The cold and stern female voice sneered. She only wants to be immortal now and live a brilliant life? The moment she stepped onto the lonely path that we have chosen, she can no longer return. The pheasant period has walked for so many eras for us, suppressed so many existences, and her hands are long covered in blood. She can be said to be the first killing saint since ancient times. Even our master and I combined couldn't kill as many as her. But now you want to forget everything and go back to your youth, living the life of an ordinary person and enjoying love. How can it be so easy? The woman's voice was very calm. She reported to us that this holy and pure young saint who has seen a corner of the future has stood aloof from the world and will not pursue. If I knew what kind of a murderer this is, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to accept his benevolence and kindness. An ancient existence beside him was completely enraged. He shouted, Wen Meng, you've gone too far. In the end, they're comrades on the battlefield, so why don't you let them have a good end? This was Rujeoji's choice, but you want to ruin his current life. The female voice snorted and did not say anything. Another existence also laughed. Deo companions can change their hearts, but it's also troublesome. There are benefits and naturally disadvantages. It's our own weakness. We have to protect our loved ones, and they will also become a means of threat to the enemy. If they die, our Deo hearts will completely collapse. However, Rujeoji clearly knows that times have changed. Her lover will no longer become her weakness. Saints are almost immortal, and her enemies will no longer use their Deo companions to threaten her. Instead, they will become her aid, the sanctuary for her soul. All the saints were silent. Ruhi was indeed very smart. She knew that in the era of the universe, a cultivation partner was no longer her weakness. It was no longer a weakness that could threaten her, because no one could kill a saint. Therefore, she could enjoy the home and not have to bear the responsibility of the home. In this era, she could advance courageously. Behind him, there was still a place to escape, a good wife who encouraged him and did not need his protection. This is not a bad plan, but it's just a little clever. Some existences shook their heads. However, we should also enter the world to undergo the tribulation. The 8 ancient existences still plan to enter the world. This was an important choice for an era. They were sitting on this ship to cross the world, sneaking from the ancient era to this day, which meant that they had to disembark. They wanted to appear in this era. These ancient, sacred, and great figures requested for the Lord's permission and intended to take away 1/9 of the bloodline reserves. Go. Leave 1/9 for Ruhi. Don't try anything funny, this is what she deserves. Other than the strong enemies she defeated in our era, she has collected almost all the bloodlines of the later generations. The void was silent for a long time before a voice came. Yes. The expressions of the surrounding saints changed slightly, but they did not disobey. And NBSP, balance, fairness, and she would not attack them. This was the master they had chosen to pursue. Now, she was balancing the world for pheasant age. Although they were dissatisfied and wanted to kill the donkey when it was done, this was what she deserved. At most, he could just snatch the bloodline back. Many existences quickly entered the world to face their tribulations. The era has finally begun. All the rotten and old things had to bloom here. I'll be waiting for you at the 11th step. A voice came from the void. Whoever controls this era will definitely have a place where the primal chaos deity position can attack. He might even be able to ride it together with me. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 1282. And NBSP, in the Chaos Ocean, Pheasant G suddenly opened her eyes, as if sensing something. It's really about to begin. What happened? Su Ji asked. Pheasant I shook her head. Some ancient existences have begun to appear and lay out their plans. They're aiming for level 11. My true body has also come out now, and I've brought along my full combat power. Su Ji was stunned. From the looks of it, the lifelong realm was also in chaos. He wasn't an iron plate, so why did he say it so easily? I'm afraid that chaos beyond even Rujeoji's imagination has appeared. Pheasant Era had killed all the Zerg Empresses, and how terrifying were the other existences that had never appeared. Rank 11. Su Ji pretended to be very surprised. Level 11 is a legend. It's a realm that doesn't exist in the first place. It can only be opened when the universe is completely perfected and mature. And NBSP, Pheasant Age simply said, it's just like the current universe. It's still incomplete and incomplete. That's why the upper limit of the number of experts it can accommodate isn't high. There won't be any level 11. I see. Su Ji listened to her brief description and nodded. He had been hiding things before the pheasant period, but now he seemed to have told Su Ji some ancient stories, such as that he was from the realm of longevity. After all, even if he didn't say these things now, he would definitely know in the future. The final era might have arrived. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye sighed. The sealed realm in the prophecy will be opened in this era. According to this deduction, the new situation of the universe, the so-called Age of Chaos, is not really the Age of Chaos. Because the 9 great continents of the universe are heading towards the end of Dharma and the great Daos are sealed and exhausted. However, there are still countless saints at the peak of their power in the outside world. Su Ji listened to Pheasant Ji's words. Then I've obtained some bloodline, which is considered unprecedented. My bloodline is full, so I can give you some. What bloodline do you want? Pheasant Ji thought for a moment and said, I've obtained some second-tier Great Dao bloodlines. They all have their own flaws. However, they're still considered very powerful. There are about 5 of them in each universe. They can perfectly create a multi-dimensional sage. Su Ji was completely stunned. Was this the charm of living off a woman? Although he didn't intend to take the multi-dimensional route of the 9 universes, he could still take this combat power that was delivered to his door. Bloodlines can be changed at will. Su Ji asked. Normally, the bloodline of the Great Dao could replace the old bloodline with a new one, but the old one would disappear. And she seemed to be able to load and unload. It was like a super cannon that could carry weapons at will and fight against the enemy. It's usually impossible, but we can. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye laughed. We have a stripping type bloodline that can do this. We can defeat our opponents and strip them of their bloodline. We can also strip our own. If you don't want to use it anymore, just strip it and bring it to your own bloodline bank. If you want to use it, then carry it again. I now have 97 bloodlines, and each of them is extremely heaven-defying. A perfect 10-dimensional sage can only have 45 heaven-defying bloodlines at a time. I usually bring the remaining 52 bloodlines with me. Su Ji drew in a cold breath. There was such a development direction. Su Ji himself had not tapped into such a technological tree to strip off bloodlines. Who could beat him? The complete body of a 10-dimensional sage had 45 bloodlines of the Great Dao, which could be replaced at any time. The remaining 50 or so were reserves that could deal with any situation and restrain enemies in any battle form. No wonder the Zerg Empresses were beaten to tears. They could change their bloodline at any time, and there were still 45 of them who were targeting you. The other party really had everything. Su Ji mumbled in his heart, fortunately, I've taken a different approach halfway through. Instead of evolving my bloodline, I've evolved the universe and launched a dimensional attack. Otherwise, I'd be dead. As expected, I can't compete with the other party in combat power head-on. A hybrid type of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Most probably, it could be considered a heaven-defying bloodline with the highest priority in the lifelong realm. However, he only had one while the other party had 45? Using his head? Times were advancing, and just as Yumang had said, how could one become weaker as the times developed? The times could only get stronger and stronger. The current Pheasant era's combat power might have far surpassed the Yurang of the past, but it was not that Yurang could not do it. It was just that the era had developed, just like the future era, and an even more perfect universe would soon appear. You should keep it as a backup, Su Ji said after some thought. That way, you'll be a little stronger in combat. No. Pheasant Age shook her head. The combat power of the 9 main universes is no longer important. The future will not lie in the multiverse, but in the various heavens and worlds. Thus, it's fine to give you some. Moreover, you can't eat 45 of them. You're just an ordinary sage of a universe, so you can only eat 5 at most. In Pheasant Ji's eyes, 5 was not a lot. Moreover, her husband also needed to have some ability to protect himself. His talent and wisdom were clearly so strong, but his combat power was so low. She really didn't know how he had mixed around. She blinked. Only when you become stronger will you not be weak. Su Ji was speechless. Hualala. A row of bloodline lists quickly appeared before Su Zhi's eyes. He looked around and was a little shocked. There were all kinds of bloodlines, and each one was extremely heaven-defying. The lowest level bloodlines were at the level of the 5 different bloodlines in the Azure Abyss Divine Domain. They were bloodlines of the Great Dao. This is just the worst batch that was thrown out. The 45 bloodlines on Rujeoji's body are probably all of the Great Dao bloodlines formed by compound bloodlines, Su Zhi thought to himself. Su Zhi read through it once. As expected, the universe's bloodline had almost solidified. It was impossible for him to catch up if he followed behind and ate dirt. Fortunately, he was not competing in bloodlines but in the universe. Although they were all very powerful and alluring, Su Zhi was not in a hurry after thinking about it. We can wait for a while. There's no rush. Ruhi also nodded and did not insist. In the end, she sighed. Don't take it to heart. The powerhouses who were born with me were so powerful that you can't imagine them. Back then, I was slightly inferior to them. But now, they are still in their prime, advancing courageously, their mental states are winning against the enemy, they are at the peak of my invincibility. Once they are born, I'm afraid that they will be able to change the situation of the entire universe in a few years and kill their way through the entire universe. Su Zhi nodded when he heard that. Someone who could defeat the first Queen Mother of the Zerg must be a super monster at that level. To be able to quickly seize the initiative in this universe. However, Su Zhi was not afraid at all. He believed that he had already secretly helped Dichi, Carolyn, and the others cheat and seized the opportunity to develop the universe. If he faced them, he would have the power to fight them and seize the opportunity to vindicate his Dao. It was very important to be the first to act. Even if the other party was extremely powerful, they would have to start from the beginning and search for a universe to go out to see before they could embark on their journey. Just from this point alone, they were more than 10 beats slower than these ordinary saints. They were one step ahead, and they were leading step by step. If the other party wanted to catch up, they could only start from the beginning. Suddenly, the universe fell silent. A gentle breeze blew. The currents of the chaos sea seemed to have calmed down. All the saints on the ship felt their hearts palpitate, as if some turning point had appeared in the universe. The sky became clear. Su Zhi, as well as all the saints, could vaguely sense the true form of one of their own universes. A voice resounded in the sky beyond the chaos heavens. I, Guyu, vindicate the chaos for the heavens and realms, open. Prosperity and peace. A majestic voice resounded through the sky. Someone. He's already vindicating Dao for the universe. Su Zhi was dumbfounded. He looked up at the sky, and his mind instantly went numb. What kind of monster was this? He had just been born, but he already knew the situation of the entire universe and directly chose to vindicate Dao for him? Dichi, Medusa, and the others had been out on the ferry for so long, but they still had no clue about it. Yet, the other party had already figured out the rules the moment he stepped out? Isn't this too much of an exaggeration? Su Zhi raised his head and looked at the deep and hazy sky above the chaos sea. You don't understand. They sneaked into this era from the last moment of the bloody battlefield where millions of people died. They still maintain their invincible hearts. Pheasant Eye looked up at the sky, her expression indescribably calm. That was a golden age. You can't imagine how tragic the battle for immortality was. All the saints died. Just how terrifying are the 10 great saint heavenly venerates that fought their way to the very last remaining in the universe. Perhaps they were unknown in your eyes, but their talent and knowledge were already on par with the first generation of saints in the ancient chaos, because at that time, each of them saw a corner of the 11th level in the future. Su Zhi looked up at the sky and said nothing. It was hard to imagine that there was actually such a monster of this level. He could no longer describe the degree of shock he was feeling. Chapter 1283. At that moment, Emperor Su Zhi's universe, the base camp of the universe where he was born and raised, heard the voice. There's already a saint who's vindicated Dao in our universe. Su Zhi was indeed shocked. Could it be that the era of hegemony in the longevity world that followed would be even more ruthless than the chaotic era of the fiend gods that he had deduced? The later the era, the higher the level? Those top geniuses were no weaker than Yi Meng. From the looks of it, the era of the primal chaos innate was considered to be more primitive and crude. The more it progressed, the more prosperous it became. In the era of the longevity world, it was pushed to the peak of the universe. Just as Yurang had said, the era of the universe was developing and growing, and the rules were being completed. The later eras, the stronger the powerhouses were, and the deeper the accumulation of knowledge. There was no reason for them to regress. I, Guyu, vindicate the chaos for the heavens and realms, open prosperity and peace. Another voice resounded throughout the universe. This was the second universe, and it was Su Ji himself who had received the old sages and sneaked into the parallel universe with the variable universe. Did he hear the call? A second Dao vindication? At this moment when everyone was extremely excited, Ruhi shook her head and said to Su Ji, how can there be such a coincidence? He happened to vindicate his Dao in your two universes, he vindicated his Dao there. I'll let you listen to my perspective. Pheasant Ji reached out and covered Su Ji's ears. The third voice sounded again. I, Guyu, vindicate the Dao of chaos for all heavens and realms, and bring prosperity and peace. The third, fourth voices rose and fell. At that moment, Su Ji truly realized an extremely terrifying point. His opponent had vindicated the Dao in 9 universes at the same time, vindicating the 9 eons at the same time. He was too ruthless. He was already dead before he appeared, but once he did, he would use lightning-like methods to directly crush everything. These ancient existences had terrifying means. No wonder they were the final victors who had once bathed in blood and swept through an era. His methods, his heart and his intelligence were all terrifying to an unimaginable degree. But Dao vindication also needs basic laws, right? Su Ji looked at the foggy sky above the chaos sea and felt the universe shake. He felt that something was not right. What kind of monsters were these? Just look at Dichi, Carolyn, the 3 pillar gods, and the others. It had been hundreds of years since they left the Chaos Ocean and sailed far away. They had been exploring the rules of the living universe and vindicated their Dao while traveling. They had yet to figure out the law of Dao vindication in the Chaos Ocean of the universe. How could they vindicate the law of the universe in the heavens and realms? As for them, they didn't even leave the Chaos Ocean and didn't even own a ship. The moment they appeared, they immediately vindicated their Dao. This was like a marathon race. The other party did not follow the process and did not race together. When you were halfway through, they would overtake you at the starting point and reach the finish line in an instant. In this grand and prosperous battle, once they were born, the others directly didn't need to fight. Dao vindication. This is too exaggerated. Su Ji felt an unimaginable gap between them. The other saints had a chance? If even Su Ji was so stunned, what more the ordinary saints on the ship? The saints on these ships would never have dreamed that someone could be so swift. Boom! The entire universe was shaking. Su Ji could vaguely sense that something was changing, but he could not put his finger on the specific pattern of the change. It was a feeling that was beyond mystical. You've already succeeded. Su Ji pondered to himself. But as the god of destruction, I can't feel anything yet. My own universes are still being rejected by the great cosmos. These universes were all alien life forms of the insect race. They were Zerg embryos that Su Ji had created using the cultivation techniques of the multiverse. These universes devoured the matter of the multiverse, which was equivalent to Su Ji's multiverse combat body devouring the matter of the universe. The saints around them were also whispering, and their voices became noisier and noisier. They were nervous and anxious, envious and fearful, and a deep sense of powerlessness welled up in their hearts. What kind of existence is that? I'm afraid it's some kind of hidden ancient multi-dimensional sage sect. I don't know. The other party vindicated his Dao at the same time. The laws of 9 universes are interfering with the Chaos Sea. The other party is vindicating the rules in this area. Our universe ship and the universe will probably start to be perfected. We'll get benefits, but he will inevitably be controlled by him. The other party had completed the laws of this aspect. If you wanted to be in the Chaos Sea's laws of this aspect, you would be subject to the other party. It was equivalent to an ancient existence vindicating the rules of light, and if you used light, you would be subject to him. This situation was similar to the other party building a road. Although it was convenient for you, the other party could collect protection fees at any time, and you would be subject to their control. When the other party dies and is completely assimilated, the rules will return to the universe. Only then will they return to the universe. You will become a part of the universe and truly sit on the seat of the great Dao, becoming eternal. The players on Earth gave a very good description of this aspect. Copyright and patent. You created a patent for the law of the Dao, which benefits the universe. If other people want to use it, you can collect the copyright fee. If you create breathing, the other party has to pay you for breathing, and whether they can breathe or not is up to you. But when you die, the copyright will be up and it will be confiscated and enter the public domain. The saints were all discussing. Did you succeed or not? It was only at this moment that they truly realized the changes in the laws of the multiverse. The legends of the old days were vast, and the transformation of the universe had completely unfolded. It was simply unbelievable. Pheasant Ji chuckled and looked at Su Ji. Husband, there are a total of 8 of them. The moment they were born, they began to fight fiercely. Guyu won the first round. Su Ji did not know who Guyu was, but he guessed that he was probably one of the ancient existences of the Longevity Palace. Hasn't the other party already become a saint? How can you prove it again? Su Ji asked. It's Guyu's puppet disciple. He wants me to vindicate Dao. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye shook her head and said, existences at their level have many hidden cards. They can easily bewitch some life forms to become their disciples. Then, they can throw in large amounts of resources to vindicate the Dao of primal chaos. After that, he would let the other party vindicate his Dao and vindicate the rules he wanted to vindicate. Then, he would kill the other party and take it away. This is just a puppet. And NBSP, Ruhi's eyes flashed with coldness. Let alone them, even the saints back then did the same thing to collect bloodlines, right? To train a disciple, to give his own deduction and precious path of Dao vindication to the other party, and then let the other party vindicate Dao. Then, kill him and take his bloodline. Su Ji's thoughts immediately cleared up. And NBSP, however, Pheasant Age knew that this also consumed resources and foundation. The consumption was extremely high. This kind of temporary force, using an extremely short amount of time to create a saint, was a few hundred times the price of an ordinary saint. However, resources were meant to be consumed. Everyone knew that no matter how expensive the resources were now, they could become useless in the future. For example, she, Pheasant Age, had used up even more resources than the other party. 5 heaven-defying bloodlines were given away. If it was in the past, her heart would have been bleeding. She had taken 1/9 of the bloodlines, but she only had more than 90 bloodlines. She carried 45 of them, and the remaining ones were all backup. She would choose to carry them according to the situation. But now, his attitude was different. If he didn't spend the resources he collected and turned them into strength, would they become someone else's wedding dress after he died? If she was like this, wouldn't the other saints be the same? Ruhi's gaze also became emotional as she said, they, as expected of them. I'm already rotten and my thinking is rigid. As expected of someone who just walked out of the universe battlefield a second ago, traveling through time and space to arrive at this battlefield 10 billion years in the future. They actually thought of a new way to vindicate the great universe so quickly. Transmigrating and sneaking into the future? Su Ji was deep in thought. That was indeed the case in a sense. Is it very difficult to vindicate Dao in a great universe again? The giant octopus said. Pheasant Eye laughed and looked at the octopus. It was inevitable that he had developed the consciousness of being nurtured as a trusted subordinate over the years. This was because his bloodline was very powerful and involved the laws of death. Naturally, it's very difficult. Yes, Pheasant Eye replied with a smile. She sat down and drank a cup of tea. She also poured a cup for her husband. In ancient times, vindicating one's Dao in front of the great universe and changing the rules were considered simple. That was because there was only one universe. But what about now? How are you going to change the laws of the great cosmos when the universe is divided into 9 parts? After the universe becomes a multiverse, it is indeed difficult. The big octopus thought for a while and replied through the live stream room, I can only vindicate Dao in 9 universes at the same time. Pheasant Ji looked at the black-cloaked octopus. She had gained some understanding of it over the past few days. It looked silly, but it was actually very sneaky and cunning. It could be put to good use. Her voice was clear and bright as she replied. This is just one of the difficulties. Ever since it became a multiverse, it has been perfected. Every universe has its own small rules. No matter how you prove it, it will not affect the drastic changes in the universe. Besides, how are you going to vindicate the Chaos Ocean? Do you want to jump into the sea to prove it? Rujeoji's words made the players in the live stream room fall into deep thought. They were already keyboard saints and knew what Pheasant Age meant. If you vindicate the universe, of course you vindicate it in the universe. Then you vindicate the Chaos Ocean? How could he prove it? Jump into the Chaos Sea to prove it? Not afraid of drowning? The primal Chaos Ocean was a forbidden land of death. It was too chaotic, and even its laws couldn't be used. This isn't a universe at all. This Chaos Sea. How do we get it? The big octopus was also blurry. Pheasant Eye laughed. She looked at the sky with a hint of admiration and helplessness. Didn't I already tell you the answer? Or in the universe? The big octopus was confused. Rujeog explained, what is the Chaos Sea made of? The 9 parallel universes were like 9 vast universe ships floating on the Chaos Sea. As for the matter in the Chaos Sea, it was formed by the matter that was ejected from the countless black holes on the ships. Since the Chaos Ocean spring is from the universe's black hole, it's naturally the vindication of Deo for this universe. Therefore, as long as I add a filter to the black hole laws in the 9 universes at the same time, the matter that spurted out from the spring eyes of the 9 universes will weaken the assimilation of the Sea of Chaos to the other universes. Wouldn't that be a success? When the giant octopus heard this, it trembled. I see. The universe could indirectly affect the Chaos Sea. For every parallel universe he vindicated, the Chaos Sea's assimilation rate would be reduced by 1/9. When all 9 universes vindicate their Deo, the Chaos Ocean will no longer resist the outer Deo universes. This was simply a shocking genius. He actually thought of using such a method to complete the laws of the Chaos Sea. By vindicating the Deo of the universe and using the black hole to filter it, he would indirectly vindicate the entire Chaos Sea's water and not assimilate it with the outer Deo universe. Pheasant G also sighed. They were already competing the moment they were born. Guyu won the first round. In the future, the Chaos Sea will no longer have a strong repulsive force against these outer Deo universe life forms. They should be able to live and reproduce freely, and have completely grown up. It's too fast. Su Ji nodded, and his expression changed. He took a deep breath and said, I didn't expect the other party to be so ruthless. At this moment, the big octopus's live broadcast room also exploded. Look at the venerable sovereign. He's sighing. He's about to cry. Yes, don't be fooled by his smile. In fact, he is sighing at how powerful his opponent is. Chapter 1284. In the broadcast room. Everyone exploded in excitement. Through other channels, they had already learned that Dichi, Carolyn, the 3 pillar gods, and even their chief boss, Zhang Yaling, all had grave expressions. Therefore, the venerable sovereign's face must have changed slightly. All the saints in the 9 universes knew that Deo vindication was happening in the 9 universes at the same time. Someone was trying to seize the opportunity in the dark. And the other party's strength. Unfathomable. It was far beyond their reach. Yes, the racer of Mount Harana was shocked as well. He said that he would post his review soon. This guy is going to post an evaluation whenever he's nervous. The other party is too ruthless. How can we win against them? We've been out at sea for so many years and haven't figured out the rules. How can we vindicate the universe? It's too terrifying. If we take the initiative and catch up from behind, do we still have a way to live? It's no wonder that in the era of the great old ones, we would be defeated in an unchanging fate. This is the real enemy that the ancient gods and the others have to be wary of. We will die. Brothers, our Buddhist civilization was too arrogant before. Now that we've realized how weak we are, we can't be reckless anymore. We have to explode. We don't have as much time as we thought. The other party is trying to end the battle as soon as possible. They're killing us directly, not giving the creatures of the later era the chance to rise up and accumulate knowledge. They're not even giving us the chance to defeat them. Yes, they're probably afraid of us. So what if they control the 9 great cosmoses? The 129,000 universes were too vast. In the future, there would be an unprecedented number of saints. It was hard for them to imagine what kind of monsters would appear among them. The best choice is to kill and suppress them in advance. Looking at the live broadcast room, Su Ji also felt that what they said made sense. The younger generation had to grow. The ordinary saints of the older generation, who were hundreds or even tens of millions of years old, were almost all rotten. Their thinking was rigid, and it was up to the younger generation. And who were the younger generation? He was a newcomer of the era who was tens of thousands of years old. It was only the younger generation's geniuses like Carolyn who had just stepped into the realm and caught up with the best era. Carolyn, the 3 pillar gods, and the others might be slightly weaker. However, Dichi, in terms of cultivation speed and talent, was not inferior to the pheasant period. Just like the pheasant period, he became a saint in just 10,000 years. But why was Dichi not as powerful as the 10 of them? He had seen through the laws of the universe and vindicated his Dao. Dichi had been walking for hundreds of years and still couldn't see through it. The reason was simple. Dichi didn't create anything and wanted him to vindicate Dao. At the same time, Dichi was over 10,000 years old and had only become a saint for how long? He had become a saint at more than 10,000 years old, but he was now 6 million years old and still in his prime, mature, and full of energy. If Dichi was of the same age and had reached the prime of his life, he might not be worse than the other party. As for Carolyn and the others, they should be the top geniuses that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the era's war of longevity. However, they were still a step away from the most monstrous of geniuses. This is the reality. He was able to dominate an era and is one of the strongest saints among hundreds of millions of saints. Although Carolyn and the others are geniuses, it's normal for them to be unable to compare. Su Ji knew his own limits. He had only been developing for a short period of time, so it would be a miracle if he could compare to someone else's foundation. It seems that this is really hopeless. The venerable sovereign said softly. Yes, I am. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye nodded. They are very powerful. The 8 of them were competing to see who could see through it first and who was faster. On the other hand, Pheasant Age's Dao heart was already covered in dust and sand. She couldn't even see through it, so she didn't even have the chance to join the competition. However, there's no need to worry. They're people from the ancient times, after all. Their thinking has been more or less solidified, and they can't compare to the new people of this era. This is the first law of the Chaos Sea that was created based on their previous knowledge. However, I don't know what happened after that. I'm afraid it will be very slow. After all, to perfect an era, countless rules were needed. In fact, based on their characters, they might even find geniuses of their era and take them in as disciples, allowing them to establish their own era. After all, their thinking is limited, Pheasant Eye said. At the same time, they have also revealed a path for everyone. How to prove the path to the Chaos Sea? It's not good for them. To vindicate the Chaos Ocean, the sages of the 9 Yuan universe have to vindicate the Chaos Ocean at the same time. In ancient times, the threshold was very high, but what about now? In the era of the heavens and realms, the 9 universes could be traversed at will. The multi-dimensional saints exploded with power, and even the ambitious saints would think of ways to vindicate the rules of the Chaos Sea. The Chaos Ocean is no less than a new cosmos. The laws were huge. Even though the other side has stolen the mainstream right from the start, there are still many left. As soon as he said that, the giant octopus in the live broadcast room were relieved. Although the other party was ruthless, he was not omniscient. Su Ji was also thinking to himself, the other party has weakened the assimilation of the Chaos Sea, the laws of the Chaos Ocean were already chaotic, and the assimilation speed was only 1/10 of the speed of the universe land. Now that it was being reduced, I'm afraid that I can really fly freely in this Chaos Ocean. The species explosion. Without the restrictions, the species was indeed flourishing. Although he would still need alchemy plugins to maintain it, the demand would be much lower. However, Su Ji was not sure exactly how much he had lost, because the other party's current Dao vindication could not be changed immediately. On the other hand, the new ocean currents spewed out by the 9 universes were the ones that reduced the assimilation of the universes. As the new seawater continued to pour in, the assimilation was slowly reduced. Therefore, Su Ji could not tell what was going on for a while. I'm only responsible for farming quietly. They will open up a path for me. And this is only the first change. It will continue to change in the future. I'm afraid that the habitable environments of these universes will completely appear, and I'll be in control of the universe. Su Ji said to himself. The 9 main cosmoses had already been stable for more than 10 billion years. They were already in the bag and could not be overturned. He would use the heavens and the myriad world to surround the city, float outside the main universe, and then make a move on the 9 main universes. So what if they controlled the heaven-defying laws of the 9 main universes? You can't control my Chaos Sea. Su Ji gave a half-smile in his heart. Looks like I'll have to go back again and work on the reproductive system of these universes that could not reproduce before. At the same time, I'll have to plant some spores to let them evolve. If it could not reproduce by itself, how could it be called alive? Without spores, bacteria, and microorganisms in the ocean, How could a real ocean ecosystem be formed? Su Ji wanted the entire Chaos Sea to be his personal sandbox for biological evolution. Just as Su Ji was thinking about this, his expression suddenly changed slightly and he looked into the distance. On the other side, tens of billions of stars in the Chaos Sea collapsed and aged, turning into black holes. The number of these black holes was extremely large. The light rays, energy, and matter that they devoured, as well as the chaotic water that they spurted out, slowly moved the plates of a parallel universe. And in a certain black hole, an ancient black figure was silently sensing the Chaos Sea outside through the black hole. He seemed to have sensed something. And NBSP, gulp. Outside the black hole's ocean current, there were some space life forms that were instinctively approaching. The ocean current here was like a clear spring, allowing these life universes to bathe in it with great warmth. They could not help but instinctively approach and swim here. As expected, it has come. The black figure stood in the air and laughed. The others can't beat me, Guyu, in the end. I was once a star that collapsed into an incomplete black hole when the universe bridge split in the primordial age. I gained consciousness and was entertained by the Chaos Saint who studied the splitting of the universe at that time. Only then did I gain sentience. At that time, the black hole law of the parallel universe had just been born, and he was one of the failed experiments of a black hole collapsing. That was why he had gained sentience. After all, it was impossible for a perfect black hole to have sentience. He was born at the most appropriate time, allowing a black hole to gain intelligence. He was a unique life form from ancient times until now. Even though the other sages had also deduced this simple first Deo vindication rule, they were not as fast as him. This was his life rule. Come, cute universe life forms. He could feel the life forms that were swimming in from the outside. He chuckled and said, "Here, there are ocean currents that you love the most. In the clear spring here, you can maximize the chance of not being assimilated by the great universe. Cute little guys, you are all mine." Guyu's voice was calm, but there was a trace of uncontainable joy. The other saints couldn't find a ship to sail the seas, but he could easily harvest a large number of them. It could even form a stable channel. That was because he had mastered this rule and created the environment they liked. In this way, I'll seize the first opportunity and monopolize the entire era of the heavens and realms. Guyu's lips curled into a smile. No matter how many tens of thousands of universes there are in the heavens and realms, I can control a large part of them. If this continues, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of universes. Her Highness is already the overlord of the multiverse, and he will be the overlord of the universe. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. A faint shadow appeared in front of him. Immortal Majesties, I know that this black hole spring that has just been born will welcome a batch of young universes. They want to trade with your Highness Guyu. Guyu's voice was cold. That's possible. After all, even if we reject them, it won't slow them down. Let's see what kind of sincerity they are willing to offer. Hwalala. Outside the black hole, many young universe life forms instinctively approached each of the 9 black holes. It was like a fishing rod that had attracted an unbelievable prey. These creatures, algae and conches, seemed to be parasitic conchs attached to the steel ship, forming a vibrant underwater ecosystem. Grow up, Guyu said in a low voice. He was like a father who was protecting a young life. Through one of the universes, Su Ji could also vaguely see this place. He looked at the black shadow and left after a few glances. He muttered, "He's a good person." Chapter 1285. A period of time passed. The saints on the Chaos Ocean gradually came to know, there were ancient saints who vindicated the laws of the Chaos Ocean in order to open up chaos and complete the order of the universe. Becoming a saint through merit. In a sense, it was indeed so. The greater the merit, the stronger one would be. This was because the greater the merit, the more terrifying the core rules of the universe one had mastered, and the more critical the position of the completion was. In just a few short years. At first, the saints thought that the rules of the Chaos Sea had not changed. It was not until they approached the bottom of the parallel universes and saw the gushing ocean springs that they realized that the change had already happened. The origin of the Chaos Sea was undergoing a change. This place was inhabited by countless universes. Even the universes they controlled were extremely close to this clear spring area, and they were filled with longing. This was the instinct of living things. Previously, the great universe had a strong repulsive force and a feeling of foreign objects, which made them extremely uncomfortable. It was as if they were an invasive species, but now, they seemed to have entered a relaxed paradise. At the same time, they also saw the existence that created the rules in this paradise. This existence announced to the outside world that he had opened up a new era. This is the first year of the universe. A saint spread the news. He declared that in the first year of the universe, he would establish a orthodoxy for the universe and announce the birth of a new era. How bold is this person? Who is he? Hateful. Not only does the other party want to attract and occupy a batch of universes, but he also wants us to submit and rely on him. There are already a portion of saints who have chosen to submit. Simply without any ambition. But no matter what, this is already the largest force in the universe. The other party has already proven the rules, which is unimaginably convenient. How difficult is it for us to capture a new cosmos? To chase, to surround, to set up a net. As for the other party, as long as they guard this place, there will be an endless stream of universes coming to their side. Simply hateful. What kind of demon is this? Countless saints were terrified. The other party was too powerful and too mysterious. This monopoly had made them feel despair. Even Dichi approached secretly. He drove the universe and came to this clear stream zone. He was shocked. This is already a channel. The 9 universes are like 9 light spots, attracting all the universe life forms in the chaos sea and gradually approaching. At the very least, the other party can use this to attract and monopolize 60% of the universe. What kind of concept was 60%? It meant that other than the 40% of the universe that was controlled by someone, the universe without an owner would almost follow the instinct of living creatures to approach and submit to this place. Carolyn had also arrived. Her voice was filled with bewilderment as she secretly looked for Dichi. The other party has the source, but he might not be that terrifying in the future. This was because when this clear stream spread out and gradually replaced the existing water in the chaos sea, it would be a paradise everywhere. These universes won't come over, but this place is in the distant future. Now that it's the source of running water, the attraction is too great. The 3 pillar gods also approached in secret. When they saw their 2 old friends, they said softly. But now, without doubt, I have first-hand resources. Almost all the living creatures in the universe will instinctively approach me, and this will last for a long time. If there are more than 120,000 worlds in the universe, the other party can control at least 100,000 universes. 100,000? As soon as these words fell, the 3 sides were all frightened. The other party was too ruthless. Such an ancient existence could scheme through the heavens. This was to monopolize all the universes and not give the other saints a chance to survive in the new era. He was so overbearing, but no one could do anything about it. The other party controlled the general trend of the universe and acted according to the flow. No one could go against it. It's not that there's no way to break out of this situation. Dichi placed his hands behind his back and said, there are 2 ways. The first is to enter the 9 universes and find the 9 original forms of the sage who corroborated his Deo. Then, we will kill him and plunder his Deo bloodline. We will then merge it into our own bodies and replace him. The second method is that since this place is the source of the attraction of the universes, we can just wait outside and intercept the universes one by one to steal their achievements. Dichi had his hands behind his back, obviously very proficient in it. We'll intercept them outside, said Carolyn with a smile. Soon, the 3 of them began to rob people near the chaos ocean of the 9 great cosmoses. They took the opportunity to enter the ownerless cosmoses that had been attracted. When the other saints saw this scene, they also followed suit. However, the chaos sea was huge. Even if it was a parallel universe, the coastlines were not something that the few saints could surround. Furthermore, there were a total of 9 universes, and there were too many fish that had escaped the net. If they could not seal the coastlines, the gains would be extremely low. Below the universe, there were trillions of black holes. No one knew from which direction there would be universe life forms being drawn over. At most, one could only wait there, and the rewards would be as exaggerated as the first prize. It was difficult for man to defeat the heavens. They relied on their own strength and could not influence the laws of the universe. Hateful. Seizing the universe's momentum. We must kill such a great thief. Finally, powerful multi-dimensional saints were born. The weakest among them was a 9-yuan sage, but there were many 10-yuan sages who had stepped into the ultimate realm. They had lived for a long time and even slept for hundreds of millions of years in the ancient era before they came to this day. In this future of 3 to 400 million years, they had long become ancient legends, and there were very few stories about them in the world. Back then, in that cosmic war, that powerful multidimensional empire fell, and the other party killed it. We were once afraid of it. The other party is strong, but that little bug civilization is only so-so. We have a longer history. We can also suppress him. We didn't do anything before, but now that they're monopolizing everything, don't blame us for not doing anything. I wonder which era the other party is a saint from? The lifespan of a multi-dimensional sage is only 90 million years. Perhaps, their lifespan would be longer than our 300 to 400 million years of deep sleep. The other party might have 500 to 600 million years. However, they have indeed gone too far. The ancient saints who were truly hidden in the world quickly emerged on the entire continent. One by one, the multi-dimensional saints arrived. There were 45 bloodlines of 10 Yuan and 8 Yuan supreme saints, and 40 bloodlines. They had fused as one, and a true body that had fused with the 9 Yuan universe had completely descended. Boom! Some people saw that terrifying aura descend. In the chaos heavens of a universe, the universe seemed to have been destroyed. A large number of ordinary saints, no matter how far away they were, could feel their hearts throb. Someone saw it. In the desert at the center of the chaos heavens of the ancient second universe, the tomb was opened, and the opportunity spread across the world. It was as if the laws of the universe had run through the past and present. A slender, otherworldly, and peerless woman in white walked out. In the seventh universe, in Mount Eternal, an ancient human emperor with white hair and unrivaled chi and blood was extremely rare. He held a huge flag in his hand, and it seemed as if he could crush the entire universe. Every universe had 2 to 3 such high-level, multi-dimensional existences. Even the universe where the Zerg empresses had fallen was filled with opportunities under Su Ji's dumbfounded gaze. Boom! A saint had actually appeared. Most saints lived by the sea, but in the depths of the chaos heavens of the universe, a child walked out with an aura that could easily crush everything. Our universe also has them. Su Ji ate the fruit and looked a little dazed. The universe really had many hidden forces of ancient civilizations. It was too mysterious. What's this? That Deo Vindication existence wanted to take it for himself, but he angered the ancient saints. All the saints of the 9 Yuan universe and the ordinary multi-dimensional saints were terrified by the sight. They had never seen such a terrifying holy war. In his own universe, there were many unimaginable existences who were old but not dead. They had actually lived for hundreds of millions of years, and the stories of each of them could be written into a grand chapter. A bloody emperor-ranked battle had occurred. Deep within the chaos heavens, intense quakes erupted, but the quakes quickly subsided. A piece of news was spread that all the ancient saints had fallen in their true forms. A mysterious existence had single-handedly killed all the ancient saints. This is normal. And NBSP, Pheasant Eyes were very calm. This kind of person thinks that he is an old monster just because he has been living in seclusion and sleeping for hundreds of millions of years. He doesn't know that in the past, I have killed so many people that my hands have gone soft. Their true bodies in their 9 universes have all died. They can't enter the universe again. Some of the self-righteous saints have really died and did not leave any fire seeds in the universe. Some of the more careful saints have all their true selves in the 9 universes dead. Although they can't go back, they can still survive in the small universes outside. However, their selves in the 9 parallel universes have all died once, so they can't return. And NBSP, under Pheasant Eye's nonchalant tone, all the hidden old men had fallen. Some of them were even stronger than the previous Queen Mother of the Zerg, and their power was earth-shattering, but in Su Ji's eyes, they were as insignificant as ants. There was no real feeling at all. This is the end of Taihanin. Su Ji heaved a sigh of relief. However, this was also because they did not know the ins and outs of the lifelong realm. Although all the sages of the universe had passed through the mysterious 10th universe to vindicate their Deo, no one knew what was inside. It was an extremely vague concept and could not be entered. Now, all the ordinary saints of this era know that there are existences in the 9 multiverse and great continents that must not be provoked. They can only search for resources unscrupulously in the small universes outside. Su Ji was very calm. The other party's drastic move was too terrifying. This ancient saint had created a spring for the universe. If they found trouble with him, they would be killed. If they didn't find trouble with him, they could only watch as the other party snatched all the opportunities of their era. To the others, the Rujao era, the ancient gods, Dichi and Carolyn were all extremely anxious, feeling that the other party had gained the upper hand. They wanted to urgently find a way out of this predicament. However, it was easier said than done. It's too terrifying. Su Ji scratched his head and looked at Rujeoji, who was also worried. Rujeoji had not expected the other party to be so ruthless. Su Ji also thought to himself, the other party is coming up with an absolutely crushing stance. The bloodline of the ancient gods and the Huaxia bloodline on earth looks very dangerous. Caroline, Medusa, and the others are very anxious now. They clearly had the upper hand and were the first to join the god of destruction's camp, but why did the other party catch up and become the first general under the god of destruction? They felt that their position in the future was going to be threatened. By right, as a venerable sovereign, he should also feel fear. Because if the other party controlled the general situation, the venerable sovereigns of the Chinese Buddhist civilization would die without a doubt. Even Caroline and the three pillar gods were so afraid that they were forcing themselves to search for new opportunities. But the venerable sovereign is feeling fear now, while the god of destruction is fine. At that moment, Su Ji finally understood the joy of being the universe. No matter how the creatures in the universe fought, no matter how many factions fought, they would eventually complete the great Dao of the universe. The universe would be the one to benefit from it and move towards maturity and completeness. Chapter 1286. This fear spread throughout the entire universe. The saints were terrified, and the common people were also uneasy. The weak did not want to compete for the great era of the universe and did not want to obtain opportunities. However, they could not escape from the great calamity. No matter which era changed, they would suffer. After all, he was at the bottom. The people suffer when they rise, and the people suffer when they die. And the mortals here were already referring to the level 9 civilizations in the universe. As for level 8 gods, and even true mortals, they weren't even considered ants. Universe Year 102. It had only been 100 years since the beginning of a golden age in the higher dimension. The various great cosmoses were completely unimpeded. The multiverse accelerated its fusion. Countless cosmic ships set sail as the outside of the chaos heavens welcomed the initial period of a golden age. Hualala. On the coastline, shrouded in chaotic mist, a large number of saints from other dimensional civilizations arrived. They sneaked into these universes and recruited talents everywhere, inviting the younger generation of rank 9 Dao achieving civilizations to become their crew. Plundering, invading. Talents had become the most critical and rare thing in this era. Building the universe, predicting the era, and hoping for the emergence of geniuses to predict the future all required talents. This era was clearly a competition for talents. In fact, even Guyu had started to open its doors widely. It had started to announce that it was taking in all the elites of the world in the 9 multiverse. They had joined the sect and had the possibility of becoming a personal disciple. I wish to open the world's doors and take in common people as my disciples. And Guyu's reputation had completely soared. Because he had a stable channel to the universe, a large number of universes approached him, causing many existences to choose to join him. Let nature take its course. Su Ji's real body was sitting in an orchard in the countryside of Tongchang on Earth, eating fruit. Those universes are all different Zerg life forms. They were just like Caroline and Dichi. They did not know that they were from the insect race and thought that they were free and lived in a sandbox. Naturally, they will follow their biological instincts and get closer to habitable places. Su Ji could naturally stop those universe life forms. But why should he stop them? Let nature take its course, this was the law of the universe. Wouldn't interfering be exposing himself? Guyu had killed himself with a single punch. I can't afford to offend you. Su Ji knew this. To this day, Caroline and the others still did not know that they were Zergs, and that these universes had developed intelligence. Although they were a member of the Zergs, Su Ji had no intention of letting them know his origins from the beginning to the end. Hidden in the city, the world is my son. How can we reveal such a top secret of the universe? Su Ji took a bite of the apple leisurely, his face relaxed. In the end, Su Ji had rotted away and become the person he had once hated the most. There was a saying, if you stare at the abyss for too long, the abyss will stare back. Now that he thought about it, it was also suitable for old Wang. But he did not notice at all that Su Ji had turned around and was looking at his latest revised version. He muttered, however, is this thing still an insect? A second Zerg Queen had been updated, and it was completely unrecognizable. The shell of the first queen mother of the bug tribe had been modified by Su Ji to be completely different. If the previous parts were scattered everywhere, they had now become a whole. The Zerg sub-brain had become a wriggling life of a universe, and Su Ji had stored the 6 paths of reincarnation, the heavenly Dao piano, and other accessories in this life of the universe. The operation was simple. It was just a small improvement. Although they were still individual parts, at least on the surface, they had merged together. In the second version, the sub-brain of the Zerg has already been turned into a universe life form that gives birth. If the first Zerg empresses appear in front of you and look at your body, I don't think you can even recognize me. I've toyed with you until you've become a ghost. Su Ji's expression was very calm. It was obvious that he had embarked on an unprecedented path. But it was also because it was unprecedented that Su Ji himself could not see what the future would be like. What form would the universe take? He didn't know. At the very least, Gu Yu's move had left Su Ji dumbfounded. But Su Ji was not in a hurry at all. No matter what happened, the other party would eventually help him fill in the laws of the universe, and he just had to sit by and watch. Su Ji cast a glance at the players. On Earth, the atmosphere in the forum quickly became excited. Now, we've followed Zhang Yaling and occupied 7 ships. In the future era of the universe, we will be known as the 7 Vajra warriors. Isn't it the 7 martial seas? However, when we followed them to another universe and snuck ashore, we discovered that our game bloodline in our universe could no longer be used in that universe. It's too difficult. We can only cultivate again. That's right. Every parallel universe's bloodline is not interconnected. That's right. If this continues, won't all the super heaven-defying bloodlines we've deduced be useless? All our efforts have gone down the drain. They complained and felt bitter. According to the current situation, the bloodline of the Hybrid 9 Revolution's mysterious art, the hybrid bloodline of the whole clan, and the bloodline of the giant octopus god of death could only be used in their original universe. They could not use it in other universes. This greatly reduced the functionality. Just as everyone was in a heated discussion, the racer of Mount Harana finally stepped forward. Everyone, don't panic. Our bloodline is not useless. It's just that times have changed, and the way it's used has changed. The racer of Mount Harana replied, the guy called Gu Yu is indeed very powerful. He has monopolized the entire universe. However, to be honest, I have already found a way to break out of this situation. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. This braggart was really impressive. All the saints in the universe felt that danger was lurking everywhere, and they could not figure out the other party's plan to break out of this situation. However, the racer of Mount Harana had actually found a way. The speed of the car on Mount Harana was that fast? He could even fight against these ancient saints? They had also heard of the great battle that had taken place earlier. Even the old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of years had come out of the mountains to seek an explanation. However, they were all killed. That battle was earth-shattering. However, the racer of Mount Harana remained calm. The racer of Mount Harana, first of all, let me talk about the first problem that everyone has to solve. Bloodline. Everyone's main question is probably, is the bloodline we evolved useless? I can tell you that it is indeed useless in other universes. We're not the only ones facing this problem. There are other multi-dimensional sages as well. They also know that their bloodline is starting to be useless. Everyone nodded. They were indeed at a disadvantage. But the other saints weren't the same? In the future, when the structure of the universe descended, no matter which universe's bloodline it would be useless on the Chaos Sea. Everyone had been crippled. In truth, Gu Yu and Pheasant Age should be the most miserable. The racer of Mount Harana, to be honest, this is an unprecedented variable. The original combat system has been overturned. Then, what will be used to measure the future combat levels? Everyone couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Someone started discussing. Every realm in the universe is a universe, and the combat power in the universe is probably still the same as before. However, once you leave the universe and come to the universe, your combat power will be different. Everyone will meet on the Chaos Sea and collide with each other while driving the universe. Whose universe is stronger? In the future, let's not compete on bloodlines. Whose universe is stronger? Just as everyone was discussing, the racer of Mount Harana gave an answer. You're right, the future is a competition of the universe. Don't forget that the current universes have a unique characteristic: they are all bloodline universe life forms. Since they are life forms, do they not have bloodlines? Everyone seemed to have caught on to something. Life in the universe. They also had bloodlines. Their bloodline was the Atlas of the Great Dao. The racer of Mount Harana said, "I'll make it simple. Since the universe can be compared to a person, and he has a bloodline. In that case, why can't we change his bloodline to our 9 revolutions mysterious art?" Everyone trembled. To let this universe's life form cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art? It was wrong. Was it to let the life form of this universe possess the bloodline of the 9 revolutions mysterious art before cultivating it? They trembled. Was he piloting a super mecha to fight? Or rather, he was piloting a space giant to fight? Now, he had to think about the problem from a different perspective. If he didn't treat it as the universe, the seaweed, conch, and fish in front of him, it was also the species that lived in the sea that allowed these marine animals to evolve the bloodline of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Then, is it really that hard to make a living being develop the bloodline of the 9 revolutions mysterious art? The racer of Mount Harana asked. The answer is, of course, very, very difficult. But it's not impossible for us. We've used countless lives to develop the bloodline of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, and even a compound type. This life form in front of us is a little special, so why can't we do it? The words of the racer of Mount Harana had inspired everyone. He could vaguely feel his blood boiling with excitement. However, if the atlases of the Great Dao were to become the bloodline structure of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, could humans still live in this universe? Would the ecosystem become like life? The racer of Mount Harana continued, "I can't be bothered with my theory. I'll just tell you the answer. In the future, we will use our bloodline to evolve the universe and become the Dao field of our bloodline. After that, we will occupy the will of the universe and replace it. We will become the great life giants of the universe with the 9 revolutions mysterious art." What is this situation? We have the super transformation giant form, we have become giants. We still have the 9 revolutions mysterious art. The more he spoke, the louder and more excited he became. The future US, or the entire universe. The pattern would definitely still be a battle between living creatures, a competition of bloodlines. However, these living beings are all part of the universe. And how do I take over the will of the universe and make it my own body? It wasn't that there was no way. Carolyn, one of the 3 pillar gods, has already used her bloodline to do so. We can go find Carolyn and the others to borrow their bloodline, and then take this path. We'll replace the universe and use the life of the universe to complete his DNA and bloodline, turning it into our own bloodline of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. We're just changing our bloodline from our current body to another body. Our previous accumulation has not been in vain. I can imagine that in the future battles between the giants of the universe, we will also use the 9 revolutions mysterious art. This creature of the heavens will be able to dominate the world. The racer of Mount Harana's words made everyone feel relaxed and happy. A super bloodline life form that could transform a universe into the 9 revolutions mysterious art. What was the inside of this universe like? What kind of environment did life in this universe have? What kind of setup? They couldn't guess any of this. However, there were infinite possibilities in completing the Atlas of the Great Dao, and it was indeed possible to achieve this. The racer of Mount Harana had said so much, but he knew that even though the 9 revolutions mysterious art was indeed heaven-defying, the other sages would eventually learn from them and transfer their own bloodline into another universe. He could turn a universe into his bloodline Dao field. Then, all the heaven-defying bloodlines of the 9 universes would be transformed into a single universe and they would fight each other. Who would win and who would lose? It was hard to imagine. But it would definitely be an unprecedented golden age. This is the first question, our bloodline inheritance. The racer of Mount Harana continued, the second question is, what if we break out of the other party's monopoly? I've discussed this with Minmay and we have an answer. Give birth. The racer of Mount Harana said. Let the universe give birth. Let the universe give birth? What was the solution? The universe currently does not possess the ability to reproduce because of its NDA. The Great Dao Atlases are incomplete. However, at present, some of the leading universes had rather complete atlases, and they had already grown to the point where they could give birth to wisdom and the will of the Great Path. In that case, the next step for the birth of wisdom is for us to continue to complete the Great Dao Atlases. Can we allow the universe to give birth? You must know that the growth of living creatures is the birth of wisdom, and then the body functions mature, breed the next generation, and then die of old age. Everyone was stunned by this bold and imaginative idea. However, it was not over yet. The racer of Mount Harana continued, we don't have to treat it as universe. We don't have to treat it as a life form. The universe's DNA bloodline sequence has unlimited potential. We can evolve it. If they can't reproduce, we'll change the life structure of the evolutionary universe and consciously favor atlases so that they have the characteristics of producing offspring. Everyone's mind shook, as if they were walking on thin ice. At this moment, they could almost imagine the future of the universe. The future. There were infinite possibilities. Because now, everything was hazy. It needed to be completed and verified. The universe had the bloodline of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art and could produce offspring. Didn't that descendant also have the bloodline of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art? They would give birth to universe life forms with the bloodline of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, eventually forming a civilization settlement, and even establishing a country. Wasn't this universe equivalent to the humans of the primordial era? Bloodlines could be inherited, they could give birth, and they would form a community. The way of life in this universe was already similar to that of ordinary life forms. It's not the humans of the primordial era either. It's the future. Now, it was like a conch group, a school of fish. I'll be able to roam the chaos sea. With the completion of the racer of Mount Harana, everyone was able to imagine the inevitable trend of the future. It was so vast that even the most unimaginable super legends couldn't describe it. Heavens! This was the universe. The racer of Mount Harana, to be honest, if this were in the past, even if it could give birth, the newborn universe would not be able to live in it. This is because the infant universe is too weak. It cannot resist the assimilation of the universe. But now, with the change in the laws, it might be able to survive. Everyone nodded. The conditions to give birth were now met. There was also an environment to live in when a new baby universe was born. But for now, the new ocean currents are still spreading, the racer of Mount Harana said. Just like the splitting of the ancient multiverse, it will take a long time for them to spread to every corner of the chaos sea. After all, the splitting of the parallel universe back then had also taken a long time before the plates had completely moved. The racer of Mount Harana said, however, we don't have to panic. We can go to the other party's spring source area to give birth. The assimilation effect there is very small. We can raise the newborn universe and then leave. The other party's place is equivalent to a delivery room. The delivery room? Everyone was stupefied. This analogy was very appropriate. These were resources to vindicate Dao at Bai Yan's house. To give birth to a child, raise the child, and then leave? The players immediately expressed their opinions. From the looks of it, the other party is still able to control his vital parts and nothing has changed, right? Are you stupid? There must be changes. Right. The other party had used that source to absorb the wild universes, allowing him to have a chance of monopolizing 100,000 of the 120,000 universes. But it's different now, because we can also have children. Yes, if we can reproduce, we can also have a large number of universes. The other party can only absorb wild universes. Although the number is still large, they cannot monopolize it. Also, this delivery room is too big. Hundreds of millions of black holes are shooting out. He can't stop us from sneaking in. Why are you guys talking like you're talking about Pokemon? Collecting little universe spirits everywhere. Everyone could not help but laugh. This time, it was their turn to seize the initiative. It felt too good. Perhaps the other saints had also seen this future. They had also seen the universe's reproduction breaking the monopoly. They had even seen the universe's bloodline, which could be integrated and improved. But was it useful to see it? The players were undoubtedly the fastest. Even saints had to start from scratch, but the players had mature evolution knowledge. They could evolve the universe's bloodline the fastest and develop a fertility mechanism. The second difficulty was to find a way to occupy the universe's consciousness. Otherwise, you might just be making a wedding dress. When the will of the universe becomes strong, it might not listen to you. They had both conditions. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. Who else but me can the next wind gap be? In the end, we have the initiative. We were taken advantage of earlier because we weren't careful. Now, we are the second wind gap. Ha 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 ha, watch me give birth to 10 treasures and fight to be the master of the universe. And NBSP, cough, cough, cough. The racer of Mount Harana coughed twice to get them to quiet down. He then added, in the future, if the saints want to possess the universe, the original universe will probably form a settlement and be hostile to us. The two sides will form two different forces. Everyone understood what he meant. It was estimated that among the 129,600 heavens, some were the will of the heavenly path of the original universe, which was hostile to the will of the saints who had seized the universe. The two sides formed two camps. When everyone heard this, they felt that it was getting clearer and clearer. They immediately burst out laughing. The racer of Mount Harana is still the best. That's right, I can actually see this level. No, it's also because of Menmei's amazing writing. They deduced it together and only saw this through internal information. The other sages can't see it at all. We've broken the trap. We're the first to break the trap. In the face of all the praises, the racer of Mount Harana's face was solemn. To be honest, the other sages can't do it because it's an unprecedented path for them, the evolutionary life. And we can see that the reason we can react so quickly is because we specialize in different fields. All the evolution we've accumulated before was for the foreshadowing of what's happening now. The others are so busy, everyone is trapped in a predicament, but we've already gotten out of it. Are we strong? No. No, even a clever housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. This is probably an ancient god, the training that was prepared for us. He had long expected that the era of the universe would be the era of life evolution. He also knew that he would face the dilemma of life evolution. It's not just in the present, but there will be many in the future. That's why he created to train us to where we are today. Chapter 1287. Hearing this, everyone's hearts were filled with mixed feelings. The ancient god had already predicted this moment. Even before the great momentum of the world had risen, it had already secretly set up such a deep trap. He had asked them to study the evolution of species and the evolution of bloodlines in preparation for today. I used to naively think that we would be able to develop a species with a heaven-defying bloodline step by step, master the rules, and then fight for hegemony in this universe. I didn't know that we were actually looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Hiss. It turns out that the vision of the ancient gods has long been beyond the universe. He is not fighting for hegemony in the universe, but preparing for the future. That's because bloodlines are completely useless now. We have to study the rules of how bloodlines appear and use them to deduce new rules to control the world. The ancient gods, even the ancient overlords of the longevity world, are plotting against us. Overthrow them with the god of destruction and the momentum of the era. Awesome! I'm afraid that the disciple of a venerable sovereign under the command of a super ancient god was also part of his plan. He easily captured the heart of one of the ancient existences. Who else but me? Su Ji looked at these comments and flipped through them page by page. All of them were shocked by the layout of the ancient gods. They were all exaggerated and far-sighted, never expecting that the spore evolution game was designed for this era. Su Ji could not help but touch his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Previously, he had really only evolved a transcendent bloodline and used a heaven-defying bloodline with the intention of conquering the universe. Wouldn't the Zerg empresses of the past be crying if they looked down on such narrow-minded behavior? This was his goal. Evolving a bloodline life form within a cosmos and grasping the power of the origin would be the strongest. Furthermore, they were already one of the most powerful races in the universe. These people were getting more and more arrogant. According to this saying, the Zerg empresses of the past generations had also molted and become country bumpkins. Su Ji was very surprised to see this. However, he still had to continue watching and see how they would say their obscenities. The big shots had already begun to make their oaths. Menmei, this is the time for us to show off our outstanding talents. We need to tell these words to Carolyn, the three pillar gods, and Dichi, who are still out in the ocean, so that they can join forces and create a new world. The Alchemy Emperor, the calculations of the ancient gods can be said to be for a rainy day. They don't understand the evolutionary system of life. Just by cultivating the traditional system of laws, he's naturally inferior to us. Brothers, go, 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 go. There was no predicament that could not be overcome with knowledge, only an unbald-headed hairline. Everyone, work hard. Some people also saw the blind spot. The heavenly Deo Piano said, according to this, according to the giant octopus, the universe that it occupies and evolves is like a septic tank for the heavens, a toilet for walking, and a public toilet for the marine creatures of the universe. Disdain.jpg. Everyone was speechless. They were also stunned for a few seconds. What flickered in their eyes was not fear, but great joy. Like a person who had been woken up from a dream, they felt that there was a huge plan in their hearts that could make many saints in the universe suffer. They were originally merciful, kind, and did not like to fight. The 9 Revolutions' mysterious art that they had developed was non-combat type. Only the giant octopus's bloodline was a decisive killing god of a generation. Brothers, I have an idea. Don't tell me you're also. Ha 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 ha, it's not in vain to get to know all of you and discuss Deo. It seems that you are all people of the same mind. Then why don't you contact the giant octopus and the venerable sovereign? Let Pheasant Age think of a way to capture it, or give a universe to the giant octopus. We have just deduced the bloodline of the giant octopus, so it is time to pursue it while it is hot and continue to deduce to form an exaggerated universe combat power. The venerable sovereign's little country bumpkin wife. When she was still troubled, the big octopus told her that it had gotten out of the predicament. That's how sharp it is, expect.jpg. Hurry up. Let the giant octopus show off. Say this theory to Rujog, quickly. I can't hold back my primal power anymore. Finally, Pheasant G's mouth twitched. The 3-year deadline is up. I'm a useless extra wife. I'll endure your humiliation, be expelled from the family, and marry a disabled person. At this moment, the giant octopus took a step forward, and all the saints were shocked. There was such a divine item in the world? He will be the Dragon King of the Chaos Sea. The comments were getting more and more explosive, and they were refreshing faster and faster. Su Ji was speechless. He was stunned. After going 1 round, you guys are targeting me again? Why didn't Dichi, Carolyn, and the 3 pillar gods show off? Why did they show off at my place? By the time Su Ji came back to his senses, the giant octopus was already in high spirits. It ran over to Pheasant Ji on the deck and told him about its deduction. According to my observation, the general trend of the universe will eventually separate after a long period of separation and integration. The giant octopus was beaming with joy. If you were not a venerable sovereign, I wouldn't even bother with you, a country bumpkin. Pheasant Ji stood on the deck. She was originally worried about the future situation of the Chaos Sea with the other saints, but now, she couldn't help but be shocked. My husband is really good at judging people. You can immediately tell that this alien octopus is different. I can actually predict a corner of the future and see the way to break out of this situation. It described an unbelievable great era. It seems unbelievable. However, it's also destined. This octopus. He looks simple-minded, but he's extraordinary. She might not have been creative, but she was very knowledgeable and immediately realized the feasibility of the plan. However, even though he had found a way, it was just as he had said. He did not have enough knowledge to evolve his bloodline and the knowledge to evolve the great Deo Atlas and the universe. He could only fumble from the beginning, which was extremely slow. And NBSP, however, this octopus in front of him had said that he was extremely talented in this area and had even displayed some of his abilities. This caused Pheasant G to be shocked. It wants a universe, preferably the seaweed universe, which is more suitable. It also needs to command the sages to repair the DNA rule map of the universe of Deo Vindication according to its opinion, so that the seaweed universe can evolve and enter the growth period of the universe. It's not like we can't let him try. And NBSP, Pheasant Fate finally agreed. The giant octopus was overjoyed. It made sense to agree. After all, not only did he need the bloodline evolution knowledge, but he also needed the universe atlas evolution knowledge. The knowledge of a creature's bloodline evolution was extremely rare. As for the evolution knowledge of the universe atlases, the evolutionary laws of singularity explosion. Other than the heavenly music sect, who else had such data? Only by evolving countless universes and Deo atlases could this system be summed up. This was a unique first-mover advantage. Could those saints understand it? Singularity explosion. The study of the great Deo chart. It was the god of destruction who had given them the opportunity to come into contact with these things. Therefore, when the giant octopus showed some of its talents, it was not afraid that the other party would disagree. Moreover, venerable sovereigns would help put in a good word for him. Suddenly, a great revolution began in the universe. The giant octopus wrote down some paths overnight for the saints to vindicate their deos. The paths were so densely packed that no one could understand. The saints were shocked after seeing this. There's some kind of pattern to this. The universe is also alive and has bloodlines. Can the universe really give birth to a true bloodline talent and cultivate bloodline techniques like a life? It can also produce offspring. And NBSP, they were all very shocked. Pheasant G was also watching from the side, secretly following suit. Gradually, they began to realize that something was wrong. The entire universe suddenly began to smell. Chapter 1288. It was a unique smell. At first, it was the smell of filth and decay, and the whole seaweed universe was gradually decaying. It exuded an aged aura, and everyone even thought that with the completion and transformation of the entire universe atlas, the entire universe would head towards complete death. Over the past few decades, the sages continued to vindicate their daos and complete the laws of the universe. The stench of decay began to grow stronger. The stench was intensifying. The unique rancid smell of filth gradually turned into the unique decay of corpses. This death seemed to be in the final fermentation, and there was a trace of molting, like an old strong wine that had finally brewed, and a trace of fragrance appeared. A strange scene occurred. The rancid smell intensified. At first, all the saints found it unbearable. They were disgusted by the stench and couldn't bear such a smell. However, they gradually found the smell to be pleasant, fragrant, and sweet. It was a mysterious feeling. Just like stinky tofu, after getting used to it, one would feel that it was rich and delicious. When all the saints finally came to their senses, he found that the whole seaweed universe had turned black, with a strong smell of death. The countless waving tentacles of the seaweed were like an evil octopus. It was covered in a black cloak with hard carapace. Its endless tentacles were like the scythe-wielding grim reapers of some mythological civilizations. They carried an indescribable violent evil and the purest aura of the law of death. And they had also become living beings within this death god cosmos. Although this death intent domain was enough to destroy and taint everything, it couldn't do any damage to them, as they were also the descendants of the death god. What's this? Unbelievable. I thought I had walked into a cesspit and was ready to sacrifice myself. I didn't expect to walk into a wonderful heaven. It's like drinking dew. It exudes such a sweet fragrance. I'm thirsty, I'm really thirsty. The sages marveled at the unprecedented path and quickly examined the data. This situation is equivalent to turning this universe into the sages' Deo field. Even the rules are filled with the other party's Deo bloodline. The living beings of this universe can only use this special bloodline. Other rules are not applicable. Meanwhile, the players from another organization, who had already become saints in chemistry, were also studying the current data. The living environment in the universe has become even narrower. The vast universe is actually less than 1/1000th of the original living environment. They observed their surroundings. It should be known that in a normal great universe, planets, soil, stars, as long as one saw them, almost all of them were living environments. And the non-inhabitable celestial bodies like the sun that emitted light were also used to light up the surrounding living environments. And here? There were muscles, bones, DNA, squirming blood vessels, and intertwined meridians. Yes. The planet had already stretched into the cell nucleus, muscles, and bones. What was life made of? It was also made up of inanimate objects. Soil, water, and various trace elements formed the living beings on the planet's muscles, blood vessels, hair, and blood vessels. The planet, soil, water, and their matter had directly become the material composition of life. These were the rules of this universe. This is simply unbelievable. Is this the miracle of the universe? There's almost no living environment. Previously, the atlas of the great universe continuously filled in the laws, all to make the universe more habitable. However, the diagrams in front of us are all tree-shaped diagrams for bloodline evolution and the Great Deo, so they take up a large amount of resources. Allowing it to develop signs of life's bloodline would take up too many resources. Countless people were analyzing and loudly praising, and they started to have various opinions. It might not be a bad thing. It must be noted that the living resources of our parallel universe are already excessive. A planet, a nebula, was vast and boundless. There might not even be a few scattered civilizations living on it. Now, I'm just using him. Perhaps, this is the best choice. The land area is also sufficient, and the civilization that develops here may not be weak. The number of civilizations is not small either. They continued to analyze. The universe's environment was too vast, civilizations were too few, and resources were indeed endless, so it was too wasteful. And to let a civilization be everywhere in the universe? Every planet and galaxy had a civilization? The universe was a dark forest. The larger the area of governance, the easier it was to become a target. The more powerful a civilization was, the more they liked to hide in the sub-dimension and live in the higher dimension. All the civilizations took the route of elite soldiers, and having a population of tens of trillions was enough. And the number? How much land could they occupy? Therefore, the universe was empty. And here, the empty area is occupied by these muscles. Living creatures can only live on the muscles and bones, like bacteria in a living creature's body. It's like living on a planet, an old saint laughed. All of the saints had looks of anticipation on their faces. This was a general trend that was difficult to describe. The rules of this universe were too mysterious and special. This made them look forward to it. This is the true golden age of the universe. The giant octopus put its hands behind its back. All the worlds are different. Only then would there be endless mysteries and freshness. The current 9 universes were largely the same. It's too mediocre, too rotten, and old. It needs to be overthrown. Teacher is a great talent. The surrounding saints couldn't help but admire him. 129,600 universes are 1 yuan. Such a vast number of universes is equivalent to an endless number. It is difficult for a human to explore the mysteries of each universe. The giant octopus walked with a majestic gait and thought to himself, country bumpkins. It was already thanking the Lord for giving them a few pointers. It proudly said, this great Deo Atlas, the laws of the universe, and the evolution of life. Wonderful! It was a wonderful plan to transform the universe. When the saints heard this, they could not help but sigh. This octopus looked silly, like the offspring of a close relative of a rank 8 god. It had an innate defect of a brain disorder, but in fact, great wisdom appeared to be stupidity. The other party's theory and talent were simply too profound. This is the edicts of death. Rujeoji also came back to her senses. She looked at the uniqueness of this universe and was slightly shocked. The other saints didn't know, but she did. The edicts of death were extremely rare and unique. It was the most destructive, almost unparalleled, but the side effects were the greatest. Throughout the history of the universe, there had been a few terrifying mutants with the bloodline of death. However, there was no doubt that their brilliance was short-lived before they were destroyed again, because the race of death. Infertile. The race that mastered this bloodline rule would have their life rule destroyed, making them unable to reproduce. Therefore, life forms that mastered the edicts of death basically did not inherit their father's bloodline, but mutated individuals who could not reproduce to form a race. They would die after living one life, without any inheritance. Rujeoji had also killed such an existence before. He plundered the other party's bloodline gene bank and tried to integrate it for backup. However, to her horror, she realized that the destructive power of this bloodline was too terrifying. It could pollute the other bloodlines of the Great Deo, kill the vitality of the other bloodlines of the Great Deo, and taint the other bloodlines, allowing them to be assimilated by the Great Universe. The killing power was too strong. He even killed his own other bloodlines. Therefore, what was the point of only using one bloodline? The other 5 bloodlines could still fight it and even win. Although the strongest bloodline of death and slaughter was the strongest, it was of little value. However, it was indeed heaven-defying and could be called a taboo. In the old days, some of the old-school death saints could dominate the world with just this bloodline. Rujeoji also wanted to avoid the blade and let the other die of old age. It wasn't that he couldn't fight, it wasn't that he couldn't win, it was that he didn't want to fight. This was because the other party could taint her bloodline. Even if she killed the other party, the heaven-defying bloodline in her body would be greatly damaged. This octopus contains such a rare bloodline. I'm afraid it's one of the main characters of the tribulation. He's mastered the rules of death, but he can't see the future, I can only feel it, it's not simple, Pheasant Ji thought. Chapter 1289. Su Ji's eyelids twitched. He felt that the scene was too tragic to look at. He said to Pheasant Ji, this bloodline corrupting universe is probably very evil and not the right way. This octopus probably has a mutated death rule bloodline, but it's enough to break through new territories, Pheasant Ji said to herself. Su Ji was speechless. And NBSP, Pheasant Age clearly placed benefits above all else. If this thing could kill, then who cared about anything else? After all, they had to fight for the power of the era. If they lost, it would mean death. The big octopus was still talking loudly. Next, I have two measures. The first is to find a way to seize the will of the heavenly path of this universe. After all, he had already developed the will of a child. If he did not take it now, he would have no choice when he grew up. The second is to create a reproduction structure, then go to the spring and secretly give birth. How do I possess him? Someone asked. I have a good plan. The giant octopus took a deep breath. Although it said it casually, it was actually very serious. A universe could only have one bloodline, which was the Great Deo Atlas. It was impossible to have 5 bloodlines. Therefore, he could only take the root of a complex bloodline. Right now, he had to fuse a portion of the bloodline structure of the magic core into his own bloodline of the death god to form 2 combinations. He would then use the new version of the spiritual universe's ability of the magic core to possess this universe. But in reality, the operation was extremely complicated. To understand the most basic principles, to analyze it layer by layer, to the core of the bloodline structure, to extract a part and fuse it, that was the most difficult thing. Even the players, despite their knowledge, found it difficult to do so. They needed a lot of calculations. I'll have to ask Boss Dichi for advice, the giant octopus thought. Only his idea, the Deluo Heaven Sutra, can give a specific plan to merge the bloodlines. It had to be said that this was very complicated and could be said to be a long-term project. Rujeoji also felt that the situation was complicated, but it was good that the other party had a plan. She couldn't help but say, evolving the structure of reproduction? I'm afraid you, a universe species, can't reproduce, because life forms that control the law of death can't reproduce. What? Octopus Chili, have super transformation and can become a giant in the universe, but I can't find a female octopus. The giant octopus was stunned. Pheasant G shook her head. Not only can't you reproduce, but even enjoying this kind of pleasure is a luxury. Your body has the rule of death, and it will melt upon contact. The giant octopus felt as if it had been struck by lightning. And NBSP, although Pheasant Age felt that the death bloodline was too exaggerated, she had no intention of snatching the will of this universe and replacing it with the giant octopus. It was fine to leave it to this one. After all, the side effects were too great. According to this theory, there would be races in the future universe. However, this universe could not reproduce and could only be an individual, so it lost the advantage of forming groups. If she had seized this cosmos, how could she have given birth to a group of small cosmoses with her husband? Furthermore, if he were to learn in secret and master this aspect, his bloodline would be extremely heaven-defying, so why would he be afraid of being weak? Pheasant G thought to herself. However, the other party's system was very special, and the origin of this giant octopus was very mysterious. It actually knew the rules of this era of heavens and realms so well that even people as strong as them had to figure it out from the beginning, but the other party was already familiar with it. He was probably from some mysterious civilization. Could it be that he came from the legendary Buddhist civilization? The other party was very ambitious and wanted to secretly rope in her and her husband? Pheasant G thought about it but didn't mind. No matter what he does, the octopus can't get rid of my control. Even if he succeeds, he'll only get the seaweed universe. And once he succeeded, I've also learned more or less. I've also grasped another conch universe, and a bloodline has appeared, not inferior to the other party. The biggest loss was this seaweed universe. However, compared to this knowledge, what was the point of giving it to him? However, what Pheasant G did not know was that if it were not for the venerable sovereign's face, with the player's moral integrity and determination to not reveal any of their background, she would not have had the chance to come into contact with them. He didn't hide it for the sake of the venerable sovereign. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. This was a long period of time in the high-dimensional space-time. However, to the mortals in the universe, it was only a few days in the blink of an eye. They had no idea that the universe was about to undergo a drastic change. Era of the Universe, Year 523. The lineage of Ancient Yu was at its peak, with 73 universes under its command, including the new universes that Su Ji had continuously created and added in over the years. It could be said that it was at its peak. There were almost no more new universes, and they were stranded outside. This made the saints feel more and more afraid. They had no hope of winning. The ancient prophecy once said that there are 129,600 worlds in the universe. This number is constant, but right now, there are only a little over 100 in the universe. This number is too far away from 120000. Is the ancient prophecy a lie? After all, it was normal for a cosmic meteor shower to have more than 100 cosmic meteors fall into the chaos sea. No matter how many there are, it's impossible to have 120000. Was the prediction wrong? Some saints were unwilling to give up and continued to search the entire chaos ocean, but they couldn't find a new universe with life. All the clues pointed to the fact that the number of universes had been found, and it was far from the number in the prophecy. They also discovered that the cosmic meteor shower seemed to have stopped falling, and it might be difficult for a second meteor shower to fall. They began to question the prophecy. Just the number of universes alone was definitely not enough to make it a golden age. It was too rare. In that case, was the era of the heavens in the prophecy a short-lived one or some kind of farce? However, there were also saints who guessed that there should be a change. Where was the trace of life in the universe? Just as everyone was questioning the situation, a sudden change occurred. Dichi, the three pillar gods, and Siyun had ultimately created a complete target-type universe that they had deduced together. The ancient gods allowed us to enter and evolve this complex bloodline. In fact, they wanted us to lay the foundation for this moment. The other sages might not know about it, but we are already familiar with it. We can predict the future. It's not that they are inferior to us, it's just that the times make heroes. On this day, they secretly went to the square. Dichi had already prepared everything. They had already transformed their bloodlines and achieved transcendence. Dichi was prepared to become the first space civilization to transcend the boundaries. Because Emperor Qi was the most suitable candidate to give birth to the children of the universe, he had the highest achievements in deducing and was already married. At this moment, he and Siyun each controlled a universe and were attempting the final step. "I'm really envious," said Carolyn. "A super ancient god, aren't you looking forward to it?" The three pillar gods looked into the distance, very calm. "I think the three of you can survive together." Caroline glanced at the three pillar gods from the corner of her eye. Previously, the three of them were clearly locked in a fierce fight. Now, they are all deeply in love, stuck together like glue. Hwalala. Dichi and Siyun came to the square where the fountain water was gushing out. This place was extremely habitable. The universe bathed here as if it had returned to its home. There was almost no repulsive force. Dichi and Siyun held hands and entered the warm ocean. A ray of light gradually appeared. The light was nurtured at the bottom of the ocean, and it gradually emitted the warm afterglow of the sun. It was like a lamp at the bottom of the ocean, illuminating this part of the universe chaos ocean. The phenomenon of heaven and earth was a sign of an era. What is this? What is this? In the darkness, there was an ancient universe nearby that looked into the distance. Through the black hole, Guyu seemed to have sensed something. An indescribable phenomenon of heaven and earth was born. She gave birth. There was a cry of alarm, as if something had fallen to the ground. This moment was destined to be an eternal moment in history. In the future, when the saints walked out of the universe and set foot outside the chaos heavens, they actually came out from the green flowers, grass, mountains, and beasts that could be seen everywhere. They looked at the universe everywhere before looking up again. The first sentence on the ancient stone tablet recorded the first epic scene. The chaos scripture of the mountains, seas, and heavens wrote, "In ancient times, the heavens split open and the 9 poles were separated. Beyond the 8th level of the southeast, between the spring waters, there was the country of Zai. There was a woman named Siyun, the wife of Emperor Qi. She was born into 10 universes and bathed in the sweet abyss." Chapter 1290. This was destined to be a historical scene that would be remembered by the world. 10 in a lifetime. Their 2 universes should have been wrung dry by now, right? After all, the saints and experts all suffer great losses when they reproduce. The universe should be the same. However, as the people involved, they didn't notice it at all. It was as if they were chatting outside the delivery room of an old acquaintance, extremely comfortable. Just like many people in history, they would never know what kind of glorious evaluation they would receive in the future for their actions at this moment, or what kind of decisive note it would be. Siyun had 10 children in his life. Each of them was holy and contained the infinite mysteries of the universe. They were like the first light in the universe when the heavens and earth were created. Hwalala. These 10 newborn universes were actually swimming freely in the spring water. These 10 universes seemed to have inherited their parents' bloodline atlases, displaying all kinds of divine abilities, like fish, grass, whale. They were in different forms, as if the dragon had 9 sons. The universe could have been reproduced asexually. Caroline was shocked as she thought to herself, however, Ditchy said that he would do it, and he would do it to the best of his ability. The universe's self-reproduction will have some changes, but the degree of change is not great. And the offspring of 2 different bloodline universes will have unimaginable mutations in the Deo Atlases. The 3-pillar god's eyes were also calm. This Ditchy cultivates and fuses with the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the bloodline universe. However, Siyun fused with our entire monster core cosmos. Originally, it's already shocking that the 2 of them could be perfected to this extent. As for the future generations of both sides, we don't know what will happen. There was no doubt that this was a generational event. The inheritance of life was in mutation. Only with the possibility of mutation could one have unlimited potential. This was a one-step process. These 10 squirming embryos of the Great Deo were not fully grown yet, and their atlases of the Great Deo had not shown any signs of completely solidifying. It seems that you've made good progress over the years. Medusa also walked over slowly and appeared in the corner. What are you doing here? To what extent has it developed? Carolyn looked at him. Although the Cosmos Garden branch was neutral and not Moon God G's branch was her enemy, they still didn't have a good expression. I've basically succeeded as well. My bloodline has been integrated into the universe and changed into a quantum bloodline universe, but I can't reproduce like you guys. Medusa shook her head. After all, the speed of the deduction was naturally fast enough with the 3 of them working together. Everyone looked over and found that Medusa had become a twin universe, and she had actually entangled herself into a universe with a quantum battle body. 2 universes. They were extremely surprised. What about the evil god universe? Evil god of convergence? 129,600 cosmoses. The 3-pillar gods asked. I can't do it at the moment. Medusa shook her head. I'm still thinking of a way to solve it. Perhaps I can't find a way. Who knows? Hee. Caroline chuckled. This was the biggest problem, so she did not dwell on it any longer. Speaking of which, the civilization of the Moon God season has been missing for a long time. I wonder what they are doing in the dark. I didn't hear His Majesty Renemansky mention it. Medusa answered honestly. That's right, I haven't seen the mysterious Moon Goddess G in a long time, and I suddenly miss her. The 3-pillar gods also said. Su Ji was speechless. It was not that Moon God Ji was up to something in the dark, but that Su Ji had almost forgotten about the Mother Stream's elemental civilization. If they hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten about it. Su Ji's face darkened slightly as he thought to himself, at that time, I allowed the 9-headed ancient mother, Menmei, and the phoenix to regain their consciousness. The phoenix had also returned to the Mother Stream civilization, and the Mother Stream civilization has now been forgotten by me in the universe. Geniuses like Ji Shang and Sun God Asa are still climbing up grade 9 in the Mother Stream civilization, but the phoenix is already close to breaking through to grade 10. Su Ji was completely speechless. The phoenix was too free. Once she returned, she would obediently climb the 10th step. Look at Carolyn and the others. They had not really reached level 10, but they had managed to control a universe through the dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction. As for the phoenix, he had also sent her to destroy the courtyard in the god dimension, but there was still no movement from her. She had no intention of evolving into a species and traveling the chaos sea. Su Ji's teeth ached. Phoenix's personality is too idle. I have to get her to work hard. Moon God Ji, don't I have any face? He defeated the ancient gods back then, and now he's just a passerby? This was too tragic. At this moment, these ancient existences were meeting and conversing. In the distance, the universe was trembling slightly as life forms from the universe slowly traveled over. The other side, Guyu's men are here. I'm afraid some of the life universe sects nearby have also sensed the commotion. They looked at each other. Hwalala. A strangely shaped conch universe was slowly approaching. As for the other universes, when they saw these 10 newborn universe babies, they were instantly shocked beyond their imagination. A faint voice came from within. One of the voices was dignified and emotionless, I am Guyu. To think that you would have such means. Could it be that you are the descendant of the so-called Buddhist civilization that has been passed down in the present world? Would you believe me if I said no? Dichi had already regained his senses and his heart was slightly touched. After all, he also knew about the incident. The other party was an invincible murderer who had massacred those ancient existences. You're not? I don't believe you. Guyu's voice softened. In the present world, everyone is blindly fumbling about this path system of the era that came out of nowhere. However, you seem to have been prepared for it and are extremely familiar with it. If you did not know about the drastic changes in the universe's meteor shower and prepared to study it in advance, you would definitely not have been able to achieve this level. He swept his gaze across the 10 universe babies, and the more he looked, the more shocked he became. At this moment, he and the other saints who had rushed over had already sensed the true trend of the future. Those scattered cosmic meteors that fell are only a small portion. In order for the number of these universes to truly spread, we have to complete the atlases of the great Dao of these universes, evolve their bloodlines, and let them reproduce. The 129,600 cosmoses were born. It was reproduced from generation to generation. This also meant that he, Guyu, would no longer control the number of core powers. In the future, the life forms in the Chaos Ocean would exist in groups. Guyu's face turned dark. I can give you good conditions to follow me. As long as you enter my sect, I will give you all kinds of resources. Dichi, the seaweed universe giant, placed his hands behind his back. Do you think I would make such a choice? What good stuff do you have that's enough for me? I don't think so. Guyu's expression changed. There were too many things he could offer, endless precious bloodline resources, wealth and rank, but it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to beat the other party. He didn't have what the other party needed. All the precious resources he had in the past were useless in the Chaos Sea. You won't be able to kill me here. Dichi was not afraid at all. In the 9 universes, you can easily crush anyone. But in the Chaos Sea, you are just a mortal. Otherwise, you wouldn't be speaking to me in such a nice tone. Dichi laughed. Although you have the authority to vindicate the Dao of the universe and can close and change the flow of a part of the spring, you can't completely go against the laws of the universe. You can't forcibly close all the springs of the 9 universes. Thus, I'm not afraid at all. Even though he could slightly alter the rules of this aspect after vindicating his Dao, the backlash of completely defying the laws of the universe was too great and the other party could not do it at all. You are indeed smart. Guyu's eyes narrowed and he smiled. I have more than 70 cosmoses in my hands. I'll kill you by force. Then, I'll take your 10 children and study their bloodlines. Guyu took a step forward and said, I can't close the spring's eye, and you can't make these 10 babies leave this area, right? They had not grown up yet. When they went outside, they would immediately be assimilated by the universe. You can only wander around this spring. Do you really think you can escape? Dichi's expression was completely calm. I ran very fast. My bloodline has very strong regenerative power. In your half-baked universe, there is not even a bloodline. You can't kill this one. Then let's give it a try. Guyu's eyes glinted with ferocity. Whoosh! Dozens of cosmoses were surrounding them. A great ocean war was about to break out. Countless ancient beasts of different shapes and sizes were slowly approaching. Let's go with the plan and help out. Let these children of Diki survive this period of time before they can be brought out. Carolyn and the 3 pillar gods looked at each other. Boom! A huge battle broke out. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art was completely unleashed. A compound version of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art appeared in the universe. It went on a rampage and retreated as it fought, stirring up the Chaos Sea. Medusa, however, stood at the side and watched. She clapped her hands and laughed. Well played. They're fighting. Su Ji sat on the boat and ate some melon seeds. And further away, Dichi retreated as he felt the terror of his opponent. He had not fully cultivated the 9 Revolutions mysterious art and time was too slow. Under the siege, he only felt that his strength was beyond his reach. Suddenly, he shouted at the surrounding saints, Saints, are you really going to accept the other party's monopoly? Such pressure! He laughed out loud. Why don't you join me in my resistance? Have you seen my 4 sons? I'll make you one of them, my sons. You can see that these cosmoses are special. Only their structure can allow you to possess them. There's no possibility of you possessing the cosmos in your body. The expressions of the surrounding saints changed slightly. It was indeed so. Their universes hadn't been modified and evolved through special secret means. There had been no way to possess them. They had already studied countless methods. And these improved universes in front of him could possess. Dichi laughed loudly. All of you have the possibility of becoming my sons. Not only do I want to give birth to 10, but I also want to give birth to 100, 1,000. Becoming my clansman is the second Dao of vindication for the universe. I won't vindicate the Dao in the 9 Yuan universe or in the Chaos Sea, but vindicate the life in the universe. This is. Prove the Dao of the universe inheritance. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, Gu Yu's expression changed completely. All of the sages were also shocked. This indirect Dao vindication method was so special. Even further away, Pheasant Eye had also heard the news of the battle and was currently steering a ship over. She happened to hear these words. Is this the genius of that time? There are monsters in this era who dare to challenge Gu Yu. Pheasant Eye's eyes were bright as snow. She sat on the deck and drank tea with Su Ji. This battle was earth-shattering, and the first battle in the chaotic sea was so intense. This man is a formidable character of his generation. He's very calculative, and I'm afraid he's already thought of this. He used words to encourage the saints around him to help him so that he could become his son? Maybe it's a good idea to study his secret. Pheasant Ji was eager to try. Su Ji did not react immediately. Chapter 1291. Su Ji was stunned. The surrounding saints were all eager to give Dichi a hand. They wanted to enter the arena and help him defeat the ancient underworld branch that had monopolized Universe Ocean and escape their encirclement. After all, Dichi has promised me some benefits. He can become my son, my daughter. Ruhi was actually tempted. She controlled a universe and looked down at the turbid ocean from the deck. She looked at the intense battlefield in the Chaos Sea and the saints around her. If we attack, not only can we suppress Gu Yu, but we can also make someone as proud as him suffer a huge loss. I can also take this opportunity to enter the second Dao. The surrounding saints were also slightly moved. Becoming the other party's son or daughter meant becoming his bloodline. It was equivalent to marrying into a saint family. The other party was so powerful that he could reproduce a universe and allow them to possess it. It was indeed tempting. Who didn't know that this would become the mainstream in the future? And NBSP, Pheasant Age commented, Gu Yu is proving the path of assimilation and reduction for the Chaos Sea, and the person in front of us is actually a monstrous hero. I'm afraid that mysterious civilization has completely revealed itself and is about to snatch the opportunity. He's going to prove the second universe reproduction for the Chaos Sea. This is to perfect the rules and general trend for the era, to complete the important rules. Gu Yu in the first loop had followers, so why wouldn't there be followers in the second loop? Now, it seems that the second one is the real monopoly. After all, becoming the will of the universe itself. It's too alluring. And NBSP, Pheasant Age's words became more and more terrifying. In the future, the various heavens of the universe and the various wills of the universe will have to form factions, just like that living being. This is a chaotic battle between all the living beings in the Chaos Sea. The first major trend was to provide a breeding environment for the universe in the Chaos Sea. The second major trend was to allow the universe to breed. Didn't this person who called himself Dichi also step on the foundation of Gu Yu's Dao validation and master the great momentum of the world? If the environment was not changed, it would be impossible to give birth. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye laughed. Why don't we take this opportunity to join their race and study their background? We can learn in secret, and then create our own race. Pheasant Age's words were clearly what the spectating saints were thinking. If he sought refuge with Gu Yu, he would only become one of the saints in his 70-odd cosmoses. By relying on Emperor Qi, one would be able to directly become a cosmos. As the living beings and saints of the universe, they had to be ruled by the will of the universe, serve, and complete the rules. Only by being the will of the universe could one be free of restraints. Go! Charge! The saints roared and the chaos ocean became chaotic. In fact, there were even people who were extremely decisive. They steered the cosmos ships under them and led the saints to attack. This ancient and mysterious saint is brutal and merciless. We've come to help. There were also some saints who acted even faster. After all, there were only 10 life forms from the universe in front of them, and the number of slots was too small. Even if they were to seek refuge, they might not even get a chance. He couldn't help but become more and more enthusiastic. Father, I will fight for you. Above the Chaos Sea, a shameless voice came from afar. All the saints were stunned. They were more or less supreme ancient existences, and they had never shamelessly put down their dignity. He turned around and saw a perverted old sage. He had a passionate and heroic attitude as he rolled up his sleeves and went down to help. "Father! I'm willing to be your eldest son." "Father, your son is willing to help you." "This is Mother?" As expected, she's gentle and virtuous. Many saints recognized who this was. This old man wasn't an ordinary saint. He was a powerful multi-dimensional saint. Wasn't this the god of holiness and brilliance, who controlled the four-element universe? They were extremely powerful and were the strongest group of multi-dimensional saints in the current universe. They were ancient, majestic, and holy. They were at the fourth elemental realm, but even they were. "I didn't expect you to be so shameless behind my back." All the saints' faces turned red. This person was so wretched and shameless. They weren't that shameless, and they didn't say anything, but their actions were extremely fast, trying to show off. "Fellow cultivator, I can join your family. I'll help you. Everyone will kill this kind of traitor." The saints roared. "Let's go and help. Go and help." Pheasant G looked into the distance and quickly decided to attack together with the other saints. She could not fall behind. As for asking her to call him father from afar, she, like most of the other saints, could not bring herself to do so. It was good to go and help. No matter what the final result was, and whether there was a chance or not, she had to make a good relationship. As expected, there are no more variables. When Dichi saw this, he knew that his plan had succeeded. This is what it means to have more help for those who are on the right path and less help for those who are on the wrong path. Whoever masters the Dao will master the opportunity and obtain the loyalty of all the heroes in the world. Seeing this, Guyu sat on the deck of a small universe ship and commanded. He placed his hands behind his back and his face was filled with anger. "Scheme, it's all a scheme. From the beginning to the end, this battle has been within the enemy's calculations. It wasn't him who was inferior in strategy. Instead, it was because the other party had mastered unknown knowledge and extraordinary wisdom that he had never understood, and had ruthlessly crushed him in terms of hardware. As an ancient sage, he was extremely familiar with the rules of the 9 universes and could vindicate Dao for him. However, he was not as familiar with this meteor shower as the other party. This was a domain he didn't know about. "Your Highness," a trusted aide beside him said. "Let's go back." Guyu closed his eyes and clenched his fists. After a long time, he opened his eyes. "Let's go back. We are not strong in the Chaos Sea. However, this grudge has already been formed. If the other party enters the 9 cosmoses, it won't be up to him." "Your Highness, why don't we make peace?" someone said. "What, you want to be his son?" The moment Guyu finished speaking, his confidant beside him turned pale. "It's not impossible to be the other party's son." Guyu's voice was cold and deep. Any relationship between friend and foe was cold in his eyes. In that era, which of us experts didn't conceal our identities, secretly sneak into the sex and sacred sex of other universes, find a master, acknowledge foster fathers, and masters? After you learn the technique, you can just kill them all. Existences like them were far more powerful than the current powerhouses could imagine. They were heaven-defying. They were almost all-rounded. They might not be as specialized in studying as Dichi, but their learning speed was also extremely fast. They were only slightly slower than Dichi, and in some aspects, they were even better than him. As long as existences like them could get close to him and learn from him, they would be able to strip him of all his secrets in less than 100 years and even surpass him. Pheasant Age was a place where people were excited and wanted to hide their names and sneak in. This was their plan. She didn't have the talent to deduce and open up a new Dao path, but her talent to secretly learn and integrate was still very exaggerated. If Su Ji were to make a comparison, he would realize that even though Ji Ji no longer had the ability to come up with new ideas, her ability to secretly learn was definitely not much weaker than Diqi. Guyu said, "However, we have no interest to move the other party to form a deal. The other party has a grudge against us, so we can only cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, and find a way to eliminate the other party in advance." Guyu looked into the distance. These saints who helped, as long as they revealed their names to the outside world, all of them will be killed in the 9 universes. Didn't he like to fight for the future in the Chaos Sea? In that case, they don't need the original bodies of the old sages from the great old ones. Yes. His confidant spoke, but he was a little hesitant. These saints are mostly shrewd and cunning. Many of them don't reveal their true identities when they go out to sea. Which universe are they from? Even if they reveal their identities, they reveal the names of their enemies and travel around with their enemies' names. There's no need to care about them. No matter if they're innocent or not, just kill them all, especially the one who called me father. Guyu waved his hand and left. Let them know that outside the Chaos Ocean is not a place without laws. We'll see if they feel any heartache after killing their main bodies that they've painstakingly cultivated for tens of millions of years, but we'll have no way out. Yes. The confidant replied. He knew that there would be another bloody land after this. One could only live once in each universe. If their main bodies were cut off, they would lose one yuan in this universe and could only stay on the Chaos Sea, unable to come ashore. It could be said that they would never be able to be repaired. Guyu was decisive and immediately retreated. In the distance, Medusa was still clapping and cheering. After all, he could just watch the show of Caroline, Dichi, and the others. How could he help them? Further away, a few mysterious existences were slowly walking over. I'm Wen Meng. A beautiful half-human, half-insect woman chuckled. I'm Lu Qi. An ordinary-looking man walked out. Medusa looked at them. Are you guys with Guyu? Why are you here? Medusa was very emotional. These existences could easily crush him to death in the 9 cosmoses. However, in the Chaos Sea, they lost their powers and became mortals. They had to act according to the rules of the Chaos Sea. If he didn't go ashore and expose his main body in the universe, the other party really couldn't do anything to him. Wen Meng smiled. Your Excellency, if you observe your universe, I'm afraid you have similar knowledge. You're about to have the ability to reproduce, right? You're not with them. Medusa snorted. Haven't you already seen it? If we were in the same group, I would have gone up to help. I only managed to do this because I obtained the same knowledge as them from ancient times. The two of them looked at each other. The other party had indeed obtained such a mysterious inheritance. Wen Meng pondered for a moment and smiled. Your Excellency, you don't look as good as the 3 of them. You're alone and weak. Would you be willing to join my branch? Lu Qi also laughed. Her bloodline is not good. Join my bloodline and I can give you everything you want. Humph, he snorted. Medusa also snorted. What can you give me? The power of the 9 great cosmoses? Even Guyu doesn't have the ability to persuade those 3. What can you offer to persuade me? The two of them looked at each other and suddenly laughed. We really do have the power to persuade you. How about vindicating the laws of the Chaos Ocean? To become like Guyu, a saint of the laws of the universe. Chapter 1292. What do you mean? Tell me about it. Medusa's eyes narrowed. These old monsters were all experienced and astute people. Wen Meng said, that Guyu opened up a sage Dao for the universe and proved a Dao for the Chaos Sea. As for us, we're not inferior to them. It's just that the Dao we want to vindicate has a larger scope of influence. Oh. Medusa was slightly surprised. This is the condition you want to trade with me. You want me to verify the great Dao you have deduced? Let me become a saint who can control the laws of this universe? You want to use this knowledge to exchange for my knowledge? Yes, I am. Wen Meng smiled. I don't mind telling you. The two of us will work together to achieve the Dao. We will prove the rivers and lakes. Rivers and lakes? Medusa's heart trembled, and she felt that she was about to hear some shocking news. Yes, rivers and lakes. Wen Meng put his hands behind his back. Look at the Chaos Ocean. It's clearly separated from the 9 universes. I want it to fuse. Create rivers and lakes to guide the Chaos Sea into the universe. This will allow the creatures in the sea to approach the Chaos Sea's inland. She mentioned an unimaginably great era that would bring about a huge change to the universe. Medusa was also refreshed after hearing this. There was actually such a monster in the world. Outside the chaos heavens of the universe, most of the saints lived along the coastlines. This was because coastlines could wash away ancient objects and there were many treasures. Living along the coastlines would make it easier for them to enter the multi-dimensional saint realm and sneak into other universes. Moreover, by living along the coast, they could also prevent other sages from sneaking into their own universe and forming a net of estrangement. To sum it up, the saints practically lived by the sea. The chaos heavens interior was a vast desert filled with yellow soil. There was almost no one there and it was not inhabitable. Now, by guiding the rivers and lakes, the inland would also flourish. Not only that, but it also allowed the creatures in the sea to enter the depths of the universe in a certain way. For the Chaos Sea. Prove the rivers, lakes, and seas. Medusa's heart beat faster. Wenmeng smiled. Guyu's Dao vindication is indeed very fast, but he wants to seize the initiative. He had indeed seized the first opportunity, but he was not living well now. This is because he controls the source of the Chaos Sea and the tens of billions of black holes in the 9 universes. However, he can't truly control it and set restrictions on the other sages. For example, what's happening now? So, this rule of his is very bad. Wenmeng laughed and said, but my rule is different. The rivers and lakes are actually the membrane of the universe's chaos heavens. They are trenches and depressions. It's proving the laws of the chaos membrane. In the future, I'll be in control of all the rivers and paths. I can easily change the flow of the river. As long as I'm dissatisfied with the fish swimming in the lake of the universe, I can easily change the course of the river and trap them to death. Wenmeng said proudly. Medusa heard this and immediately felt that this rule seemed to have more control. Guyu controlled tens of billions of cosmic black hole fountains, but he was unable to stop the other party. Because the range was too large, he could not shut down all the cosmic black hole fountains either, because it would greatly reverse the operating laws of the universe, and he would definitely be devoured. However, it was different in front of him. If the other party entered the river, all he had to do was change the course of the river and arch the river bed. He would be able to trap and kill the other party without much effort. The different rules that you grasp, the strength of your restrictions on the common people are also different. Medusa thought to herself. She looked at the two people in front of her. Do you want me to vouch for the rules that you've prepared? Yes, I am. The two of them smiled. We're not asking you to prove it. Our 9 universes have already prepared a group of saints for them to prove it. Each universe has 5 rules. 9 universes means 45. When the other party is done, I'll strip them off and give them to you. Medusa muttered to herself. The other party had allowed him to master the laws of the universe similar to Guyu's. It was indeed a huge benefit. However, I've mastered such powerful laws in the universe, but I'll still be killed and plundered by you at any time. To be at the mercy of others. Medusa laughed. After all, we are in the universe. With your strength, you can take back what you have given me at any time. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Lu Qi laughed. You don't understand how powerful the laws of this universe are. As long as you master these laws, you can create a lake of chaos to cover your own residence. We can't do you any harm. We're working together to get what we need. We're very sincere. Medusa fell into deep thought. Take me to see it. All right, he said. The two of them laughed. They brought Medusa with them, and an avatar descended to one of the universes to take a look. Medusa soon discovered that this bloodline can indeed protect itself. It can guide the Chaos Sea and control the power of rivers and lakes. No matter how strong they are, as long as they guide a huge lake in the universe to surround themselves, they will not be able to get close. The other party was indeed sincere. But this was a trapped beast. In the future, he would indeed have to cooperate with the other party. Otherwise, if they fell out and the other party attacked him, he would only be able to protect himself at most. It was also possible that he would become a bird in the other party's cage and be trapped to death. After all, the other party was immortal. He couldn't kill himself in the universe, but he could wait until he died of old age. If they didn't cooperate, the other party would trap them for life. This was the other party's trump card. Falling out would not benefit anyone. Both sides had to cooperate to achieve a win-win situation. But it's enough. We're both taking what we need. I'm living this life, who cares about his future? Medusa thought for a moment and suddenly said, I don't really need this bloodline. I'll give it to one of my younger sisters, Shiji, to control the mountains and rivers. Is that okay? Naturally. The two of them looked at each other. Welcome to cooperation. No matter who they are, with our methods, we can quickly push them to become 10th rank offspring. After that, I will strip the bloodline and transplant the bloodline of the Great Dao into the other party's body, quickly becoming the top 10 Yuan sage of the multi-dimensional universe. If they were willing to give up their resources, they could naturally do it. Their bloodlines were too heaven-defying. They had all sorts of abilities. They weren't afraid. As long as the other party was in the universe, it was up to them how much benefits they could give. Medusa nodded and said softly, I can't give you the knowledge you want, but I can provide you with a batch of universes that give birth regularly. It's up to you to decipher the knowledge. Naturally. Both sides were very calm. They were both understanding people. It was enough for them to have an endless supply of universes. Meanwhile, they were discussing. On the other side, Dichi had also gained the support of the masses. Dichi looked around and said, all of you can show your talents. After all, I only have 10 new sons. 10 spots. The surrounding saints all explained their strength and advantages. Rujeoji was among them, and she was also thinking about how to organize her thoughts. Suddenly, Dichi's eyes brightened. He chuckled and pointed at Pheasant Ji, you don't need to be tested. You can become my eldest daughter. This is your mother. He pointed at Si Yun. Pheasant Ji was stunned. He had successfully infiltrated the enemy camp? Caroline and the 3 pillar gods, who were at the side, shifted their gazes and looked at the venerable sovereign, who was sitting by the side of the deck and drinking tea. Obviously, Dichi had seen the venerable sovereign and wanted to take advantage of him. It's only been 1,000 years. Dichi, you've gone too far. On the deck, while all the saints were in a daze, the venerable sovereign put down the tea in his hand and looked at Dichi, who was in the center of everyone's attention. Chapter 1293. So what if I take advantage of you? Dichi didn't care at all. He strode to the deck. The two of them actually knew each other? This news was like a hurricane, sweeping through all the saints on the ships on the Chaos Sea. They had just been recommending him everywhere. At first, they thought that they had chosen a saint as their daughter because of her talent or something else. They were still indignant. All the other sages looked over, and their gazes finally landed on this sage who was drinking tea calmly. It's been a long time. You've been missing for a long time, said Caroline as she walked over. I don't know what you've been busy with. I heard that this octopus is connected to you. You've actually been hiding here. That's right, I didn't expect our days to be so carefree. The 3 pillar gods were also not calm. Back then, he subdued us all by himself. That heroic posture is still vivid in my mind. When did we have another match? His status even made them some respect? The universe saints on this ship from the Pheasant period gulped. Other than being stunned, they were in disbelief. This saint, who was named Venerable Sovereign, had spoken to them with great righteousness, berating them for being old and rotten, letting them be reborn, fighting for the era, and leaving the universe to them to develop, but never developing the universe himself. The sage, who he had thought was calm and did not want to fight for the new age, had already known him. At this moment, the 3 mysterious figures named Dichi had a mysterious background and were domineering. They were extremely talented in battle and the bloodline universe they had formed was unimaginable. They even schemed against the primordial saint named Guyu and created the rules of the second great Dao. They were in the limelight and were the protagonists of this era. These 3 people. At this moment, he was extremely graceful and luxurious. They had even begun to guess that even if the other party had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Buddhist civilization, the immortal deity abode, the inheritance of the Daoist family who lived as long as the heavens, he had already known about the era of the cosmic meteor shower and had made preparations in advance before the era broke out. However, the other party suddenly came down from the boat. They really couldn't figure out how it had anything to do with the cold and leisurely venerable sovereign. At this time, the big octopus proudly took a step forward. Humph, you didn't expect this, did you? The 3-year period was up. The return of the venerable sovereign as the Dragon King shocked all the saints in the world. And I am one of the battle generals hidden under his majesty. The giant octopus was very proud. The saints at the side were even more shocked. This giant octopus was actually in the same camp as this mysterious civilization. It was no wonder that he had such exquisite means before and evolved this death god universe before him. His bloodline was already very powerful. If it were not for the fact that this bloodline was infertile, he would have reached the standard of breeding offspring. I can't believe that the 3 little fellows from back then have grown to such an extent. The venerable sovereign thought for a moment and picked up another cup of tea. You're very bold. You've created an era directly, which is against those ancient existences. If you walk on the steel wire bridge, you'll die if you're not careful. What's there to be afraid of? The 3 pillar gods shook their heads. In the era of the universe, every universe can have a parallel universe of itself. Saints are almost immortal. They rule the multiverse, so how can they kill all the people outside? Therefore, we're not afraid of the other party's revenge at all, and we can just act as we please. Daring enough to challenge an ancient existence like that? And you? You're even more daring. Dichi glanced at Pheasant G. At the very least, I can't do it. Back then, I was very unconvinced of you. It's only because I've lived longer that I'm stronger. We'll have a battle sooner or later. Now, I'm convinced in one aspect that I'm indeed inferior to you. Even the proud Dichi was convinced. Ruhi didn't feel good either. His mind was in a mess as he tried to sort out his thoughts. Her husband was clearly not in a good mood and did not want fame and fortune. This was something he had lied about using his bloodline before, so it must be. It can't be fake. Before this, I thought that my husband is a man of thin character who doesn't care about fame and fortune. He shouldn't be the so-called behind-the-scenes civilization, and he must be an ambitious person. She didn't match her husband, so she didn't think about it. However, perhaps he had misunderstood. Husband, your temperament is cold and elegant. Indeed. You don't care about the times. But that doesn't mean he's not from a certain civilization. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye said to herself, although he was born here, he isn't as ambitious as the other three. He doesn't care about the times. She looked at the three people in front of her. He was indeed a ruthless person. However, her husband did not do anything from the beginning to the end. He was very leisurely. He was not wrong. Whoosh! A thin layer of mist covered the outside, isolating it from the outside. Only a few people were left. Carolyn was quite straightforward, directly asking about their current situation. Medusa, that fellow, came here only to watch our battle, and now he's actually leaving with the others. I don't know what he's up to, but he might have allied with the other party. Now that I think about it, this person is very cunning. From the start, he might have come to show his face and see if there were any benefits from the saints. I don't care about her, Carolyn continued. As for the moon goddess, there has been no news of her at all. You disappeared for so long this time. Could it be that you were ordered to investigate the other party's traces? Orders? Whose orders? Pheasant G couldn't help but think wildly in her heart. It seemed that the three of them, as well as her husband, all belonged to a certain civilization. There's a mysterious ruler behind the scenes. As for the so-called Medusa, she was probably another force. She seemed to be very unconcerned and had even come to watch the battle. It seemed that their relationship with the other party was not good or bad. And Moon God Season seemed to be an enemy? That was why the other party asked if her husband had come out to investigate her whereabouts. Pheasant G bit her finger and her eyes narrowed. A long time ago, there was an ancient power that left behind a prophecy regarding a meteor shower in the universe. They planned for the arrival of this day and even wanted to scheme against our lifelong realm. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was that the insect race and the insect race had died. As the losers, they didn't know their place before they died. They couldn't enter the longevity world and could only die of old age outside. Thus, they left behind all sorts of remnants to predict the future. As for the ruins left behind, the knowledge and predictions regarding this era of the universe have been obtained by a total of 3 forces. She felt that there was a lot of information to be gleaned from this. Perhaps they were already getting closer to the truth. Then the evil god universe you mentioned was taken away by Lu Qi and Wen Meng. They might have gone to discuss the alliance, Pheasant Eye suddenly said. Carolyn coldly snorted. That fellow, he really does not have good intentions. To communicate with those ancient existences. The other party clearly didn't know about the current situation in the lifelong realm. Rujeoji fell into deep thought again. This. He was not surprised. It would be a miracle if he knew. The other party was only an outstanding person of the new era who lived in this era. He lived in a period of the universe, so it was impossible for him to know. In fact, no outsider knew the whole picture. At this time, the venerable sovereign thought for a while and said, Moon God Ji, your whereabouts are too mysterious. I don't know what secret plans he has recently, but the 3 of you can achieve the second Dao in such a grand manner and become the focus of the world. That evil god also had his eyes on the ancient existences. Their side must be brewing a very mysterious situation. We have to be careful. After all, he was the one who defeated us in the past. He was the most powerful existence among the 3. Is it possible that Moon Goddess Ji has already surrendered to another? Caroline suddenly thought of something. She looked at Ruhi and said, You've surrendered to another mysterious concept. I don't know. The venerable sovereign frowned. We are now in accordance with this era. The falling of the meteor shower is a concept that exists in the dark and is reasonable by the rules of heaven and earth. As for the other party, to stand against us? If they were to stand on the opposite side, how? Stop the birth of the universe? I don't know. Concept? What did that mean? Pheasant G was shocked as she listened to them discuss the situation. What were these people talking about? Her mind began to buzz. Could it be that this meteor shower that fell into the chaos sea was a conceptual existence that had deliberately descended into this universe? Chapter 1294. Pheasant G's mind spun wildly as all sorts of thoughts flashed through her mind. Her first reaction was that it was impossible. These cosmic meteors of life were actually projected by some unimaginably mysterious concept? This was the universe. This was very frightening. However, the universe had always been mysterious and mysterious. The appearance of these cosmic life forms was already quite bizarre. The universe's future was shrouded in a hazy and mysterious fog. No one could see the future, unless they were someone who had transmigrated from the future. Pheasant G thought to herself, they know the inside story. It seems like there's really a mysterious existence? Could it be that there's a hidden universe leader in the meteor shower universe that descended with the meteor shower and has developed intelligence, secretly controlling the descent of these universes? If there really is a universe leader who can give birth to these universes, he can indeed do it. Of course, she could not guess the universes that the god of destruction had projected. However, the concept of a universe leader was actually more or less the same as what Carolyn, Ditchy, and the others were thinking. After all, in their eyes, the universes in front of them were projected by the god of destruction from the future to destroy this universe era and replace it with a catastrophe of the world era. Pheasant G's heart was in a mess. If he really is a universe leader, then, there is a hidden leader among these falling meteors. If I can master it, wouldn't I be able to command all the universes? Her heart immediately burned with passion. This was a shortcut to controlling the trend of the times, but it was quickly extinguished. That's not right. If it's possible, they wouldn't have made such a statement. If that's the case, it's impossible for this leader of the universe to be controlled by someone else. Then, what exactly is it? All sorts of thoughts and suspicions flashed through her mind like lightning. Just as she was studying it, the wandering evil god suddenly walked in. It seemed to have finished its work. Ha, thanks to you, I've successfully found a good ally. It's a good idea for you to take the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron. Long time no see, venerable sovereign. Medusa's eyes swept around. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the venerable sovereign, a handsome young man. Medusa thought of the battle she had with the other party, and it was indeed a very troublesome opponent. She could not help but be filled with fighting spirit, and laughed. I didn't expect you to be here. This person. She was probably a battle maniac, and she actually wanted to fight with her husband. On the deck of the tent, Pheasant Eye was standing to the side. Although she had not activated her innate divine ability to avoid angering the crowd, she was still a good judge of character. She was secretly shocked again. It seemed that her husband's position in the forces in front of her, it really wasn't low. Not only did he make these three mysterious and ruthless people who dared to challenge Guyu and create the rules of the second great Dao give him enough respect, but he also made this neutral power pay enough attention to him. It was as if they had all suffered losses before. Pheasant G was rather surprised. She looked at the young man. I knew it, my eyes are definitely not bad. Back then, when we sat down and discussed the Dao, we could see a corner of the future of the universe. We talked with confidence and told the saints on the deck to not be discouraged and to cheer them up again. I knew it. His talent and wisdom are definitely not bad, not inferior to mine, otherwise, even if I had lost my soul and given up on myself, I wouldn't have defiled myself like this. When she saw the other party's talent, she said, I have a bright pearl that has been locked up by dust for a long time. And now the dust is all light, shining through the 10,000 flowers of the Green Mountains. These words touched his heart. One must know that back then, there were only about 50 to 60 of them who could see the future of the era of the longevity world. Now that they could see this era, it meant that he was equivalent to himself back then. It's just that it's too plain and doesn't compete with the general trend and structure. Ruhi thought to herself, when I get back, I'm going to give my husband a good beating so that he can pull himself together. He won't be so idle anymore. Other than drinking tea and eating fruits, he's always pulling me along to talk about how he can show his authority as a husband and take revenge. She blushed secretly. What revenge? At this rate, the other party might not necessarily be unable to defeat him even if he was given 100 million years. I have to give him a good beating so that he can have the power to compete for the world in the future era. Only when you're strong will you have a chance to defeat me. She thought to herself, thinking that this reason might make the other party less idle. Pheasant G felt that she was truly worried to death. Perhaps, it was good to be alone in the past, although it was very heartwarming to have a partner now, and he could enjoy the feeling of home. However, perhaps this was the general trend. After all these years, Pheasant H had clearly discovered that the number of Deo companions among saints had increased by several times after entering the era of the universe ship. This was because almost everyone in the universe was immortal. As long as the universe had a few more avatars, they wouldn't be able to kill all of them. Originally, the disadvantage of becoming Deo companions was that one's Deo heart was weak. Not only could they become a hostage for the enemy, but once they died, their Deo heart would also collapse. But now, almost everyone was immortal and had no side effects. Naturally, they had entered the era of cultivation partners. They could have their own home, but they did not have to bear the responsibility of protecting it. They were equivalent to white silk. However, there's no way for these Deo companions to swear a heavenly Deo oath. There's no rule to bind them, so there's no absolute trust. Pheasant Eye thought to herself, after all, the established oath system of the 9 universes is not restricted in the outside world. Deo partners can scheme against each other or even plot against each other. Heavenly Deo oath. They were divided into many types: Deo companions, slaves, equals, master and disciple. There were many kinds of restraints between the saints, which were supplemented by the ancient saints, allowing the saints to have their own social rules. There was no oath. It meant that they would go back on their words and the saints in the universe would be in complete chaos. She and her husband had not sworn a heavenly Deo oath. After all, she was in the chaos. She had thought of going to her husband's universe, making an oath and signing a contract with his main body. However, he decided to forget about it after thinking about it for a while. Times were different now. If he went against the oath and died, it would just be the death of his self in that universe. Now, the death of his version of a parallel universe was no longer a truly tragic price to pay. The binding power was no longer enough. Even Guyu was about to cut down the saints' main bodies. Were the saints not mentally prepared? But those saints were ruthless enough. He was willing to give up his main body to fight for a new era. After all, ever since the ancient saints had fought back and died, the 9 Yuan universe had gradually come to a consensus that they were just being slaughtered and dominated by these ancient existences. Sigh, I wonder what the rules will be like in the future. Pheasant G shook her head and sighed. Everything has to start from the beginning. You want me to vindicate the heavenly Deo oath of the Chaos Sea, but I don't know how to do it. After all, there are too many universes, and they are not connected to each other. How can we make them keep their promises in every universe? However, if I can swear on the heavenly Deo, wouldn't I be invincible? Pheasant G sighed in her heart. When she thought of this, she also felt that it was impossible. However, it's impossible to prove it in the era of the universe. The contract was the rule. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. In a war between 2 heavenly powers, there had to be rules to guarantee peace. Otherwise, who would believe it? There were rules between husband and wife, land deeds had to have rules, and transactions had to have rules. Without the contract, the universe would definitely be in a chaotic era of feudal lords. I can't imagine the future era. I wonder who can change the future. Pheasant G thought to herself. At this moment, the deck was covered by a large tent, and the group seemed to be drinking tea in a military tent. Although Pheasant G was secretly fantasizing on the side, she had already talked about a lot of things. Both sides laughed and chatted about this and that, without any substance. By the way, what did you guys discuss just now? Medusa finally could not help but ask. We're discussing where Moon God G went. The 3 pillar gods were very calm. The Moon God season. Medusa frowned secretly. I have seen less than all of you, but the other party was able to almost defeat all of you once back then. He is definitely very terrifying and cannot be underestimated. Hiding is the most terrifying. Carolyn nodded her head. You've reached an agreement with the other party? The other party took out something that moved you. They've paid a lot to let me vindicate Deo. Medusa did not hide it, because the entire universe would know very soon, and there was no way to hide it. Rivers, lakes, and seas. After everyone heard this, they couldn't help but frown in surprise. I didn't expect the other party to think of this. Dichi was secretly shocked. If I vindicate the river, I can dig a trench in the universe and let the chaos sea in. Lakes, streams, rivers. We'll be able to drive the universe and enter the depths of the universe. This is indeed perfecting the laws of the chaos sea. At the same time, the other party is able to grasp the laws of the river in this area. He's very invincible. Carolyn started to feel apprehensive. Unless she didn't enter the river, she would definitely be controlled by the other party. Life and death were controlled by the other party. The other party had vindicated the Deo through the surface membrane outside the chaos heavens of the universe. The laws that caused ravines to appear on the surface could naturally change the flow of the river and block him. This move is very terrifying. These existences have a deep understanding of the 9-Yuan universe. It's another special technique that indirectly vindicate the chaos ocean through vindicating the Deo through the 9-Yuan universe. Dichi secretly frowned. They were indeed inferior to these ancient saints. Right now, they seemed to be vindicating Deo and allowing the universe to give birth, but they had only opened up an era and completed the laws. They did not grasp the authority of the laws in this aspect. Right now, they were only making saints their own descendants of the universe, but they had no way of completely monopolizing it. Others could also research it. Strictly speaking, it was not about grasping the authority of the rules in this area. And the other party? How could he vindicate his Deo to grasp the rules more easily? Control the general trend of the era? They were too skilled. This Deo vindication of rivers, lakes, and seas, at most, doesn't have to enter the universe. The three pillar gods' voices were very cold. Don't worry, I've asked Shiji to control the rules in this area, so I won't do anything to you. You can come in as you please. Medusa was all smiles. None of them are good. Dichi snorted, if I drive the universe in, wouldn't I be at your mercy? The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. He indicated that he didn't need to enter. The rivers, lakes, and seas were indeed convenient, but he would not let his life be at the mercy of the other party. But at this moment, Pheasant Ji suddenly said, you all still can't see how terrifying these rivers, lakes, and seas are. In the future, all the saints in the universe will have to enter it. If you don't want to enter, you can't. Ah! Everyone was shocked. They thought about it carefully, but they couldn't figure out why. Pheasant Ji felt that it was finally her turn to speak. She said, you all know a lot about the laws of the Chaos Sea. However, your understanding of the laws of the universe is far inferior to mine. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. Ruhi didn't say anything and looked at the venerable sovereign. Su Ji also felt refreshed. Ji had always given her husband a lot of face outside, but now he was deliberately giving face to his own lineage. With Ji as a spy, he had indeed benefited a lot. Ruhi, tell me about it. The venerable sovereign said. Chapter 1295. And NBSP, Pheasant Age was very clear about this. After all, to be honest, her husband's status was not high, but these were all private words. In the outside world, she had to give her husband face. Your understanding of the rules of the multiverse is too low. You can't think of the future of the rivers and lakes. Oh. Dichi grew curious. And NBSP, Pheasant, I didn't hide anything. Based on what you've said, it's not just you saints. Even most of the ordinary saints don't dare to enter these rivers and lakes. You're afraid of the enemy, but aren't the other saint ships afraid as well? Indeed. The three pillar gods muttered to themselves, and their voices were very cold. Then, the complete great Deo that seems extremely convenient and completes the laws of the universe is completely useless? That's because no sage would enter. That's not the case. Pheasant Ji's voice was cold. Her eyes flickered as she smiled, in fact, all the sages will enter in the future. If you thought of it, how could Wen Meng and Lu Qi not have thought of it? They naturally have a solution. What is it? Carolyn was curious. Heavenly Deo contract. The other party is vindicating the rules of the 9-Yuan universe, Pheasant Ji said. He also has to abide by the Heavenly Deo contract. As long as he's willing to sign a contract with you and not harm you, won't that do? As soon as he said this, Dichi and the others immediately understood. The Heavenly Deo contract. They had just been born not long ago and did not understand much about the multiverse. They had not signed any contracts in this area. Now that he thought about it, he had indeed heard about this. After signing the contract and binding the other party would not dare to act recklessly. The Chaos Sea is filled with different universes. It is impossible for all universes to be bound. However, they have to abide by the rules of the multiverse when they vindicate their deo in the universe. Carolyn started deducing. I don't need to worry about the other party harming me. I just need to sign a contract with them. Then, the contract will have a lot of meaning. Yes, I am. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye laughed. I know Wen Meng all too well. She will definitely make a contract and charge a fee for every river or lake she enters. And the power of the rivers and lakes was also obvious. A personal lake was equivalent to a home. Outsiders would not be able to attack it. It was much safer than the chaotic Chaos Sea, where one had to constantly be on guard against enemy attacks. In the universe, there was no contract. No one could trust each other, but it was possible in the universe. If the saints of the universe want a safe stop and a safe home, they have to make a deal with her, sign a heavenly deo contract, and buy a title deed from her. Gruo continued, a small lake is a home, a medium-sized lake is a luxurious villa, and a super-large inland lake is the core residence of a heavenly force. According to the grade, you can sign different land deeds. Rujeoji's words left everyone dumbfounded. If that was really the case, the rivers and lakes would surely be the core of every heavens. Because it was too safe. As long as he signed a contract to enter his private lake and closed the river, his enemies would not be able to enter. At this moment, the giant octopus was also secretly broadcasting and was shocked. Animal. We thought we were dirty enough. These big shots are dirtier than us. They actually vindicated their daos like this. According to what you're saying, as long as the other party keeps digging holes in the ground, he can become the king of real estate? A treacherous real estate agent? A business without capital is simply a huge profit. You remind me of Menmei. The other party is collecting taxes, can we handle this? The other party has grasped the great trend of the times. He's too terrifying. In the live broadcast room, everyone was analyzing. Rujeoji had indeed seen further than them. Her analysis was too brilliant. Medusa also frowned. I didn't expect the other party to give me such a huge authority, the god of rivers and lakes. Gigi shook her head and continued to be surprised. Wen Meng is too smart. They want to use this method to completely bind you to their worship. They will definitely arrange a training ground for Shiji and keep a close watch on her. She's not allowed to go out. After all, they are invincible in the universe. Although Shiji could draw the water into the Chaos Ocean and form a super lake to protect his dojo, it would seem like the other party could not do anything to him. But they can force their way in. He can attack by using the Chaos Sea to protect himself? Medusa was shocked. The reason why she made the deal was that as the god of rivers and lakes, she could protect herself by living in the center of a super large lake. No matter how powerful the other party was in the universe, the chaotic ocean could not exert its power, so she would be safe. However, did the other party have the means to attack? Yes, I am, don't worry, Pheasant Eye said. They do have a way to temporarily use their power in the Sea of Chaos, but the price is huge. If they want to take it down, the losses will outweigh the gains. So, you're indeed on the same boat, and the price of falling out with each other is very high, I'd advise you not to fall out with me. Medusa smiled awkwardly. She originally had the intention of falling out with him. When they obtained the power of this rule, they could directly wrap themselves up with the Chaos Sea. What could they do to the stone inside? Furthermore, although Shiji seemed to be introverted, he was only the self of the 9 universes. In the era of the universe, it was almost impossible to kill a saint. There were many of her out there, so it didn't matter at all. Even if they all died, it wouldn't be too much of a loss, so he was at ease letting her go. It seems that the other party is also very cunning. Medusa thought to herself. However, the venerable sovereign has found a good wife there's an existence we know about, said Carolyn with a smile. It's very hard to be schemed against. De Key expression also flickered. Venerable sovereign. This person was indeed very terrifying. He might be one step behind the times again. He was an extremely proud person. He had thought that he had seized the initiative and had the upper hand at this time. He wanted to catch the venerable sovereigns off guard. However, he did not expect that the other party would not seize the initiative. Instead, he was willing to fall behind and use a lot of time to attack one of the ancient existences. The goal was very far. I may seem to have the advantage now, but I'm actually inferior to him. Dichi looked at the venerable sovereign, who had a leisurely expression on his face. The beautiful woman beside him served him tea and looked very virtuous. He was silent for a moment. He was indeed the mastermind who had made the decision in the past. I don't know what kind of shocking scheme he's plotting in the dark. The group was still discussing and asked Ruhi some more questions. Ruhi was all smiles as she seriously answered some of the questions that she could answer, causing the surrounding people to exclaim in surprise. Even the big octopus's livestream room was completely shocked. Venerable Sovereign, you are indeed a domineering person. He actually has this move. He's too calculative. I'm afraid he'll be able to manipulate the big picture in the future. As expected of the terrifying existence that caused the secluded mountain prefecture lord to shut himself up. Everyone was still fighting for justice. Medusa suddenly asked, it seems that those ancient saints are trying to regain their power. They are still high and mighty. It will be difficult for us to overthrow them. And you, what Deo do you want to vindicate? Pheasant Eye was stunned for a moment. She did not know what she wanted to prove. This was because she no longer had any creative talents. Her thinking had been completely solidified. I don't know how to prove it either, and NBSP, Pheasant Eye thought for a moment. I didn't think of the specifics. If I want to prove it, I want to prove the rules and contracts. After all, that's the key to controlling order. However, there are too many universes. There's no way to control the Chaos Sea and unify its laws. After all, it was easy to unify the Deo vindication plans for the 9 universes. However, how could you verify the same contract rules for all 129,600 of them? There were countless forces in the heavens, and each of them was the king of a mountain. It was impossible for them to unite. Contracts had to have a unified death mechanism. No matter which Chaos Sea, which heavens, or how many avatars one had, they would all be bound. Once violated, they would die instantly. But this was simply impossible. This was also the reason why it was difficult to vindicate Deo in the Chaos Ocean. There was no way to fight for it, so the current sages all vindicated their Deo indirectly. That's a very grand idea. Caroline suddenly laughed and glanced at the venerable sovereign, who had been silent the entire time. We are more familiar with the Chaos Sea, but we can't find a way. You have to ask your husband. He is the most knowledgeable and mysterious person among us. Ruhi was stunned and turned around. After all, everyone knew that this was almost impossible and couldn't think of any way to vindicate Deo. The venerable sovereign pondered for a moment and said, this is indeed very difficult. It's chaotic and disorderly. The rules of every universe in the universe are different, so it's very difficult to unify them. However, it's not like there's no way. Chapter 1296. No way? Ruhi was startled and turned around. In her opinion, there was no way to vindicate Deo in the chaotic ocean using traditional methods. The ancient saints of the longevity deist palace in front of her had also proven this point. They could only indirectly vindicating his Deo in the chaos ocean. In the most ancient era of the universe, one could only prove it once. After that, the multiverse had already become 9, which was already very cumbersome. Just like what was happening now, he had to prove similar rules in all 9 universes. In the Chaos Sea, there were countless universes that could not be unified. Each had their own characteristics. How could they form a unified rule of the heavens and realms? This was the way to vindicate the universe that even the longevity sages, Gu Yu, Wen Meng, and Lu Qi could not predict, but her husband had a way? Ruhi's mind was no longer calm. A strong thought appeared in her mind. Could there really be an orthodox Deo validation method for the Chaos Sea? She felt as if she had uncovered the fog of the sea and was gradually approaching the truth. It's not that there's no way. The venerable sovereign put down his teacup and looked at the meeting of several people in the big tent. However, the solution may not have appeared yet. Perhaps, it has already appeared now. In short, it depends on luck. Is there really a way? Dichi was also curious. After all, the 3 of them knew that the venerable sovereign was the oldest person to follow the ancient gods. He was very mysterious and knew many core matters. He was also responsible for handling them. Until today, they still couldn't figure out venerable sovereigns. In fact, the movement of the ancient gods had always been very mysterious. They were probably busy with the ancient plans of the god of destruction and the god of creation. No one knew where the ancient gods were now, and they were preparing for the mysterious and shocking plan. Only the venerable sovereigns might have some understanding of the whereabouts of the ancient gods. What is it? Carolyn asked. The method is very simple. All of you should be clear about this. The venerable sovereign looked at them. It should be possible to deduce it. These universes, heavens, and realms may seem chaotic, but in fact, they all have a unified law. They all belong to some kind of ancient concept. What kind of existence was it? Pheasant G was stunned for a few more seconds. However, Medusa's eyes widened. The god of destruction. The few people beside him also thought of this. All the universes in the universe were projected by the god of destruction. The universes created by the god of destruction were naturally under the control of the god of destruction. These saints don't know. They only think that it's the arrival of a great era, the inevitable process of history. However, we know that the so-called heavens and universes that have descended are natural disasters. Dichi and the others looked at each other. They were the only ones who knew the truth. This is the catastrophe of the god of destruction. It's used to swallow and spit out the material and energy of the universe and collect the ancient debris deposited in the chaos sea by the universe. After all, the god of destruction's authority is very low now, and his great deity is also incomplete. Therefore, there's nothing we can do about the 9-Yuan universe. We can only lay our hands on the sediments on the chaos sea to strengthen our power. In that case, wouldn't vindicating the Deo to the god of destruction unify the laws of the universe? However, this also led to a tricky problem that they couldn't imagine how to get in touch with the god of destruction. It was not that they had not thought of ways to collapse their knowledge and observe the arrival of the god of destruction. However, no matter how they thought of it, they had never seen the god of destruction descend. According to their speculations, this universe was still under the god of creation's authority. The god of destruction could not control it, so he could not descend into the current universe to be observed, recognized, and appeared by them. The venerable sovereign smiled and said indifferently, "You should have thought of it. That's why I said that the solution may not appear yet. Perhaps we have to wait for a certain opportunity in a certain era. The era will give birth to opportunities. Perhaps it has already appeared, but we have not sensed it yet." "I see." Medusa nodded. The two ancient existences in charge of both sides have been silent for a long time. Perhaps they are studying this aspect? However, it's ultimately different from the great universe. Even if we can observe that vague concept, that existence will descend and we will appear before him. How can we vindicate our Deo? The three pillar gods muttered to themselves. Rujoji was completely dumbfounded. It was as if they were talking in riddles, and he couldn't quite understand what they were talking about. But this was definitely a shocking mystery. He was probably the universe leader that he had guessed. He was out of place with them, and there was an indescribable grievance in his heart. This was because the other party had a lot of knowledge. In fact, he had learned of the arrival of this meteor shower world from an ancient prophecy a long time ago. He had long been prepared and captured and studied many small universes where meteors fell. However, the other party's knowledge, speech, and manner of speaking are indeed very systematic. It's not a baseless claim. I'm afraid that he has studied and understood it for a long time. Pheasant G thought to herself as she continued to listen. At this moment, Carolyn spoke again, that existence's understanding and the laws of collapse might have already changed. After all, a consciousness that has already developed its own will is a concept that possesses its own intelligence. It might appear in a different way, or it might follow its own will and appear in the chaos sea at will. Was it already different? Pheasant G couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that it had existed for a long time? As for the birth of self-consciousness, Pheasant G finally felt that she had vaguely understood what he meant. Her heart sank, and she pondered over each word. "I believe it's a universe leader. As expected, there's a mother of the universe among these scattered and floating universes. It's their king, and they've already developed their own consciousness." And NBSP, Pheasant G felt that she had vaguely grasped it. She actually understood some of it. Now, they probably mean to vindicate Deo to this mother of the universe. It's possible to grasp the laws of the universe. However, a universe. He was only equivalent to the king of a race. Was he that powerful? Rujoji muttered. At this time, the surrounding atmosphere was silent for a moment, as if everyone was in deep thought. Then, when do you think that existence will appear? Dichi suddenly asked. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk about the god of destruction, but if the venerable sovereign didn't tell his wife, they wouldn't either. After all, once they told him, their cognition would collapse, and they would not want to care about each other's affairs. Perhaps the venerable sovereigns still didn't trust each other. But in reality, Su Ji did not want to tell her because he wanted to take it slow and let the other party accept it slowly. And NBSP, after all, if it was the truth, it would have been fine if he told her. Pheasant Ji would at most be shocked and then try to verify it. But the truth was fake. If they were not well prepared, who knew what mysterious means the other party had to verify the authenticity? Su Ji still had to be careful in order to make such an ancient existence believe him. But in the face of everyone's questions, Su Ji still had to answer. As for when it will appear in the Chaos Sea, the venerable sovereign thought for a moment and said, I don't know. Maybe it's because of some variables or because I need to study something. It will descend somewhere in the Chaos Sea and reveal itself. Who knows? We have to start from the beginning, and we have to figure out the rules by ourselves. After all, the other party has already developed intelligence and can't be measured with common sense. We can't look at him as an unintelligent celestial phenomenon. The venerable sovereign thought for a moment and suddenly said, however, recently, the Chaos Sea has been undergoing more than just few changes. Its laws have been constantly shaking violently. The environment of the Chaos Sea has become more and more suitable. Indeed, there might be news of the arrival. As for the location, Our Highness has been studying it. It might appear here. To everyone's surprise, the venerable sovereign stood up and pointed to a geographical location on the spherical map of the universe on the table in the military tent. Here. Chapter 1297. Everyone looked in the direction of the finger. It was in a remote corner of the 9 great continents of the universe in the chaotic ocean. It looked ordinary. Perhaps, it will descend here. Carolyn muttered to herself. This position. Could this be the result of the calculations and schemes of the ancient gods all these years? After all, the ancient gods had been disappearing for a long time, and now that he thought about it, they were probably running around for this matter. After all, he had already paved the way for them to obtain the knowledge of evolution. Now, he was paving the way for them to enter the next stage. He was already searching for the day of vindication of the Chaos Sea in advance. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't enough to describe how hard he had worked. The venerable sovereign saw everyone's confusion and explained, Renemansky and the ancient god. The two of them have been appearing and disappearing unpredictably. I don't know the details, but the two of them should be doing research together, walking above the chaotic sea or somewhere else. It did give the address, but it was only a rough one. We'll have to see if it'll descend. As for the exact time, it'll probably be between 100 to 200 years later. In other words, 1 or 2 days later. Could he possibly appear at this place? Everyone was deep in thought. It's probably already very powerful. Medusa nodded. After all, no one could predict the whereabouts of the god of destruction. She could not help but mutter, no wonder Prince Renemansky was involved in this. It's no wonder I know about it. However, Moon God season has been disappearing for a long time. I wonder what he's planning. Indeed. The other party is very mysterious. Everyone could not help but discuss. After all, they had only gathered once in a few hundred to 1,000 years. They were not enemies, and everyone knew the most profound secrets of the universe. Although they were developing on their own, they were still in the same boat. Following that, the few of them couldn't help but discuss some insights into Dao, as well as the difficult problems of evolution. Rujeoji was also silently listening and memorizing. Even though she might not be able to hear most of the esoteric theories on evolution and bloodline mapping, it did not stop her from memorizing them. The more she remembered, the more frightened she became. Some of the knowledge was very mysterious and profound, involving a wide range of topics, making her listen as if she was intoxicated. She was amazed that this group of people in front of her had accumulated and mastered such a rich amount of knowledge. Evolutionary Universe Atlas. The more she heard, the more shocked she was. True sound of the great Dao. The lip-syncing of the universe. They call this the prelude to the Atlas of the great Dao. Every detailed music score represents a universe. They split the score into the first and second half. The upper part is the Xiantian Atlas, the main atlas of the Big Bang. The lower part is the Hushan Atlas, the branch atlas that the saints of the universe completed. It was too detailed and complete. It was as if the door to a new world had been opened in the Rugeo era. The more they knew, the more Pheasant G believed that the Mother of the Universe and Leader of the Universe were real existences. Their knowledge in this aspect was at least several thousand years ahead of the entire universe. In the end, Medusa also said, "Then, from now on, the three of you will have to accept many sons and daughters. Will there be any major problems if you give your own universe to the other party to take over?" "No problem. So what if I give a cosmos to the other party to possess? They can't decipher the universe we've created." Dichi laughed. "We've done our research. We've conducted an encrypted and complicated evolutionary route. Even if they have mastered the universe that we have evolved and become the heavenly Deo within it, they can't understand the mysteries within. Moreover, we've also left a secret door in those universes to form a huge race power. Bloodline bestowment, bloodline secret door." It was indeed the power of a bloodline clan. The universe was already like an individual life form, forming an ocean race. After the evolution path has been encrypted, it's indeed very difficult for the other party to replicate it. Medusa thought for a moment and said, "It's just that they have a ready-made universe in their hands. They don't need to copy it. As long as they study the bloodline map in it and summarize the path, they may be able to master the knowledge of our batch very quickly." In such a situation, it was as if you had transformed into a person. Although the other party didn't know the process of you evolving into a human and perfectly stealing the results, they could create an insect or tree by studying the cell structure, hair, and bones of a human. They only wanted to study the essence of knowledge. This can't be stopped. We can only make sure that our bloodline universe won't be deciphered. Dichi shook his head. We can't monopolize knowledge, and knowledge itself can't be monopolized. There were countless monsters in this universe. If he wanted to deduce something, he would definitely deduce it. It was just a matter of time. The model of our universe is indeed a case study for them, which can speed up the acquisition of knowledge. That's why they're in such a hurry to call me father. In fact, they're all unfilial children who are ready to betray me. However, we're not going to do anything just because we're afraid that the other party will study it. He might as well take the first move advantage. It's only a matter of time before they rise to power." Dichi's voice was cold. He had a clear understanding of the universe. In the future universe, this Chaos Sea will undoubtedly be a large-scale spore evolution sandbox. Everyone will be evolving their species and becoming an evolving player. Evolve a species, pull up a group of clansmen, and fight for hegemony everywhere. Pheasant G was a little puzzled. Spore evolution? It's true. Medusa nodded when she heard this. I have also encrypted my universe progeny, but I will give it to the other party to use. The other party cannot clone it, but they can find the knowledge from it and then make a suitable one for themselves. It will be very fast. It's very fast. Ruhi suddenly said. Ah. Medusa did not react in time and suddenly said, "You're the same group of people. Why don't you study my universe and see if you can decipher it, or what you can study?" Pheasant Eye nodded and was quite happy. Hence, Ruhi went to study the bloodline universe of the other party and couldn't help but marvel. This is a quantum universe. The energy particles are actually entangled to form a universe similar to my own? Wasn't this a true parallel twin universe? This bloodline was very powerful. It's not inferior to some of my bloodlines. Research had begun during the Pheasant period, and in less than 1 or 2 years, they had already found some results, which surprised Medusa and the others. Your learning speed? So fast. And NBSP, Pheasant G was very calm in the face of the surprised voices around her. At this rate, I'll only need about 20 years to successfully grasp the initial knowledge of the evolution of the universe. However, even though it can be obtained from above, the encryption system is very complete, and we can't crack this universe. After all, the evolutionary path of a universe was very complicated. Once it was encrypted, it was very difficult to replicate. 20 years. Medusa frowned and took a deep breath. In other words, in just 20 years, the other party's progress will be close to ours? He's a monster. Then, the other party will come up with something new. After 100 years, we may only be able to see the back of the other party. Carolyn also felt that things were going to be tricky. It's possible that the universe they created is even more powerful than ours. Indeed, the speed at which he secretly learned this technique is half of Diki. The 3 pillar gods said, in our eyes, a normal heaven's favorite saint would probably need about 500 years to achieve this. And they were simply monsters. We're no match for him. Is this the difference between the strongest genius of the universe and US normal geniuses? Pheasant Eye was stunned. She looked at Ditchy and was rather surprised. This person's learning speed is faster than mine? I'm already considered to be at the top of the world, dominating an entire cosmos epoch. Doesn't that mean that he's already able to learn on the spot and see through the level of the other party's technique? But this is all I can do. The evil god seems to be at an advantage, but in fact, the other party has also benefited a lot. He's mastered this level in just 20 years. And NBSP, but there was no other way. Even if we stopped them, it would only delay them. It was better to let the evil gods take advantage of them. They started to discuss the future. This was too terrifying. Gu Yu, Wen Meng, Lu Qi. They had clearly spent countless years to accumulate their strength, but the other party would only need 100 years to surpass them from zero. How could they fight this? They felt a hint of despair. In terms of talent, the other party crushed them by more than 10 times. Were these the most terrifying heaven's favorites from back then? On the contrary, while everyone was discussing, the venerable sovereign gently pulled Pheasant G and gradually drove the spaceship far away from their military tent to decide the future. Why don't you continue listening? And NBSP, Pheasant Eye asked. This was clearly the best place to build good relationships with the people in the faction and exchange information, even if it was very boring. Chapter 1298. Because I'm already rotten and can't understand their various new ideas and thoughts about the universe. Just let them continue their discussion, said the venerable sovereign as he steered the ship away. Ruhi was furious. This person was obviously bored. However, she couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. After all, the main content had been discussed, and what was left were the small details. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye seriously commented, their talents, in our era, were mostly A-listers. It's amazing, but they can't imagine how terrifying that era was. They're destined to never reach the heights of our era and will only become cannon fodder in the end. Su Ji also understood what she meant. After all, how many years had he been developing? How many years of accumulation? In such a short period of time, it was already very impressive for top-tier saints like Caroline and the three pillar gods to appear. Compared to the accumulation of geniuses across the entire universe, it was definitely inferior. They are one level below you, but your talent is on par with ours. And NBSP, to put it bluntly, Pheasant Eye said seriously, I've placed myself on top of you. Su Ji shook his head. I've used a great universe technique to combine all the genius intelligence of the Zergs. That's why Pheasant Era thinks so. However, in reality, if she were to use the cultivation techniques of the great cosmos, she would be countless times more powerful than she had imagined. However, it was really hard to imagine the talents of some monstrous talents. How is that Ditchy compared to the few of you? Su Ji suddenly said. Him. Pheasant Ji thought about it seriously. It's hard to say. He's an extreme talent. However, he's also from our team. His learning ability is outstanding, much faster than all of us ancient existences. However, he doesn't have the natural talent like us to open up a new path. After all, they were almost all rounded and had no shortcomings. The ability to learn, the ability to create an era, the ability to fight. Countless comprehensive aspects had allowed them to fight in the final battle, walk to the end, and become the winner. They were all rounded talents, but Ditchy was a partial talent. Pheasant Ji gave it some serious thought and said, if he were to live in our era, he wouldn't be able to become one of us because the flaw is too great. He would be eliminated and killed by us very quickly. Because we absolutely cannot tolerate someone secretly learning the cultivation method we created. Was Emperor Qi unable to become a victor in the Pheasant period? Su Ji thought about it and agreed with him. People like Ditchy, who secretly learned from everywhere and integrated everything, did not have their own things. He would definitely be killed first. Furthermore, these saints were not good at secretly learning. They were all very sinister. However, this might not be the case in this era. Because the saints of this era are immortal. No matter how much others hate him and chase him to learn their own techniques, they can't kill him. I don't know what will happen if he starts learning. Pheasant Ji said after some thought. He had no chance of winning in our era, but in this era. I can't be sure. Perhaps they have the advantage of being the first to attack and have a chance of winning in the future. Ruhi gave her evaluation, which was very cruel and cold. Although she looked pleasant just now, she was actually not very optimistic. She might not even have high hopes for the longevity deist palace. We want to be truly afraid of. It was the general trend of the times. In the future, a true monster will rise. The universe will open up again, and a group of geniuses comparable to our era will emerge. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye took a deep breath and her voice trembled. That's the most terrifying. You don't know what is the inevitability of fate. That era has already produced people as powerful as us, and in this era that is destined to be even grander, what kind of young heroes will emerge from the waves? Now, everyone is on the same level. Even the saints of the longevity deist palace, who are still at their peak and starting from the same level, could be overthrown. This is level 11, the real era is about to begin. And NBSP, Pheasant G knew the fear in his heart. They might seem to be in their prime, but they are no longer at their peak. If a genius like them appears, they won't be able to suppress the other party's rise with the resources they have now. They are also afraid. The era of the longevity world was the peak of that era where everything accumulated to a terrifying extent. In order to fight for longevity, too many saints burst out at that time, and even saints nurtured saints. That era was also an era where the great Dao was squeezed out, and millions of saints burst out. And what was in front of him? The scene in front of him would only be more terrifying. According to his lord's deduction, the final moment of the universe had arrived. The remaining 40% of seats for the great Dao in the universe would be filled quickly, and millions of saints would appear to fight for it. There might even be the final opening of level 11. Their lord, who was so powerful that even they feared, had chosen to live in seclusion. It could be seen that even their lord was not confident and had been observing everything in the dark. Even I can't think of what kind of monster is among these saints. And NBSP, Pheasant Eye sighed. No one knows what the future era will be like. No one can see clearly what the situation of the universe will be like. Su Ji consoled Pheasant Ji for a bit before steering the ship away. It's fine. No matter how strong a genius is, they're still living beings. There's no need to be afraid of them. Su Ji was very calm. No matter how strong a monstrous genius appeared in the future, he would still be a worker. But even so, Su Ji could not help but frown a little. He initially thought that his enemy was the lifelong realm. However, even the ancient saints of the longevity deist palace were afraid of the future prosperity and the possible emergence of monstrous talents. It was a future that even the ship that crossed the universe had to fear. And what about him? The danger they might face was even more terrifying compared to overthrowing the lifelong realm. It can't be that a monster really appeared. After unlocking the 11th level, finding the ultimate law of the universe, seeing through everything and overthrowing the lifelong realm, I won't be overthrew as well, right? Su Ji was also a little creeped out. It would be terrible if a monster that roared and said that he controlled his fate overthrew the god of creation and god of destruction. After all, it was not impossible for him to be overthrown. As the so-called god of creation, he had been unable to feel the same worry as did she, Carolyn, Pheasant Ji, and the others. He could now feel the sense of danger. Su Ji looked at Pheasant Ji and muttered to himself, it's impossible for Carolyn and the others to give up on the bloodline of the ancient gods. Although the reality is cruel and only Dichi has the possibility of becoming the hegemon among them, I will never kill the donkey after it has served its purpose. At the same time, I have to be on guard against the future. Su Ji muttered to himself. On the other hand, the era of the universe bridge has also begun to enter the era of hegemony in the lifelong realm. I want to see what exactly happened in the era of the lifelong realm, and I can also divine the future. What will happen to me in the era of the myriad heavens and realms? Will I be overthrown? Was the future of the traditional trend really the era of the heavens and the myriad world? Su Ji was the one who had opened up the universe. What if the natural evolution of the universe did not lead to the era of the heavens and realms? It was another era, and this destined era was already brewing in the dark, ready to stab him in the back at any time? The more Su Ji thought about it, the more terrified he felt. This time, I'm going back to get the god of destruction to prepare for his appearance. This time, he could also deduce what would happen in the future. He had to take look at the future of the universe and see what it was. What a setup! Chapter 1299. During the Chaos Sea era, the universe was created by him. Then, what kind of universe was the real Chaos Ocean era? The Pheasant period accidentally revealed that the next era will indeed be the Chaos Ocean era. This is a necessity for the development of the universe. It is to complete the law of material circulation in the Chaos Sea and retrieve the materials left behind in the Chaos Sea. Therefore, when they saw the universe in front of them, they believed it without a doubt. That's because the small universes in the universe are indeed swallowing and spitting out the matter of the Chaos Sea to maximize its efficiency. Su Ji muttered to himself. Based on this situation, Su Ji thought there were two possibilities. The first was that the Chaos Sea era was truly an era of the universe. He just so happened to conform to the inevitable laws of fate and was the opportunity to open up an era. He was the chosen one. The second was that the Chaos Ocean era was another era. Some other law, the law of the universe's inevitable development, supplemented the laws of the Chaos Sea. He was like a dove occupying a magpie's nest. I'm more inclined to the second option. Su Ji thought to himself, I don't think that at some stage of the universe's own growth, it will inevitably grow a poisonous tumor, produce cancer cells, develop cancer, lead itself to death, and eventually be replaced. If the universe was compared to a living creature, in that case, it would develop normally and healthily without the appearance of cancer cells. However, Su Ji felt that the current universe might have already distorted the law of normal development. A lesion had appeared, and cancer cells were being born. They were now in the early stages of cancer. Hundreds of cancer cells were distributed in various places in the lymph nodes. Then, I have to be on guard. What was the original era of the Chaos Sea like? What rules? Will the Chaos Ocean's era erupt and the original get rid of me, the pirated one? Su Ji felt that the fate of the universe was inevitable and that it was a vast and endless general trend. He was distorting this general trend and replacing it. Even if the universe did not have a consciousness, it would still have a strong resistance law and turn everything back on the right track. Hualala. Su Ji was still chatting with Pheasant Eye, but he had already taken control of the main body of another universe and entered the universe's sandbox. At this moment, a long time had passed since Su Ji had last left. A day was 100 million years. The era of the universe bridge had completely erupted, and the concept of the longevity world had actually appeared for quite some time already. 7,200 million years. The first batch of ancient saints who had corroborated the Dao of the multiverse had also died of old age. Even though the universe was divided and their lifespans were greatly increased, they could not resist the erosion of time. Their lifespans were less than 100 million years. They tried to sleep and even use various means to prolong their lifespans, but they could only sleep for a few 100 million years before they could no longer withstand it and completely died. The times had completely changed. The era of the universe bridge was at its peak, and countless sage clans appeared. Countless supreme overlords appeared in the 9 Yuan universe. They gathered in 2s and 3s and occupied their own territories. They were known as the overlords of the 9 universes. The 9 universe overlords were known as the 9 universe emperors. They were once the saints of the multi-dimensional era that had fallen. They were the appointed disciples and the apex of the era. As the various schools of thought argued, countless saints walked and communicated. They discussed the next realm and whether level 10 was really the end of the universe. Another countless years passed and the lifelong realm was completely known by everyone. We, level 10 saints, are the end of the Great Dao. Level 11. In the future. The next realm, proving the origin, proving the first Dao. When the Great Dao of the universe is complete, one can go against the flow of the Great Dao of the universe and return to the oddity, becoming a Chaos Origin God. A multiverse can only vindicate one Chaos Origin deity position. A 9 origin universe can vindicate 9. Being born in this world, I'll eventually die of old age. I can't see the truth and can't see the next realm. I was born at the wrong time. I was born at the wrong time. The saints saw the distant future. The 9 universe overlords suddenly joined forces and decided to gather the power of all the saints in the world to explore how to change fate. This was a necessity of history. When the saints saw that their realm was not in the present world but in the future, they would be extremely indignant. They would try their best to build a ship to cross the world and travel in the future. Another 10 million years passed. The plans of countless sages and the overlords of the 9 Yuan universe had finally come up with a plan. Longevity World. This realm was located below the 9 Yuan universe, at the core of the universe. They were like 9 inverted icebergs with their tips pointing at the center of the ball. This is the best place. An extremely powerful saint deduced, this place is the junction of the 9 Yuan universe, the deepest part of the Chaos Sea, at the core of the earth. The laws here are intertwined and chaotic. It can be used to build a ship to cross the world and disrupt karma. The end of the source where countless black holes are spewing out can stop time. The black hole absorbed everything, rejecting all laws. And this place was the core of everything, the only place that was affected the most. It was the place where the lifelong realm was established. At the same time, the era of the universe bridge is about to end. A saint said, "The universe bridges that we've built have been rebuilt countless times and extended continuously. They've finally reached their limits. I'm afraid they're going to collapse. The 9UN universe will be completely separated from each other, and there will be no connection between the parallel universes. After the universe bridge collapses, this realm can take its place and act as a hub to connect the power of the 9UN universe. This will allow the bodies of the 9UN saints to sense each other. This world is the destiny of the great Dao. It's the will of the heavenly Dao. Born for the laws of the universe." The sages had deduced to this point and clearly knew that this was to complete the laws of the universe, allowing the multi-dimensional sages in the multiverse to have complete power. But, how do I construct it? This world is at the core of the earth. They continued to deduce and finally found a way to vindicate the 10th ship. However, the undercurrent was already surging. 740 million years. After tens of millions of years, the laws of the embryonic form of the longevity world were completely completed. And at the moment of its construction, the undercurrent was completely stirred up. The sages in charge of Dao vindication have already been killed in the 9 different cosmoses. Their bloodlines were seized and fused into the bodies of the 9 saint emperors. They are already old. They want to live forever and sneak into the distant future to prove their Dao. These are the achievements of all the saints outside our chaos heavens. They actually want to take it for themselves. The war was about to begin. All the sages knew that whoever could seize the rules of Dao validation of the lifelong realm and control the heavenly Dao would be able to control the ship of salvation and walk into the distant future. The war of the multiverse had completely erupted. This battle in the longevity world had even made Su Ji's heart palpitate with fear. In order to compete for the greater picture and deduce the longevity world, they had already squeezed out a large number of seats for the great Daos in the universe. At the same time, millions of sages appeared and secretly snuck into the enemy universe. The battle of millions of saints was hysterical. The 9 original overlords of the universe, the great saint emperors who built the longevity world, were actually the first to be overthrown. They were too decadent, no longer in their prime. Although they were incomparably powerful back then, the rules of the lifelong realm they controlled were directly overthrown. For a period of time, the laws of the lifelong realm started to spread everywhere. Countless sages started to hunt and plunder. In fact, in just a few hours, the bloodline of the laws of the lifelong realm would change owners over 10 times. It would fall into the hands of different sages. This battle was too tragic. They had exploded too quickly. In a short 100 years, almost all the saints had been exhausted. Outside the chaos heavens in the 9-sided multiverse, a large amount of saint blood had dyed the area red. Countless saints had fallen, and the laws contained within had returned to the universe. It was an indescribable tragedy. And the real existence behind the scenes reappeared on this land. I didn't think that we would live so long. In the void, an ancient figure walked out. As chaos god fiends, we once had Mang as our master and experienced the great battle of 3,000 god fiends. Another ancient existence appeared. As chaos god fiends, we have struggled at death's door for countless years. We discovered the rules of the multiverse and proved our Dao to the multiverse. It's a pity that Lady B has left us. At this moment, all the survivors of the universe looked at the 2 ancient existences with wide eyes and disbelief. They initially thought that they were the final victor and would gain control of the lifelong realm. Who would have thought that there was still a hidden mastermind behind this? Impossible. Material jar, bitter decay, you 2 ancient taboos, gods and devils of the primordial era, in your final moments, not long after you created the multiverse, you died of old age. How could you have lived to this day? You've all fallen. Your Daos have returned to the universe's great Dao atlases. That's the proof of your deaths, and it can't be faked. The remaining saints were in despair. Who said that we would die just because our great Daos returned to the universe? One of the ancient forbidden figures smiled and said, "We've found a bloodline that can cut off the bloodline of our own race and cause ourselves to fall from the saint realm to become 10th order offspring without any bloodline of the great Dao. We'll no longer be afraid of being assimilated by the universe. We've merged with the bloodline of longevity and live to this day." Impossible. Despair appeared on their faces. In the past, Yu Mang had a few disciples cut off his immortality before he died. There were no loopholes in his method that could bypass immortality. Yu Mang killed the disciples after they vindicated their Dao to prevent them from leaving any loopholes and rotting. Pfft! The ancient urn smiled slightly. In this world, besides Yu Mang, who vindicated Dao without selfish motives. In the past, when we 3,000 gods and devils were vindicating our Dao, we all left a flaw in our own rules. A hidden door. We are the only ones who know. The other ancient existence, Kushu, replied with a smile. At that time, we thought that the disciples that Yu Mang took in before his death had severed their immortality. Could they have left a secret door behind? We've been searching and finally found the flaw that the other party left behind. Ha! Back then, Yu Mang had killed them directly after he had proven his Dao because he was afraid that they would decay in their old age. I didn't expect that when they were young, they had selfish motives and left a flaw behind their teacher's back. The surrounding saints were completely silent and in despair. It's a pity. Originally, there should have been 3 of us, and female B should have a share. At the instant when the multiverse was created, it transformed into 9 great continents. The 2 of us then saw the rules of the universe, the possibility of the longevity world, the 10th universe. We want to sneak into the future. Hence, we all took in the 9 saint emperors and hinted to them that they would be able to enter the longevity world. As for us, we feigned death to escape and live to the future 700 million years later. The 2 existences looked at each other and smiled. Behind them, there were countless hidden disciples. They were already rotten. A long time ago, in the same era as Ni, there was no more innovation and rapid progress. However, their disciples were still young. As long as they could see the future of the lifelong realm, they would recruit these young monstrous geniuses into their sects and let their disciples be in charge of predicting the era. What about you guys? Why don't you guys betray them while you're deducing the era for these old farts? At this moment, a saint bathed in blood stood up shakily and looked at the disciples of the 2 saints. The powerful nomological laws of these 2 chaos god fiends have already returned to the universe. The nomological Dao they possess now is probably very ordinary. Their combat power is far inferior to you geniuses. However, the young saints behind them did not dare to betray them. Su Ji's curiosity was piqued as well. The young saints behind him should be from the pheasant period. But why didn't they dare to betray him? We are rotten, but they are still young. An ancient saint sighed. We promised them that they would have a seat in the future. We will share both honor and disgrace. How could they betray us? There is indeed the possibility of betrayal, but they don't dare to. They still can't overthrow us with new knowledge, because we've left enough backup when we're young and at our peak to protect our old bodies and walk towards the future. The 2 existences smiled. We used the hidden door of the laws we vindicated in the past. Now that we've vindicated a new law, it will only be stronger than our original one. If that's the case, how would they dare to betray us? The 2 of them looked at each other. Su Ji stood high up in the sky and looked down at everything. He found it very interesting. Beside him, female second also suddenly appeared and watched this historical scene. The 2 of them actually have such a method. Female second laughed and felt a little regretful. However, as one of the 3,000 gods back then, I had my own selfish motives when I vindicated my Dao. I also gave me the rules of Dao vindication and left behind a secret door. I wanted to use it, but I don't have a use for it now. I'm already different from them. What dark clan? Su Ji asked curiously. When these 3,000 chaos god fiends established the core orthodoxy for the heaven and earth, they were all cunning. How could they have left a backup plan? My dark clan. Didn't I vindicate the universe's law of life birth? I've left a flaw, the second female answered calmly. It can allow another sage to vindicate the rules of Dao and vindicate this trace of dark clan energy, allowing himself to evolve into a life. This truly is more powerful than the original edicts of life. This is just like the saying, heaven has 9 laws, man escapes into one. I secretly left out one of them. Female B laughed with emotion and looked down at the 2 people below. It's pity that I left the 2 of them. Otherwise, I might have also cut off my own bloodline and proved this secret door of the life rule again, and be with them. They've also severed their original bloodline and used the Dark Clan to vindicate their Dao. Their laws are also stronger than in their previous life. Chapter 1300. When Su Ji heard this, he completely understood everything and began to think calmly in his heart. Heavens 49, Man's Escape. Back then, the second lady proved the rules of the universe's natural evolution of life, from which the post-celestial life forms appeared. However, she left behind a secret door to make this so-called rule incomplete, with a tiny loophole. It could prove the loophole, the law of the universe of man-made evolutionary life. This was indeed more powerful than the laws from before. That was because this was the power that he truly controlled. He would no longer be restricted by the heavenly Dao universe. Su Ji muttered in his heart, this is probably the origin of the Zergs, if a special race that had mastered the rules of life were to develop in such a way. If I hadn't changed history, Lady B would have been the first Zerg queen of this universe. Su Ji cast a glance at female second next to him and said to himself, and then, she will be defeated and killed in the final battle of the three masterminds? He suddenly felt a strange and bizarre feeling. The first Queen Zerg was working for him. This was probably the highest realm of being a boss. However, Su Ji did not think that the real complete history of the universe outside would be as he had deduced. The first Zerg empresses might not be that universe's female B, they might be the disciples of female B or someone else. After all, the history of the universe was similar. There was no absolute similarity. The general trend remained unchanged, but the details could be changed. The deduced history was only for reference and could not be taken seriously. Perhaps, in this universe, female B might not necessarily lose. She might even win and become the master of the longevity world. Because none of this will be inevitable. Su Ji muttered to himself for a moment. The inevitable of history is that there will be a final winner in the battle of the lifelong realm. It doesn't matter who the winner is. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the two people below. The winner would also be decided in their hands. They were two ancient god fiends who each controlled time and space, and they were followed by a group of young geniuses from the Rugeo era and ancient Nether era. Time, space, and life. They had mastered the secret doors of the three laws of the universe at the core of the great cosmos and had used them to vindicate their Dao. This battle could indeed be said to be the battle at the peak of the universe's development. It's far more powerful than Yu Mang's battle all those years ago, because times are different now. Combat power is developing, and realms are being perfected. Su Ji sighed and said to female second, in fact, above these three laws, there's the strongest law of the universe, the law of matter. It's just a pity that Yu Mang wasn't selfish and left behind a secret door to this rule. Yes, Master is the purest and holiest sage after all. Female second sighed with emotion. From the beginning to the end, she had been Yu Mang's most loyal believer. Female second looked down. Although it's powerful to cut off one's own rules of the Great Dao and become a 10th grade descendant without the Great Dao. However, it can only allow one to live a second life. This causes great damage to one's life structure. It's impossible for one to verify one's Dao again and fall a second time. They can only use this to verify their Dao for the second time and be reborn. To live twice as long, and to live to the distant future, I still have to go through the lifelong realm. Female second said. Su Ji looked down and continued to watch the battlefield below with great interest. He didn't choose to deduce or observe in detail. What he wanted to see was the general trend of the universe. It wasn't just a small detail. The battle in front of him didn't matter at all. That was because Su Ji could not use this history to measure the true combat power of the longevity palace outside or compare it to every longevity saint. It was simply impossible. It was as if there was no monster like Ruhi following behind them. The corners of Su Ji's mouth curled up slightly. It's the stupidest thing to underestimate and contemptuously measure the other party's combat power and heritage by deducing the sandbox. Even the longevity Dao palace of the multiverse might not be the same as what's happening now. The existences behind them might have decayed, but they might not. He lowered his head to look at the two. After all, it was an incomplete universe. Su Ji was no longer interested in the two of them, the masterminds behind the scenes. Even though he was a little interested in the geniuses behind them, he didn't have any thoughts of taking them into the heavenly music sect. Because these were all fake people and couldn't be proven to be real. They were fake. They were just like the virtual characters in a computer. They were not life forms born from the complete universe of singularities of the Great Dao. Once they went outside, they would definitely be assimilated by the laws of the universe and dissipate. They weren't living beings born from the real universe, so they couldn't go to the great cosmos outside or come into contact with the level 11 laws. They were incomplete. They could not go out. However, the real living beings in the outer universe could go to the fake universes such as Seaweed and Conch to become saints and travel around. This situation was similar to a higher dimensional being that could easily enter a lower dimensional world. Low-dimensional creatures, on the other hand, could not go to the high-dimensional universe. Once they went outside, they would be assimilated and find that they were fabricated, unable to become real. Su Ji sighed and felt little sad, but he could not change it. This is also why those seaweed universes and conch universes cannot produce self-living creatures inside. It's also because of them that the native life forms in the universe are also fabricated and fake. Therefore, all life forms in the ocean universe were real life forms from outside. They were saints who had taken over this universe and become natives. It's similar to having a resident ID in the great universe. They are complete living beings. The life forms produced by the incomplete universes of these singularities are unregistered, and they are born with deficiencies, just like the universe. Su Ji looked at female second. The universe was incomplete, so the living beings it produced were naturally incomplete. This was also the reason why he had only taken in 1 second female throughout the years as the foundation of the heavenly music sect in the early stages. The second female lead was also made up, and she could not go outside. But it was not impossible to make it real, just as Su Ji had said before. When he patched up the incomplete singularities of this universe and made it a truly complete universe, female B would also turn from a dummy to a real person. This fake universe would become a real universe and there was a possibility of level 11 Deo vindication. And Su Ji was also aiming for that exact goal to steal and eat the complete core singularity of the universe. He wanted to turn the man-made universes of these incomplete singularities into reality. He wanted to vindicate level 11 in the universe he created. This was also the reason why he didn't take the route of the 9 Yuan universe. Now, it doesn't matter who wins the battle in the Longevity Deo Palace. Su Ji's expression was calm, and he thought to himself, what I want to see, is the distant future. I want to see what the next era of the lifelong realm would be like. However, the next cosmic era of the lifelong realm would have a long period of peaceful development. This period of time was in the future 10 billion years later. And 10 billion years, we still need to push the speed of the universe even faster to achieve that. Su Ji frowned. Lady B, he said. What do you think we should do to increase our speed? We still have to speed up the flow of time in this universe? 100 million years a day, it's already close to collapse and is heading towards void form. Female second was silent for a moment. This universe is now accelerating too fast, she said. The power has also become non-existent. It's like a virtual character in a movie. It's no longer a universe. The overly fast acceleration almost made the mortals virtual. It was like a glimpse of the universe had already collapsed and virtual. If it wasn't for the God of Destruction's method of shielding, they would have already felt the strangeness of the universe. There were flaws everywhere, and they might have been virtual characters. However, this was already 100 million years, the limit of a day. It was impossible to go any further. But it's not like there's no way. Female second took a deep breath. Bring the entire universe in front of you to the scene of the future 10 billion years in the future. As long as you modify this universe to 10 billion years in the future, it will be fine. Transformation. Su Ji asked. Yes, I am. Female second said seriously, the realm of longevity is already in a deep sleep. It has been smuggled into the big ship of the future, will transform this universe into a universe that's more than 10 billion years later, and they'll wake up so that they won't be able to sense it. That's enough. However, the biggest problem is that we don't know what the universe will look like 10 billion years later, but you, as the God of Destruction, naturally knew the situation of the universe at that time. I see. Su Ji's expression was cold. This was indeed a strange way. He could no longer accelerate time, but in a sense, he had quickly arrived at the distant future 10 billion years later. However, if he were to pull up the seedlings to help them grow, there might also be changes. However, Su Ji felt that he could not wait any longer. He wanted to see what the possible outcome would be before doing anything.